Preface of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christopher Collins. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Preface. It is the not unpleasing office of the writer of fiction to unfold for the delectation of his readers the pages and pictures of the volume of life, and none know better than the true novelist that the wildest schemes which his imagination can conceive, the marvellous combinations which a turn of the magic kaleidoscope of eventualities, and what we misname fortune, may produce, are again and again outacted in real life. With this apology, the incidents of the following story are committed to the criticism of an indulgent, and the writer trusts, a not too severely critical world. The author. Christmas, 1892. End of preface. Section 1 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christopher Collins. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Dark Shadows. Look! Massey! There it is. Yes. There. You see it not? Nay, you must. Oh, God. You mean to say you don't see it now? Massey? You fooled me. Heaven forbid that you should. I, who almost reared you, gave you freedom, gave it. No, I am wrong. Bought it with a price. And at what a price. A price that cannot be counted in dollars or pounds. And now you laugh at me, mock me, befool me, nay, ignore me now in this hour when all the world stands aloof, now that I can look to neither God nor man for aid. Now all my wealth is being measured at its proper worth. You too, Jules Massey, you side with all the world and leave me to face this dark, hideous shadow alone. Yes, there it is again. And the speaker started up and laughed out a long, hollow, delirious laugh, sounding like something unearthly, something uncanny rather than the rational articulation of human tongue. Just then the chimes from the distant stable tower adjacent to the mansion fell upon his ear, and he stopped to listen and to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, the witch doctress foretold that it should turn red and be a sign of evil impending when midnight music sounded at the rising of the moon. Massey, I say, Massey, step out through the casement onto the terrace and tell me what of the night, when there is visible or hidden in the face of the moon. Nay, but stay one moment, Massey. Leave me not now. Ha, there it stands again. Fool, you mean to say you see it not now? There. And the speaker, as he sat up in bed, pointed with his long, wasted finger and gazed wildly, with starting eyeballs and terrified stare at some imaginary object that appeared to his disordered vision to be moving across the room. The individual addressed as Massey was a coloured man of the true Negro type of the Southern American states. No half-bred apologetic representative of his people was Jules Massey, with his crisp woolly hair and a face which shone almost like some highly polished, ebony-carved visage of the shiny blackness of a block of coal. Yet there could be said to be nothing cringing, nothing of servility, notwithstanding his long years of servitude, in the natural demeanour of Jules Massey. His personality was one of those which might be so far taken for anything that they may be almost said to be devoid of any distinct personality at all. A man that you might pass in a crowd or in the street, and look upon as a Negro, or rather you would have said a coloured gentleman, of superior intelligence, culture, and physique, an admirable specimen of manhood, notwithstanding the blackness of his skin. God forbid that I should aver that blackness of skin should necessarily be associated with any inferiority of mental calibre, however downtrodden and oppressed. But early emancipation from the debasing influence of slavery and the training of an intelligence of natural brightness, the sowing of the seed of knowledge in good ground, had been productive of its result, and Jules Massey, though born of slave parents on a Virginian plantation, his childhood surrounded with all the horrors of slave life, prior to those sanguinary feuds between North and South which brought with it the freedom of every slave, by education had risen immeasurably above the ordinary run of his class and race. His superiority may have been due to his own brightness, his own quickness of perception. The slave boy Jules Massey had become the body servant of his master even at a boyish age, thereby enjoying comparative ease and freedom, and the advantage of frequent travel with his master, while others of his kith and kin were sweltering on the hot rice and cotton fields, and felt the smart of the overseer's whip and the heat of the southern sun. Far from his native state, attendant on his master, Jules Massey often lounged in comparative luxury when his own parents or brothers and sisters endured the pains of slavery at home. But it must not be thought that in those hours of idleness and ease, Jules Massey forgot the lot of those still dear to him, for affection is no stronger in the breast of the white man than in the heart of the slave. By no means, but more of this anon. Stepping through the casement of the library, a small room adjoining and leading to the sleeping apartment, and now the sick room of his master, where he lay raving in the throes of delirium, Jules Massey stood upon a broad terrace which, overshadowed by a veranda-like roof, the ornamental ironwork supports of which, overrun with a luxurious growth of creeping plants, formed in the summer evenings an enticing and attractive retreat. A retreat, alas, which the master and owner of that house, as he lay there within on his bed of sickness, seemed little likely ever again to enjoy. As the favoured body-servant stood for those few minutes out in the stillness of the summer night, all nature seemed to be supremely still. Around him, far on every side, there extended lawns and parterres, in which every botanic rarity seemed to bloom. Here groupings of costly marble statuary glistened in unsullied purity of hue and matchless symmetry of form. There a tiny cataract or gurgling fountain bubbled forth crystal waters of a purity to emerge the very gods. Here might be seen a grot within the seductive shade of which even fairies might not disdain to woo, there a mimic cavern from whose fern and moss-grown depths the fall of limpid waters soothed the very air. Beyond this, on every side, the steep and declivitous hillsides were clothed with woods, while far and near, over the glades and woodlands, over the meadows and cornfields, gilding the bosom of the broad still lakelet with a golden and silvery sheen, rising in all the fullness of its glory, shone out the great red face of the harvest moon. In its perfect peace and restfulness, all nature around him was fair and beautiful to look upon, a profound and peaceful silence, broken only by the distant occasional yelp of a fox in the deep woods, or the weird unmusical hoot of a barn owl as it flew across the shadowy lea, seemed to reign supreme. As his eye roamed over the wide domain of Vernwood, it seemed to offer all that human heart could desire, and yet its lord and master, the inheritor of all those fair, broad acres, of all those tree-crowned hilltops, of all those dark, still glades, he whose sole prerogative, whose sole vocation it was to enjoy, was bereft of all power of enjoyment, and now that the clouds of death seemed fast settling around and closing in their impenetrable darkness before his eyes, and now that the relentless angel stood ready to beckon him away, neither his broad acres nor his accumulating millions could secure to Bertram Ganault a moment's respite, or buy back for him satisfaction, or retrieve one day of squandered life. Had not Vernwood and its princely revenues which he owned given him years of opportunities of pleasure, real and substantial? Yet now would he not gladly have bartered all his patrimony for a single year of extended life. The body-servant stepped back from the calm and peaceful moonlight into the study, and thence into the sleeping-room, where, tossing and delirious, Bertram Ganault lay. How wide, how solemn, and fearful a contrast from that peaceful moonlit scene without was his master's chamber within, where he raved and struggled against the pangs and anguish of remorse, for the consciousness of his wasted opportunities and much of ill-spent life. The room where the sick man lay was a lofty chamber of no great size, but panelled around with oak panellings of some past epoch, which, although darkened by age, were yet untouched by time or undisfigured by the ravages of decay. A single oil lamp standing on a table and turned onto half its brightness served only in a modified degree to dispel the darkness, while doors and windows were draped with heavy, sombre hangings, lending to the interior an added gloom. But over all this there loomed, with unmistakable foreboding, the one great shadow, the feeling of the certainty of impending death, the gaunt wrecked frame, the wild stare, the delirious laugh, the pallid features, drawn, sunken, and emaciated by sickness and disease. But that haunted imagination was not the death of the sinless. It was not the calm, peaceful ebbing away of a well-spent life. It was not the heavenward flight of the soul from its tenement corporeal of clay. But it was the tumultuous struggle of the haunted spirit, the fierce fight to escape the cold, inexorable grip of the grave. Neither did the King of Terrors seem merciful to cut short the agony of dissolution, for day by day the life of Bertram Gaunce seemed to trickle away as it were by a rill of torturing agony, rather than to sink as the sun of a summer's day calmly to its appointed rest. The days and nights during which he knew that he was slowly, slowly dying gave him in his lucid intervals only the more time to look back with contrition on so much of wasted life, a life from which he had left out very much that he ought to have done, into which had entered much that ought not to have been done. Who among us but must confess the same? But Bertram Gaunce, as he lay there, thoughts of contrition came and laid their burden of remorse upon his spirit as with a heavy hand. Strong as he once was and weak as he now lay, he had squandered health. Rich as he was, he had squandered and misused his wealth. But whatever the fortune or vicissitudes of his family might once have been, Bertram Gaunce, as he lay on that bed of sickness or of death, was even yet the possessor of such wealth as was literally and practically almost beyond one man's powers to dissipate utterly or to spend. If a millionaire must be defined as a man who owns £100,000, then the extent of Bertram Gaunce's wealth surpassed by long figures the limits of that magic word. And somehow, as he lay there, he seemed troubled far more in its possession than other men would have been in the lack of it. When he was gone, what could possibly become of all his riches? He had asked himself the question day by day, and it was a question which would or which might have puzzled a wiser head than had grown upon the shoulders of Bertram Gaunce. As the two men were together in the gloom of the darkened room, it was with genuine and unfeigned pity that the black-faced negro looked on the once strong form of the white sufferer, now so prostrate, now laid, now sunk so low, so very low. Black and white as they were, they had been almost boys together. There was infinitely more between them than between master and servant. It was companionship, brotherhood. For as Bertram Gaunce lay there every inch a wreck dependent for even bread and water, so Jules Massey stood there every inch a gentleman and a man. Within his stalwart frame there throbbed a woman's tenderness of heart, united to the muscular development of an athlete. He had a child's gentleness of hand. He reminded you of the steam hammer, which can be used with a gentleness to crack a nutshell without injuring the contents, or to exercise the power to flatten a block of iron, or of the strength of an elephant, which he could employ either to lift a needle or uproot a forest tree. Such men, whether black or white, are the highest development of manhood, the nearest to perfection of our race. And Bertram Gaunce, too, mere shadow, mere caricature, mere mockery as he now was of his former self, had in his earlier days been no despicable specimen of man. His tall form once stood erect and graceful as the reed. His head of fine intellectuality was but sparsely covered with locks of thin, dark hair. His face was handsome, though its right side was lightly scarred with some long-healed wound of childhood which he must carry to his grave. Its expression would have been fine, but was somewhat marred by a cynical, almost mocking, almost Mephistophelian smile, which either designedly or by accident he had heightened and intensified by the cultivation of that well-stiffened pointed moustaches on his upper lip, like those we see in Goethe's representations of the character of the tempter in his immortal legend of Faust. This is an idea of what Bertram Gaunce had been rather than what, as he lay prostrate on that bed a broken man who had seen hardly more than 50 years of life, he now was. But the mere wreck of the body, that was not all. The mind, too, was unhinged. With his weakness of body, his mental infirmity gained in ascendancy. His imagination seemed ever to be haunted with some spectre, which, although invisible to the eyes or mind of the body's servant, left the poor victim of the hallucination but few intervals of lucidity or mental peace. And when these short intervals of right-mindedness came, these rifts in the dense banks of cloud that enclosed his mind, the poor sufferer would sink back upon his pillow exhausted, only to start up wildly as the dark shadow of his delusion again rose up and took possession of his mind. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christopher Collins. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Vernwood. The demesne of Vernwood was situated in a locality which I need not particularise more definitely than to say that it occupied a romantic position in one of those English counties, of which there are 4, which border directly on the Principality of Wales, a propinquity which had the effect of lending to the estate that charm of woodland and mountain scenery which forms one of the striking characteristics of what I will take the liberty of dubbing Bijou Britain. Although the acreage was still extensive, notwithstanding that mortgages had from time to time, by the process known among lawyers as foreclosure, lopped off certain outlying portions in order to liquidate their little claims, yet the house was not a palace. It could hardly even be said to rank among the stately homes of England. But Vernwood was above all things a home, a perfect English home, built and arranged for comfort and domesticity rather than with any attempt at display. One of those places hallowed in the eyes of childhood, and which, when its little joys and sorrows had become merged and expanded into the cares and greater and intenser struggles of later life, we look back upon with regretful satisfaction and mellowed love. The propinquity of the mountainous principality had to another advantage, for it included the once unsuspected or unthought of, or at least neglected, presence beneath the often apparently barren surface of mineral wealth. But of this I shall have to deal at a later stage of my tale. To this enviable inheritance, an inheritance with its boundless opportunities, an inheritance which many men would have turned to splendid account, Bertram Guinault had become under somewhat peculiar circumstances the heir. The Great American War of 1860-5, between the North and South, which ended in the assassination of the patriot President Abraham Lincoln and wiped off from the face of civilization the stupendous blot of slavery on the American continent, and brought with it the freedom of the slave, left, like many others, or appeared to leave, Hubert, father of Bertram Guinault, his heir presumptive, in the position of impoverished men. At least so thought Bertram Guinault himself, and so thought all who knew him. It was a goodly number of years since Hubert Guinault had emigrated from the old country, from the ancient ancestral home of his race, from Vernwood, at that time rapidly falling into decay, where rank wild weeds grew high about the untended lawns, on which want and poverty, desolation and decay at that time seemed then to stalk rampant and ghost-like, where once upon a time the ring of childhood's merry laugh had echoed. The demon of gambling, high play, and reckless living had converted what was once a home into this wilderness of rank neglected growth, while the ruinous extortion of usurers had sapped the once lordly revenues of Vernwood to the very core. Such briefly was the state of family affairs at Vernwood when Hubert Guinault, a good part of a century prior to the occurrence of the circumstances which I am relating, scraped together what little the Jews and money-lending fraternity had left him of so fair a patrimony, discarded and left in the lurch the dissolute associates and boon companions whose temptations had landed him in such desperate straits, shook the dust of England and of Vernwood from his feet, and set sail for that then new world of which so many fabulous stories and so many bright accounts at that time came like echoes floating to Britain across the western seas. But it is no very easy task, humanly speaking, for a transplanted tree to take root in an alien soil, and many risks attend every such attempt. The schemes of the reformer may appear very grand in his own eyes, they may fire his own imagination with admiration as the fancied offspring of his own genius, even as we foster a natural child. He may affect to despise those time-tried institutions which have stood the test of centuries. But before we uproot and cast from us the respected traditions of the past, let us make quite sure that there is greater virtue to be found in the new. Hard and painful as was the snapping asunder of old ties at home, perhaps Hubert Guinault found it easier even to rid himself from the trammels of usury, to become an alien and a wanderer on the face of the great new world which he had adopted, than he did to find, when there, a spot whereon his wandering foot might be stayed, or a roof above him, or a pillow whereon to lay his head. But after many vicissitudes in the foreign land, the foot of the wandering heir at length found rest. Hubert Guinault became in those days the owner of extensive farms or plantations and numerous slaves in the state of Virginia. From that time his wealth gotten of slave labour seemed to increase. Who had been the wife of Hubert Guinault, whether he had a wife at all, nobody seemed to know. In the new country which he had adopted, nobody, for morals were lax in those days, seemed very much to care. Squire Guinault, as he was called, paid his way well, was a successful planter, was reputed rich, and was rich. Moreover, having been born on English soil, he was less convinced than as if he had been reared in its midst of the righteousness of the horrid slave system upon which he throve. He believed his slaves were human. He knew that they were flesh and blood and spirit and soul, and not mere brutes and chattels with no more individuality than his cattle or his dining-room tables and chairs, to be bought and sold at their owner's will. Besides, Hubert Gaunce had brought with him from the old country a strong tincture of that old feudal sentiment which believes in the retainer's right of reliance on the protection of the feudal lord, rather than in the coercive persuasion of the lash. Thus it was that the slave system as conducted on the Millbank estate, as Hubert Gaunce's Virginian property was called, was for those days an easy service, and Massa Gaunce, in the eyes of the slave population of his plantation, was something like a demigod. His slaves were well housed, well cared for, and well fed, hence he secured a corresponding return in the quantity of labour he received. Apart from all considerations of humanity, it paid him well to look to the condition of his slaves, in the same way that it pays the well-to-do British agriculturalist of today to attend to the comfort and cleanliness of his livestock. The positions are perfectly parallel. Man is oftener than not treated worse by his fellows than a brute. Although whether Hubert Gaunce had a wife or not, or if so whether she were living or dead, none seemed to know or care. His son, the young Bertram, grew up by his father's side before the world, a strong young man with apparently every advantage in life. Money supplied without stint enabled him to gratify his every desire. That his desires were none of the healthiest, the sum total of his life, as I have shown him in the previous chapter, will be evidence enough. But in what demagogues have called the manufacture of history, and in the course of events, all this was changed. The elements of disruption which had long been smouldering burst forth into flame, and the fiery brand of war was carried through the land. Joining the army of North Virginia, Hubert Gaunce as a planter, although as we have said never too strongly convinced of the righteousness of the cause of which he was a representative and which he espoused, buckled on his armour, left his home and plantations and slaves in the doubtful care of overseers, and followed General Lee through many battles almost unscathed. In these events which have now passed into history, the old planter Hubert Gaunce's stalwart young son Bertram was never far in his father's rear or from his father's side. But at the Battle of Five Forks, the last of the sanguinary struggle between North and South, Hubert Gaunce fell, and the son Bertram, in the midst of all the carnage, mire, ruin, and disaster which it brought, wept as he closed his father's eyes, and as through the drifting clouds the fitful moonbeams fell upon a face which paled, and every moment grew more set and livid in the grasp of death. And on that fitful moonlit night, as the young man Bertram Gaunce bent over a dying parent, as he sought to stay the flow from a ghastly wound, as Hubert Gaunce passed away, at the same time slavery had ceased to be a law of the United States, and all men, irrespective of creed or colour, were free. To the vanquished cause, after those long 5 years of struggle and bloodshed, it was as if some fearful force of nature had torn up an accursed system of human bondage by the roots, and scattered it as the autumn winds scatter the leaves which hang loosely on the trees. The war of emancipation was over, had been fought and lost and won, and practically young Bertram Gaunce stood up on the American continent with clothes on his back, some few dollars in his pocket, it is true, but his cause for ever vanquished, fallen, and lost, his past obliterated, and he himself to all intents and purposes ruined and hopeless. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Collins. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Memories Flown. Some 6 months from his father's death, the young Bertram Gaunce landed in England an impoverished, a despondent, if not quite an absolutely ruined man. The coloured boy Jules Massey's his sole companion and attendant, his sole surviving coloured dependent, and that out of pure affection for his master, an attendant at will out of hundreds of slaves. And then Bertram Gaunce, when he had cleared his luggage through the Liverpool custom house, stood on English soil, as much a stranger, as much a foreigner, as much an alien, as some 3/4 of a century before his father Hubert Gaunce had stood virtually exiled on the soil of the great new country, which he had then adopted and made his home. As it had once been the father's, now it became the son's turn to seek a place whereon to rest his foot, and a shelter whereunder to lay his head. He cast about him for his future. Often had his father told him of Vernwood, their beautiful Anglo-Welsh home, the home of his race, where generations of their forefathers had lived and died. And naturally, as the two, the then mere boy Jules Massey and young Bertram Gaunce, roamed together the streets of Liverpool, the thoughts of the latter turned towards the place which occupies of all others in the heart of a colonist or emigrant so large a place, for whether he amass fortune and succeed, or whether as a crestfallen failure he return to his native land, in either case he yearns for that speck of earth, whether castle or cottage, which he owns as home. Of the few, the very few kith or kin of his fathers who were in England or alive even, Bertram Gaunce knew naught, and they likely would know less of him. Who would know aught of the son of the spendthrift improvident heir of Vernwood, who left his country a good part of a century before, in debt and disgrace, and whose very memory none would be anxious to revive? Bertram Gaunce had not arrived in England utterly penniless. He had snatched up some little flotsam from the tide of affairs and wreckage caused by the great storm of war which had overswept the land. Having become wearied of Liverpool, the natural force of gravitation affected him, and attracted towards London, that mighty lodestone of the world. He found himself ere very long wandering about its endless labyrinth of streets, the young Jules Massey still by his side, but in even greater solitude and wonder at its very vastness, its complications, and its marvellous diversity of interest, than he had been in the great seaport of the north. Its magnitude filled him with astonishment and awe, but as his first impressions paled, he began more calmly to look about him and to think. He thought of and sought a certain firm of solicitors, with whom in brighter days his father had associated the name of Vernwood. After many and lengthy consultations of directories and law lists, and inquiries in likely quarters, Bertram one day found himself wandering curiously about certain streets in the vicinity of Lincoln's Inn Fields. An air of dry, uninteresting documents and forensic details seemed to the young Virginian to fill the very air. There was not the bustle and activity of the commercial life of the city, which seemed to be as the condition of another sphere. There reigned everywhere that air of sacredness and quietude which seems ever to pervade the precincts of the abode of law. At length Bertram's careful study of repeated tiers and lists of names, inscribed in black letters upon the painted entrance halls of some substantially built old houses, revealed a name which seemed to rivet his attention, and arouse in him a degree of interest surpassing all the rest. Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley, solicitors. For some minutes Bertram stood gazing at the superscription, absorbed in thought. Then slowly, one by one, he mounted the broad, solid stone stairs and opened one of several doors upon which the words "Clerk's Office" had once been written clearly, but now was dimmed and almost worn out with time. To the experienced mind there is much to be learned or inferred from names on office doors, and, but that this is no place for digressive dissertations on common things, I might write an essay on their character, varieties, and intent. It is enough, however, to relate here that the names on Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's door would have indicated to the experienced that the firm known as Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley was a very old and reputable firm indeed. There was an air of substance and respectability about the clerks and employees, and even about the very oak panels and massive brass handles of their office doors. There was no denying that, and when Bertram Gaunce ventured to enter, he was asked his business by a young man whose demeanour and bearing was such as to indicate that Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's usual visitors were gentlemen and not cads. His manner of address was something so utterly foreign to the too familiar "Well, boss, what's for you?" of American civilization, of which Bertram knew as much as of English matters and mannerisms he had experienced little, that the young American smiled. And Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's clerk too, accustomed as he was to conceal his own mental impressions beneath that diplomatic veneer which we call politeness and good breeding, he too was a trifle puzzled at the American-looking young man, whose aspect was not quite that of, indeed, was something quite different from, the sleek and respectable great British landed proprietor class, who were their ordinary clients, and from whose pockets and acres Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley derived a large slice of the valuable conveyancing practice which they enjoyed. The clerk took all this in at a glance. However, he was still more perplexed when Bertram asked for Mr. Wyndham, the senior partner of the firm, as it then appeared written on the doors. "Well, sir," at last the clerk replied hesitantly, I can't say I have ever seen Mr. Wyndham, but about twice, sir, or 3 times at most, and I have been here 5 years. I think I have heard that he retired from the firm almost 40 years ago, sir, now." The representative of infant America opened his eyes very wide indeed. 40 years. A firm 40 years old. It was about as old as the history of the United States, and Bertram received his first really practical lesson in English and Old World history. "Would you like to see Mr. Lumley, sir?" politely asked the clerk. "He is in." "Well, yes, then I guess I would," drawled Bertram, betraying an unmistakable Americanism of tone. "What name shall I say, sir?" asked the clerk. "Gaunce, Mr. Bertram Gaunce." The clerk disappeared, but without word or look of recognition which could tell Bertram that his name or that of his family was ever mentioned in Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's office, either disparagingly or the reverse. Americans think much of history and tradition, and value above most things their associations, either historical or present, with the Old World. Bertram had been told by his father that he had sprung from a good old English stock, but certainly there was no sign that his family traditions were cherished in Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's office, whether they were good or bad. The next minute Bertram was invited into the private office of the then head of the firm. Mr. Lumley was a man well on in life. His face had the flabby paleness begot of an indoor, sedentary life. His hair was blanched to that hue of silvery or snowy whiteness which comes of years of continuous and heavy mental toil, and the weight of forensic details had left their impress upon every line. The lawyer was seated before a large office table piled with heaps of folded documents, bound and restrained with coils of red tape. On the entrance of the young American, he looked up, but there was not that ready cordial recognition, the extending of the hand, which the important lawyer would have accorded to a client from whose operations in broad acres or city ground rents he was reaping a rich harvest of fees. Mr. Lumley's experience was confined mostly to the precincts of Lincoln's Inn Fields and the dry details of the law. He was in no way a cosmopolite. His longest vacation and farthest travels were 3 weeks spent at Brighton, at that time of year when his ordinary clients were potting grouse on Scotch moors. Consequently he viewed the young American, or whatever he might be, with an eye of doubt not unmixed with suspicion. Certainly he hadn't the look of a man out of whom he could expect much. As for the name of Gaunce, he knew nothing of that, or only thought he had some faint glimmering in his mind, and so there was no smile of welcome on the lawyer's face as he eyed the young man before him. However, common civility prompted him to point to Bertram Gaunce a chair, which stood in such a position that the light from the window struck full into Bertram's face, while it left his own in semi-shade. Lawyers are apt to put their clients into so placed chairs. But Bertram Gaunce had nothing to conceal, therefore he had nothing to fear. Then the solicitor put down his pen, leant back in his chair, and waited for his visitor to begin. Bertram was no diplomatist. He had no idea of beating about the bush, so straight to the point he went. "I guess I am rightful heir to a parcel of real estate in your country, at a place called Vernwood, somewhere near Wales County, I should imagine it would be, which has been handled by your firm. It belonged to my father before he left this country for America, and as he has been killed in the war, I am come to make my claim." At this succinct and important statement, the lawyer opened wide his eyes and ears. "Well, yes," he replied, in a dry, judicial tone when Bertram had finished. "Well, yes. Even taking it for granted that what you say is true, sir, according to the law and practice of this country, you would have beyond question first to establish your identity, and then to substantiate your claim. You say your late father had business relations with our firm, but it was certainly not in my time." And Mr. Lumley eyed the young man closely, as if he almost doubted the truth of all he had said, and half believed his whole tale was a fabrication and, in short, a fraud. "But I'll tell you what I will do. I will communicate with our late principal, Mr. Wyndham, on the subject, or I will give you his address and you can do so for yourself, or I will do both. You can make your own appointment, and I will write to Mr. Wyndham by tonight's post. He's an old man now, Mr. Gaunce, past 90, has been out of the law many years, but he is clear-headed, and perhaps his memory will carry him back to your father's time. A good day, Mr. Gaunce." And this time the somewhat pompous lawyer extended his hand and smiled with some faint show of cordiality in his manner and tone. When Bertram Gaunce stood on the pavement outside of Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's office, he felt he had taken one step on the right road. Rosemead was the pleasant name of a pleasant villa not far from the now well-built-upon vicinity of Brixton Hill, where, surrounded by gardens devoted to the cultivation of roses of every known variety and hue, the old ex-lawyer Horace Wyndham was spending in retirement the closing years of his long and once busy legal life. It was well within a week of his visit to the office of Mr. Lumley in Lincoln's Inn Fields that Bertram Ganault, by appointment, pushed open the gate and walked between veritable plantations of rose trees up to the front door of the substantial-looking villa of Rosemead. He rang, was admitted, and conducted by a manservant into the study or library of Mr. Horace Wyndham. Although Mr. Wyndham was within 7 years of being a centenarian, the healthful recreations of his many declining years seemed almost like a continual infusion into his system of the rejuvenating essences of perennial youth. Perhaps it was that the retired gentleman had left behind him, or forgotten, the habitual caution and suspicious-mindedness of the practising lawyer in his office in Lincoln's Inn Fields. Perhaps it was that the peaceful cultivation of rose-trees rendered it unnecessary that the acuter side of his understanding should be kept alert. At any rate, the welcome which Bertram Ganault met with as the old man walked, hale, erect, and smiling, into his study to welcome his American visitor, was quite another thing from the somewhat cold and almost repellent reception which he received at the hands of the unimpressionable and almost unpleasantly shrewd attorney at his business office in town. "Yes, Mr. Ganault, I received your letter," said the cheery old man in answer to Bertram's inquiry. "Take a seat, Mr. Ganault. Can I offer you Well, I am a total abstainer myself, Mr. Ganault. I never smoke. But will you have a cigar and, anything else you'd like to name?" With the Americanized custom of mixing tobacco with business, Bertram Ganault took an Havana from the proffered box and bit off the end. "Well, Mr. Ganault," began the old solicitor, as the fragrant fumes rose up between them. "Yes, I remember both your father and your grandfather. Well, I remember your father coming up to town from Vernwood with his father when your father was just a mere stripling, a mere chick of a boy, and I was a clerk in our office. So he's dead, is he? Fell in the war, eh? Dear me, dear me. Unhappy state of affairs when he left here, Mr. Ganault, very," said the old lawyer, his voice lapsing into a tone of sadness. "Gambling. Sad thing that, Mr. Ganault, downfall of many a good name. However, Mr. Bertram, I think that's your name. That's neither here nor there now. Let bygones be bygones, that's my motto. What you want is to establish your claim to the Vernwood estates. A fine property too, Mr. Bertram, worth a fight for, and if you are the grandson of our old friend Lawrence Ganault, and the only son of Hubert Ganault, you ought to have it, that's sure. Well, Mr. Ganault, as to the Vernwood property, about which you are seeking information, without going into details, I can tell you this much. The property, many years ago, fell into the hands of a gang of money-lending harpies, and in their possession, or in the possession of their heirs, exors, admors, and assigns, as we lawyers say, as far as I know, it remains to this very day. Last I knew or heard of the place was that it was let to a Captain Gillingham for a term, and that was many years ago now. See, he resided in the mansion, but there is something about it which I could tell you, which would be to your advantage, but as a matter of business you will have first to prove your descent from Lawrence and Hubert Ganault, both deceased. Mind you, I am not insinuating that any shadow of doubt exists as your entity, none whatsoever. I know that Hubert Ganault left this country for America many, many years ago, but of course, Mr. Ganault, the law would require a proof. That is all I can tell you now, Mr. Bertram. It is in effect all that the best lawyer in England could tell you. It is for you to supply that proof, and then we will see what's further to be done. And now, Mr. Bertram, you will stay and dine with me, but first let's take a turn in the gardens, and I will show you my roses." End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 4. Dark Days. Satiated, nay, almost to disgust, as was Bertram Ganault, with that incessant round of change which goes on from day to day, and from hour to hour in hotel life, that unceasing round which, let its professions be never so homely, shears such a life of the semblance of home. The tentative claimant to Vernwood occupied lodgings in a quiet London street in the West End of town. The evening of Bertram's visit to the aged ex-lawyer at his villa of Rose Mead, he had by him quite sufficient food for thought. Thus it was that he had dismissed the colored boy Jules Massey, and sat in the huge and shabby easy, or uneasy, lodging-house chair, which he had drawn at right angles to the grate, and gazed long and thoughtfully into the fire through the fumes of an indifferent Britishly made cigar. The burden of proof now rested upon Bertram's own shoulders, or rather upon his own head. And the proof of what? The proof that he was his own father's son, the proof of his right to inherit, to enjoy even his own inheritance, his due, and what he knew and believed honestly in his heart of hearts was nothing but his due. Then the old rhyme came into Bertram's mind. "'Tis a very good world that we live in, to lend or to spend or to give in, but to borrow or beg or get a man's own, 'tis the very worst world that ever was known." Still, for all that, yes, from every aspect of the case, whether in equity or law both, Wyndham and Lumley were right. He must prove who he was. As he sat there, square before the blazing fire in the solitary, dingy, stuffy, frowsy room of his cheap London lodgings, more as London lodgings were often 30 years ago than now, Bertram's mind seemed to roam away over land and sea in search of what he desired. Proof! Who did he, Bertram Gonault, know in England? Who knew or cared a cent for Bertram Gonault? Echoes seemed to answer, not a soul. Among all those thousands of men and women, all those thousands of faces he met in his everyday wanderings about the inhospitable London streets, with their hurrying, scurrying, unsympathetic, money-seeking crowds, who knew, who cared for Bertram Gonault? The voice of the echoes seemed again to answer, not a soul. In all this Europe, where he had landed for refuge, who knew, who cared for Bertram Gonault? The voice of echoes seemed again to answer, not a soul, not a soul. Here he was, in this great London, almost solitary, alone, for what was Jules, the young boy Jules Massey, to him but a mere appendage? Thus dozed and dreamed Bertram Gonault. Then his mind wandered away in thought to the great country from whence he had come. Even there, although the outlook seemed more promising, gloomy, as it is everywhere, was at its very best, even from thence he was a fugitive. He had fled from a wrecked inheritance, a cursed, blasted, banned, and discarded system, a defunct and vanquished cause, from a scene of disorder, topsy-turvydom, and collapse such as seem ever to follow revolution or track the wake of war. A condition of events amid which it looked as if he might almost as well seek proof of his own identity, or try to find those who could furnish it, as one might seek for renovation in the midst of ruin, or the germ of order from a universal chaos. But often we look far and wide, we traverse weary ways in search of those riches which lay at our very doors. Bertram Gonault, as he sat even for hours, brooding over his mischances and his ills, was doing this, although not in measure sufficient for his ends. He thought, and thought, and thought, and when the black boy Jules Massey returned, he dismissed him at once again for the night, so that he might still be alone. The hours rolled on past midnight, still absorbed in his vexations and perplexities. Bertram took between his thumb and fingers the heavy circlet of gold which he always wore on the ring digit of his left hand, and musingly turned and twisted it over and over and round and round. It was a large ring, composed of a sapphire shield in a massive setting of yellow gold. Then, with that suddenness of inspiration, attributed only to the electric fluid, and the human god imparted attribute of thought, the whole train of events flashed through the thinker's mind. The ring was an heirloom, which previous to interment he had taken from his father's finger as he lay dead on the field at 5 Forks. Often during life had Hubert Gaunce discussed the merits and virtues and history of the valuable jewel, which his father had told him he held as it were in trust as a token of heirship through successive generations. With an intensity of grief known to his own heart alone, had young Bertram Gaunce drawn that ring from off his father's bloodless and lifeless hand as he lay dying or dead after the engagement of 5 Forks, when with the death of his late parent he foreknew with a prescience which was only too clear and evident to him, that, together with the loss of the Southern cause, together with the emancipation decrees which would follow the victory of the Northern forces under Generals Grant and Sherman, to the Southern slave-owning planters, the defeat which was accomplished amid the rain and storms of that fatal night must bring widespread, well-nigh universal ruin in their train. As the young man bent over the expiring parent, he realized that not only had he lost the sole guardian of boyhood and youth, but that he stood in a country where he had now practically no abiding place, no home. Never from that fatal night, as the moon shone cold and full and clouded upon the battle scene, had Bertram Gaunce driven from his imagination the vision of the upturned face of his dead parent, the cold touch of horror as he drew the heirloom of his race from that dead white hand. Its remembrance even now seemed to haunt him, as the recollection of some ghastly phantom of an unreality, of some horrid dream. And now the whole train of circumstances, as he sat musing before the gloomy London lodging-house fire in his solitary room, rushed through his mind with the rapidity and fullness of a ray of light, an inspiration rather than a thought, one of those impromptus which seemed to come to us when sense and intellect fails, like a flash of light from heaven. The ring had come down through successive generations of Gaunce. Was the prerogative of the heir? Did not that prove likewise his heirship to the estate of Vernwood? The following day saw Bertram at the office of Mr. Lumley, showing him the trinket. Its significance was, however, corroborative only, and would not of itself be of sufficient weight to convince fully the judicial mind. That was what the unsympathetic, callous-hearted lawyer told him. Then there followed another visit to the nonagenarian ex-lawyer at Rosemead, and there again Bertram produced his evidence of identity, and told its history and its tale. Old Horace Wyndham was cheery, took Bertram's ring, examined it carefully, and admired it duly. "Mr. Gaunce," at length said the old man, "I have a distinct recollection of that ring as an heirloom in the possession of Lawrence Gaunce." At this, Bertram's face brightened. "Yes, but that would not be sufficient evidence in the eye of the English law," Horace Wyndham added. And so once more Bertram plodded back to the dingy apartments a dispirited and disappointed man, to brood over the awkward and untoward exigencies and vexatious exactions of English law. Why did they exist? Why had rational governors ever propounded such a complication of inexplicable technicalities? Why couldn't a man stand on his own right, and on his own acres, and defy the whole world in his own shoes? Wasn't Vernwood his? Then why should any power on earth keep him from it and dispute his right? As Bertram sat there in the cheap West End London lodgings, puffing bad cigars and fuming mentally, he did what many a man, many thousands of men, and many a disappointed and impoverished litigant has again and again been constrained to do before and since his time. He waxed senselessly wrathful and malevolent against himself, against his progenitors, against his forebears, against the whole practice and system of English jurisprudence, which he denounced as antiquated, fossil, corrupt, unbearable, and incomprehensible from beginning to end, utterly insufficient and inadequate to the conditions and requirements of an advancing age, and needing reformation to the very core. Yet for all that, Bertram found that English laws did exist. Every visit to Mr. Lumley's office taught and convinced him of that, taught it him more and more, and he learned more and more fully the truth, that what was called government existed on principles far more definite in their growth, and in their observance more honored than was the case in the great country whence he had flown, where the rough and ready procedure of the lynch mob meted out summary castigation of none too lenient a kind to offenders against the moral sense of the crowd. Bertram Gaunce found, what others have found before, that a new training, a new beginning as it were, was needful to fit him for the slower and surer ways of the old world, and that its legal procedure anyway was hedged in and defended by customs and bulwarks, as invulnerable of assault and requiring the machinery and sinews of battle, just as much as if he were marching against an enemy's material fort. It would be irksome to the reader, beyond what the perusal of these pages demands, were I to drag him through the apparently interminable succession of sloughs and sunshines, of hopefulness and despondency, which Bertram Gaunce found it necessary to traverse, and to surmount foot by foot and yard by yard. Now elated at some fancy triumph as the rising sun of hope shone out more brightly in the heavens of his life, now cast down or in despair as the thunderclouds of legal uncertainty seemed likely to burst and engulf and forever to wreck his cause. We must not suppose that during all these weary months the claimant was not in correspondence with the United States. We must not suppose that he did not admit his boy body-servant into his confidences till one day an American steamer arrived with its freight of passengers in the Liverpool docks. The young Jules fell upon the neck of his own mother, and the two, the once slave mother and the long-parted son, the boy Jules, were locked in one long embrace of filial and maternal love, a love which grows not one whit more strongly within the breast of the free white mother than within the dark bosom of the Negro or the slave. And when this meeting had taken place, when Jules had prevailed upon Bertram his master to allow his mother, his own mother Martha Massey, to appear in England as a witness, Jules at least knew that a great event of his life had come to pass, and that master's cause was as good as won. For again and again had Jules heard his mother say she knows the young Massa Bertram right from the very day he was borned. On the arrival in England of Martha Massey, Bertram, judging that the society of the mother and son would be more congenial the one to the other, had quartered them together in a street at a convenient distance from his own lodgings. Not infrequently, too, did the three meet at Mr. Lumley's office in the quiet street near Lincoln's Inn Fields, and it was thus, link by link, that the able lawyer welded together his long chain of evidence, till he himself had no doubt left in his mind. But Bertram Gaunce was a Gaunce indeed, and certainly not the fraudulent pretender to Vernwood, which he at one time half believed him to be. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynnaea Hutton. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Home. Bertram Gaunce had now been in London 20 months. 20 months sailing over the precarious seas of legal uncertainty and doubt, now lifted up or buoyantly and smoothly wafted onward by some favouring tide, now again stranded upon some shallow of despond, or again driven backwards by some adverse and unkindly gale. Such indeed too surely is the experience of those who confide their material and worldly interests to the gloriously uncertain pilotage of British law. He travels with as much certainty who commits his fate to its decisions, as does he who, ignorant of tides and winds and currents, trust himself to the mercy of some stormy seas. It was this that Bertram Quinault had done, and after that dreary 20 months of uncertainty, of waiting, of doubt, he rejoiced to believe that the lights and shore signs and harbour marks of his desired haven were in view. With Bertram Quinault, Vernwood was at that time the desired haven of his life. The unstable sands of the condemned system, which had once afforded him a foothold, an anchorage in life, had given way. The elements of disruption, which had long seethed beneath the surface of the deeply sinned and blood-stained slave system of Virginia, Kentucky, and other of the southern states, had caught, with one magnificent effort, with one supreme upheaval, volcanic in its similitude and results, it had burst asunder the shackles of a national dishonor, had wiped the reproach of slavery from its escutcheon, and cast from it its darkest shame. It would add nothing to the purpose or interest of this story. It would convert many chapters into dry pages of legal detail, were we, step by step, to take the reader with us through the intricate quibbles and legal byways of this 20 months of his life. It is enough here to say that some 20 months after his first call at Mr. Lumley's office, and his subsequent visit to Rosemead, the pale-faced, white-haired lawyer, advised and directed by his clear-headed, non-agenarian ex-partner and coadjutor, and with a degree of expedition quite uncommon and quite refreshing when compared to the ordinary, deliberate procedure of English litigation, had so far, and so surely, pushed forward Bertram Quinault's claim to Vernwood, that one fine summer's day a modernized vehicle upon 4 wheels, drawn by 2 grey horses, rolled briskly through the entrance gates of Vernwood. The equipage was evidently a hired concern, and although respectable enough of its kind, there was, to the eye of the connoisseur, just that indeterminable dissimilarity between it and the spruce and spanking span of my lady or my lord, as there was between the coachman's livery, which might have revived by the retouchings of some renovating Jew, and the faultless new broadcloth of the arrogant Jeames, who postures behind her ladyship's chair, in all the superb importance of his aristocratic connections and high life below stairs. In the vehicle aforesaid sat alone a dark-eyed, keen-featured, but handsome young man. This hired equipage rattled boldly along the carriage drive, up to the front of the mansion, and Bertram Quinault alighted and stood a minute, gazing around him, absorbed in admiration. And then did Bertram mentally murmur to himself, "And this, at last, is home." Home. Was that word ever more fitly applied than when Vernwood was spoken of as home? There are homes about us in which but little of the beneficent waters of human sympathy and human kindness seem to flow. There are homes, beautiful homes, which those who live in them seem only to dishonor. But as Bertram Quinault stood there, easily graceful, Adonic in form, he looked as if he did no discredit to Vernwood, as it lay around him at that moment as its lord. On every hand were the elements of superlative beauty. But it was not yet the Vernwood of 20 years later. It was not the Vernwood of 70 years before. The Vernwood of 20 years later was what Bertram Quinault made it. The Vernwood of 70 years before was what the spendthrift gaming Hubert Quinault had left it. But it was Vernwood as Vernwood had stood, and grown and developed through the centuries, the home of more generations of his forefathers than Bertram Quinault cared to think about or to count. And as he stood there, it was Bertram's heritage, his proved possession, and sooner or later he would enter upon his own. But as Vernwood was owned now, they who held it for one object alone: to sap its revenues, to revile its beauties, to squeeze from it the most usurious percentage upon every £100 which they or their forebears had advanced on the security of its broad acres, its stately oaks, its manorial rights, and its intrinsic money-producing worth, minus sentiment or emotion. And yet, with the common deserts of inordinate greed, they had cheated themselves out of the very gem of Vernwood's wealth. They had netted the oyster, they had opened its shell, they had aimed at draining it of its very life, but they had overlooked within it the existence of the priceless pearl. But it was this pearl beyond and above all things on which the shrewd young American had fixed his eye. He was not philanthropic enough to say to those who would not hesitate to drain him, or drain his patrimony of the last drag of the blood of life. Bertram Quinault was not philanthropic enough to say to them, "Therein lays the life." Why should he? Why should he scruple for a moment to pluck out the feathers of those who would, without compunction, divest and rob him of his very skin? The Captain Gillingham, of whom the old ex-lawyer Horace Wyndham had spoken to Bertram Quinault, was the occupier of Vernwood still. His tenancy was a very long one, and again renewed, till it extended from Captain Gillingham's early life on into middle age, and then on again till time seemed overtaking him with its honours of silvered locks and wise counsels and tottering tread. If Captain Gillingham was not a man of great riches, as great riches come and go in these banking, trading, manufacturing, industrial days, still his wealth was ample for the gratification of all the needs, as well as all the desires and even the fads of his life, as well as enough over and to spare. What seemed almost equivalent to a life tenancy, or what lawyers term a seizure in fee simple, of Vernwood, suited Captain Gillingham well, and the representative of the estate, or whoever its owner might be, could not easily and readily have found a tenant all in more suited to their views. And so from youth to age had Captain Gillingham regarded Vernwood as his home. As far as the present tenant could see, the probability of any scion of the house of Quinault ever troubling or honouring Vernwood with his presence seemed very remote. For although the trustees of the gaming Hubert Quinault had never yet absolutely and entirely lost all control of his estate, the Vernwood property was to them very much as the white elephant which took all its earnings into its own capacious maw, and so, from term to term, each 14 or 21 years renewed as the years flew round, each period saw the aging soldier still resident at Vernwood, and so at Vernwood he hoped to end his days. But the outbreak of the American Civil War and its results had caused Captain Gillingham to think seriously whether he had not built his house upon shifting sand. Fairly well posted as the old military man was in foreign affairs, he foreknew that the effect of defeat upon the slave-owning states of the South would be the driving of the old slave profiteers from their estates and plantations and homesteads, like coveys of scared game or droves of hunted hares. The breaking up of the slave system was like breaking up of a stronghold of piracy. A sink of iniquity meant the dispersion of its denizens to every point of the compass, and to the mercy, as it were, of the winds of heaven. Captain Gillingham knew that Hubert Quinault was, or rather had been, a large slave profiteer in Virginia. He knew that it was not entirely beyond possibility for him or his heirs to reclaim and endeavour to re-establish their rights. It was therefore with some uneasiness of mind that he learned of the arrival in England of a claimant to heirship direct of Lawrence and Hubert Quinault, with the intention of substantiating his title to, and possibly even himself occupying their old estate, and the more to still when some 18 or 20 months from the first rumour to this effect, an intimation from the claimant himself direct, left no doubt that Bertram Quinault considered his title proven, and expressing his intention of, in his own proper person, visiting the home of his ancestors forthwith. And therefore, when the heir of Vernwood alighted from a hired vehicle which had conveyed him from an adjacent city, it was but with small surprise that he found the occupier of Vernwood grown a venerable, I may almost say a decrepit old man. But he was not an old man in that sense in which Horace Wyndham who carried his weight of years so brightly and cheerily, with elastic step and beaming smile, was old. Although he might have been a good decade Horace Wyndham's junior, yet he looked his senior by an equal number of years. But the bowed and aged figure whom Bertram Gaunce encountered in Captain Gillingham had in his day, of the typical English gentleman, been the very personification, the very beau ideal, courteous, nay gracious, almost to a fault in manner, genial in tone, an officer around whom both his inferiors and his equals loved to rally. But as Bertram first met him, the weight of 83 summers and winters on his head, he had grown to be a decrepit but venerable old man, although with a countenance from which all its former pleasantness had not yet faded. Yet with looks blanched almost to the whiteness of driven snow, his hand shook, and his steps were tottering and uncertain beneath their weighty burthen of so many years. Such shortly was Captain Gillingham, whom the young man encountered as he stepped from the carriage which had conveyed him from F to the old Vernwood home. As, at the invitation of his guest or tenant, Bertram Gaunce entered the spacious entrance hall of the mansion, there still hung around the corridors, in their narrow frames of tarnished gilt-work, many of the ancestral portraits of his race. There hung an almost life-size portrait, now faded and dimmed by age, but grim and bearded, of Hubert de Gaunce in the chain armour of the Crusaders, to whom family history and tradition had given credit for valorous deeds when serving under the lion banner of England with Richard I. There, too, the portrait of Leofric, and near it that of Kalina, his wife, which in the family monuments were stated, both by Geoffrey of Monmouth and also by Gutton Owain, to be in Saxon times the earliest representatives of the race, and whose descendants held extensive baronies and lands. There were portraits of Ingolf and Oslach, members of Bertram's remote ancestry, whom little was known. Then in effigy, in the rude and rusty armour of the period, stood Muir ap Idwal, who 1,000 years before had fought under Roderick Mau, King of Wales. Of a later date was a portrait of Rudolph, by whom was said to be entertained, with many followers, Dermot MacBurrough, King of Leinster, when in England to crave aid of Henry II, and Roger de Gaunce, respecting whom the ancient deeds and records in the monument room say, he married Eleanor, daughter and heiress of Sir William Graveny. Also sheathed in armour, the effigy of Merlin, who fought and distinguished himself under Lord Hubert Somerset at the taking of Terhune and Tournay in the first year of Henry VIII. Over portraits and effigies like these, and many others, the eye of the young Anglo-American roamed listlessly or curiously as he stood in the hall where so many of his forebears had walked and talked and trod. As the young Bertram Gaunce stood there, he seemed lost in a reverie which conjured up many strange and romantic forms and incidents of the past. "Ha, ha!" laughed the puerile old man, as Bertram stopped to look around him. "Ha, ha, Mr. Gaunce, you see there they are, all your family history displayed before you." And Captain Gillingham endeavoured to straighten his bent form to look around him on the portrait-covered walls. For some minutes again Bertram stood absorbed in thought. Perhaps not many things are more calculated to give rise to solemn thoughts than to have a family history, the ancestral train passing in one long phalanx before one's eyes. "I welcome you to Vernwood, Mr. Gaunce. I welcome you heartily." Come in," said the old man, as, with the unsteady shambling gait of decrepitude, he conducted his visitor through the hall. On Bertram's either hand still, as he passed, mounted on marble pedestals, stood the grim effigies of his forefathers, some grasping their tall jousting lances, and sheathed in their iron coating of rusty mail, well thrown carelessly into corners, or here and there affixed as trophies high up on the walls, while halberts and battle-axes, huge, heavy, double-handed swords, and shields, and other implements of barbaric and unscientific war, the warring of force rather than the warring of brains, implements purporting to have been handled by brave, strong-armed, heavy-handed, long-dead and gone generations of Gaunce, but the Herr of Vernwood was invited by his host, passed all these mailed effigies into a room in which, whatever its past history might have been, all relics of barbarism had been made to give place to the comforts and elegances and refinements of modern life. Life in its most luxurious, most chaste and cultured forms, where portraiture, instead of being the daubings of medieval hucksters, was the perfectionment of modern art. On every side of the profuse and tasteful arrangement of odd curios, hand-painted mirrors, rare china, costly volumes, vases of choice flowers, and the hundreds of nameless knickknacks which infused into life its subtlest charm, showed evidence of arrangement by a deft and gentle hand, while from an annexed conservatory the music of the falling waters of a tiny fountain mingled pleasantly with the soft and amorous twitter in the bright warm sunlight of many caged and many-colored birds, and the balmy scent of the magnolia flowers. "Marjorie! Marjorie!" called the old man as he entered the library, and a minute or two later there came tripling through the conservatory from the gardens beyond what Bertram Gaunce thought, as she stepped from the surrounding setting, as it were, of falling waters, of twittering birds, and balmy petalled flowers, in her flowing draperies and negligee attire, her color heightened by the freshest, healthful flush upon her cheek of the bloom of early youth, looked like some angel form. "Mr. Gaunce, my daughter." "Marjorie, Mr. Gaunce," said the old man. "Marjorie, this is Mr. Gaunce, Mr. Bertram Gaunce, Marjorie. You have heard of him, yes? You have heard me speak of him. He has come to pay a visit to Vernwood." We have been told elsewhere that Bertram Gaunce was no diplomatist, that he was no practised dissembler of what he felt. To say that he was taken by surprise, taken off his guard by the unexpectedness and superlative loveliness of the vision of Marjorie Gillingham, would be but very poorly to represent the case. Although Bertram was a young man of experience in American life, he was not trained or skilled in drawing-room arts. He, happy young man, had hardly yet acquired the indifferent nonchalance, the ennui of the exquisite modern 19th century first-water swell, who disdains even to dance. But for all this he bent very, very low, for he felt rather as if he prostrated himself in the presence of some divinity, some unlooked-for goddess, some superior being, for neither Horace Wyndham nor Mr. Lumley or anyone else had told him that any divinity, other than a grizzled and aged ex-captain of the Guards, reigned at Vernwood. Probably no one knew much of Captain Gillingham's domestic belongings at all, beyond merely as the lifelong tenant of the Vernwood estate. They recked little or not whether he had a chick or child, or kith or kin, and so when his first and earliest experience of Vernwood came with it, the beautiful vision, the beautiful daydream, the beautiful surprise of Marjorie Gillingham, it seemed like infusing a new-found pleasure, a new ray of brightness into Bertram's now wearied, travel-tossed life. It was as if the sun had broken out and looked and smiled upon him unexpectedly from betwixt dark banks of clouds. As becomes a daughter whom a father has introduced, Marjorie Gillingham was very gracious to their American guest, for, notwithstanding her youthfulness, on Marjorie devolved the cares, such light and pleasant cares as indeed they were, of her father's household, a household which had once, long years ago now, suffered the overshadowing of that dark cloud, the deep dark cloud of sorrow and of sadness, which ever hangs with such profound intensity of gloom over a wife and mother's grave. And hence it was that the old man lavished on the child, who day by day unfolded into a pure and perfect womanhood, into the almost perfect similitude, the counterpart of her whom once he had so passionately loved, and yet so cruelly lost, the fullest strength of a bereaved and desolated love. Nor was the father's love for the child less devoutly or less passionately returned. And thus had the lives of these two rolled calmly on together, hers upward into expanding womanhood, his the declining road of life, calm, peaceful, bright, and beautiful as that broad stream which swept past their beautiful Vernwood home. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Ewen. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Volume 1, Chapter 6, Love and Treasure. As in the recital of these present portions of our story, the course of events spread themselves over a considerable series of years. It becomes necessary that we should from time to time indulge in long strides over certain portions of time, or perhaps it would be more to the point were we to say that it is necessary for the purpose of this history that the events happening in certain spaces of time should be chronicled only with more fleeting pen and without the exactness with which we have sometimes portrayed the course of events with which we are concerned. From this time forward, from his first visit, the possession of Vernwood by Bertram, Gaunce and his residence there rather than as some event in far-off future as if it were in perspective, seemed more to assume the likeness of accomplished fact. His was not now the life of the wandering homeless adventurer, fighting almost against hope for the maintenance or the recovery of his rights, but rather that of the proven descendant of Lawrence and Hubert Gaunce, almost within possession of his own. Almost his was as the homecoming of the heir, but it was not in any respect the desire of the newcomer to displace or disturb the declining years of the aged lifelong tenant of Vernwood. And now, rather than as owner, Bertram loitered at Vernwood as only a guest, for in fact as yet that shrewd man, Mr. Lumley, had not completed those somewhat protracted formalities which were deemed necessary in the exacting eye of the English law, and until they were completed, Bertram Gaunce could not congratulate himself on being quite monarch of all he surveyed, on being the man in possession, pure et simple. He had set foot in England, if not an absolutely penniless, yet not rich man, as we have already said, and impetuous adventurers cannot become possessors in fee simple of valuable estates without any trouble at all, or as a rule without litigation enough to unhinge an ordinary mind. But these little monetary difficulties were such in this case that the astute metropolitan solicitors Wyndham and Lumley pretty clearly saw their way through. Gentlemen reared and trained and schooled in the law have a knack of seeing their way through, nay, of overcoming such obstacles, while other and commoner and more simple-minded mortals lay floored, helplessly floundering, and in nautical phrase, upon their beam ends. In this transitional state were affairs when one day, as Bertram was lounging in the library, where he had become a sort of guest at pleasure of Captain and Marjorie Gillingham, and to the latter of whom the society of the young American claimant seemed in no way distasteful, a letter was handed to him which bore a London postmark and was inscribed in that unmistakable style of calligraphy, externally which admitted of no doubt in the recipient's mind that its place of emanation and origin was Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's office. Bertram broke the seal and read, "So Lumley was squared Parkfield," he said thoughtfully as he glanced rapidly through the plain, legible clerically calligraphy in which was inscribed in that concise and definite style, peculiar to the epistles by which the profession instruct their recipients on the details of law. Now Parkfield was, or speaking more exactly, the name of Parkfield represented the largest of the remaining charges on the Vernwood lands, which up to now had not been absolutely or actually within Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley's control and the importance of Bertram's communication as to squaring Parkfield will be appreciated fully by the intelligent, as it will be seen that it meant the breaking down of the last of the many bulwarks and perplexities which stood between Bertram Gaunce and the practically final substantiation of his claim, the attainment of his rights. Perhaps not unnaturally, it was with an exultant tone that Bertram unthinkingly gave expression to his thoughts. But the gray-haired old man who sat opposite to him read the Times, laid down its broad sheet with deep, long-drawn respiration. It was a respiration which could not be called anything less heartfelt or less ominous than a groan. Bertram Gaunce glanced across the room at his aged, white-haired host with very much surprise, for a groan implies a pain, deep sorrow of heart or regret, and these were sentiments which the young American, under the circumstances, could be hardly expected to share or to feel. "And they will have us turn out of the old house," he murmured, almost querulously, apparently as much addressed to himself in soliloquy as to either Bertram or his own daughter, Marjorie, who sat near him. "Why, who wants? Who will ever want you to turn out of the old home?" asked Bertram. After a long pause, Captain Gillingham turned to his paper in a peevish, discontented mood, and after the manner of some old men, from his boldest leader down to the fluctuations of the most insignificant stock on the exchange, continued item by item to wade slowly and laboriously through the weighty matter of the leading journal from end to end. Marjorie's busy fingers flew deftly but nervously through the mazy toils of some shadowy woolwork on which she was engaged as she sat watching his every mood by her father's side. "Then how are we to stay here?" at length, fretfully resumed the old man, "if the house is to be turned inside out and everything to be turned upside down?" Once more he laid aside his Times. "The house is not to be turned inside out," Bertram replied, "or upside down." Beating with his foot with an air of impatience on the floor, the pettish old man once more relapsed into thought, or into what is called a brown study. "If I live here on the estate, what is to prevent my occupying the dower house?" asked Bertram. "The other day, as I passed there in my rambles, I saw that the house was void. In fact, it looks as if on the verge of tumbling down." This suggestion seemed to impart to Captain Gillingham a new light on to the position of affairs. On a wide rocky plateau or cleft on the side of one of the successive and wooded hills which was the leading natural features of Vernwood, in fact, that feature which above all went to make up its natural beauty, some past or forgotten owner had taken advantage of what, from its unique surroundings, was a site of unequaled beauty for the erection of a cottage now known as the dower house. Whatever might have been the purpose of its originator, from whatever it might have derived the appellation by which it is known, the dower house or dower cottage of Vernwood had from time to time been used as a subsidiary abode or convenience to the great house, or from time to time, sooner than be allowed to lapse into the state of dilapidation into which the unused residences commonly fall, had been occupied by some servant of the estate, or from time to time again it had remained void. It was in this condition that it had been observed by the new claimant in his wanderings of inspection over his newly acquired estate. With its well-planned and well-tended gardens, its vineries, its stable accommodation, its domestic offices, the Vernwood Dower House possessed all the accessories and adaptability of separate and independent residence, a dwelling as distinct from the household of Vernwood Mansion as if it had been another abode. What might have been the purpose for which it had been by its original builder intended was not clearly known, but like other portions of Vernwood, it had shared and survived the many vicissitudes of fortune and of time which, with the successive generations of those who had occupied it, had overtaken and been the lot in history of the estate. It was of this, then, that Bertram was thinking when he spoke to Captain Gillingham of the Dower House in the event of his finally establishing his title to the property as his own. And so it came to pass within some few months of this that the Dower House passed into the hands of a small army of painters and decorators and those other refurbishers whose function it is to reanimate and by their touches to revive the smile of beauty onto the prosaical side of life, to make a wicked and ordinary world as near an approach to fairydom as with the contamination near it of fallen and erring humanity. It is possible by human hands, aided by human intelligence, to accomplish or assume. Possessed of all its own natural advantages, the surroundings of the Dower House became, under Bertram Gonault's directions, metamorphosed as under the magic spell and influence of some of necromancer's wand. Lawns and gardens which had relapsed almost into primeval exuberance of overgrowth were tamed by culture and horticultural art. Architectural ornamentation now stood where ruin and decay had once scarce left together stone on stone, while its interior, by the introduction of those embellishments which wealth and art and taste can accomplish, became transformed into the likeness of the tiny garden palace of some fabled potentate of Eastern lore. Fairly resident on his own property and impelled by the American spirit of enterprise, which he had caught from his origin with the feverish energy of that adventurous land, Bertram Gonault's activity in his affairs became incessant and intense. The luxuriance of his southern habits notwithstanding, if all the traditions of his house were not revived, if all the rude splendors of an historic ancestry should not be outshone by the more costly, more splendid, more refined, more artistic developments of modern culture, the fault should not be Bertram Gonault's. So Bertram mentally resolved. That which had, as we have said, been overlooked or forgotten by the overreaching rapacity of those harpies whose talons had become embedded in Vernwood, the new owner saw and appreciated and valued at its fullest importance and force. Machinery, powerful in construction, almost weird in aspect, arrived and was set up on the distant outlying lands of the estate. At every turn were met men rugged of aspect of exteriors, unkempt with horny hands, and burly bearded men, rough and loud in talk, men who are the sinew and marrow of our world, whose lives are half spent in the bowels of the earth, grubbing in darkness for its greatest light, digging and delving that those above them may luxuriate in the fruits of their toil, digging and delving that others may spend, digging and delving that others may enjoy, digging and delving that others may grasp, and appropriate and lavish and squander and scatter the riches of the earth which their sinew and muscle and hardihood and even their lives secure. Barren-looking moors, which his forefathers would have bartered away as worthless to pay the pressing claims of exorbitant mortgages, Bertram Gonault converted into a multiplication and a roiling over and over of wealth, that which others had made only to minister to their extravagance and dissipation. Bertram converted into mines of gold. With the ebon-visaged boy Jules Massey ever attendant on him, the successful claimant had settled down into the domestic life of the dower house, which had become beautiful by almost all that makes life desirable and beautiful to enjoy, nor was the current of life at the larger mansion in any degree changed, except that the ever-furrowing, ever-wrinkling hand of time left deeper and deeper year by year its trail of age upon Captain Gillingham's brow, bending still lower that aging form, weakening still that tottering tread, causing tremor to that palsied hand. But simultaneously with the declining days of the old man's life, simultaneously with his growing infirmities and puerilities of old age, which Bertram ever went out of his way to indulge, to mitigate, and to endure, another and a brighter sun arose, diffusing its rays over Bertram's life brighter and brighter, shedding a benign and softening influence as the unfolding of Marjorie Gillingham's ripening charms, ever spreading and maturing into a perfect womanhood, cast an energizing influence over his actions and infused a purifying and controlling and softening power into his life. With that natural yearning and entwining which springs indigenous from true womanhood, like the tendrils of some entwining plants, stretch forth their arms and yearn for the communion of another self, Marjorie Gillingham's heart went forth towards the stronger support of Bertram Gaunce. No clandestine liaison seemed this, but one of those God-sent, heaven-made unions of heart which omen felicitously for both happiness in this world and perhaps happiness and a still greater, longer, and more unbroken and enduring union, a purer joy in some far-off, unconceived world of beauty and undreamed of joy to come, as in some other life than our poor earth-pent souls can imagine or conceive, a felicity that we dare scarcely admit even into our thoughts, such is heaven and such is love. Who among men can draw the subtle distinction between perfect heaven and perfect love? Is not the one that here upon earth a foretaste or like some faint foreshadowing of what the other is in heaven? It was something of this like upon which the old father of Marjorie Gillingham smiled, as with halting tread and labored breath he tottered onward step by step along an easy descent of life towards the common end, the common accomplishments of all men. For this narrative it would be superfluous, it would be idle to mince matters. There is no object but to admit that as Marjorie Gillingham's heart went forth in all its power, so there is no need to admit other than that Bertram Gaunce loved Marjorie Gillingham with a passionate love, a love it seemed too sweet, too precious, too pure, too beautiful, either to be broken in upon, a thing too scared either to be broken or to last. The passionate love of those two young hearts, each to each of the inestimable worth of countless worlds. I know how poor is language when we come to tell of the deepest phrases of even human love, for what pen or tongue or measure can span its length, its breadth, its depth, its height, when it soars as high as heaven, is high as wide as countless worlds, as deep as 1,000 seas, whose floors are dotted with pearls as uncountable as the sand grains which fringe the endless reaches of their shores. Who shall presume to intrude upon the hallowed sacredness of such a love? End of section 6. Read by David Ewen.
Section 7 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrei Florea. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 7. Shadowing Gloom. The long, long shadows of the tall forest trees were falling longer and longer still, Athwart the closely shaven lawn, which in graceful undulations spread out like a carpet before the whole lawn or garden front, or what was called the south garden front of Vernwood Mansion, which as yet was Captain and Marjorie Gillingham's beautiful home. It was growing late on a summer's, one of our typical English summers, afternoon. The forms of the tall poplars, the majestic elms, the old gnarly oaks, with here and there the darker shadowy purple leaves of the copper beeches, or here and there the ever tremorous foliage of the asp, threw wider and wider their still lengthening shadows, as lower and lower the declining sun sank, deeper and deeper down over the wooded horizon of the west. Over the old brown stone facade of the mansion, the sculpture upon which was but sparsely ornate, the tendrils of an aged wisteria tree, with its still luxurious abundance of graceful leaves and multitudinous clusters of pendant, delicately hued flowers, were ever climbing and ever interlacing themselves like some cunningly contrived network, wrought and entangled and knotted and interwoven by nature's most deft and dexterous hand. If such were needed, if such were possible, it seemed to add and impart still more to Vernwood of that magic aspect of home. Every available door and window had been thrown widely open, that the interior might benefit from each stray breath of the warm and health-giving summer breeze, while three persons well known to us through the medium of the foregoing chapters seemed to be reclining or lounging idly, where they could most imbibe and most luxuriate in the balm and blessing of nature to the full. Quite a little group of indoor chattels, consisting of odd, occasional tables upon which were still scattered the remains and utensils of what fashion is pleased to term 5 o'clock tea, lounging chairs of exquisite beauty and curious make, and other household effects from within, had been carried out and accumulated, and stood or lay scattered here and there in the most elegant and unpremeditated confusion, over several square yards of the bright green sward. Two of the three personalities best known to us, namely Marjorie Gillingham and Bertram Gaunce, were reclining at an easy talking distance, the one from the other on lounging chairs, if chairs they were worthy to be called, of that cunning handicraft and subtle mechanism into which had been introduced the principles of engineering as if constructed by some heathen Chinese or other intellects schooled in mysterious combinations and forms. For surely no consistent Christian brain could have conceived furniture of such marvelously and curiously barbaric designs. But as Marjorie Gillingham sat in one of these, surrounded by, I may say enveloped in, the voluminous clouds of her gauzy summer attire, decked out coyly here and there with ruddy bunching ribbon bows of brilliant hues, her young face radiant with the charm combined of excitement of the flush of healthfulness of exquisite natural beauty, which was hers, heightened and intensified by the overflow of happiness and the joyousness of youth. She looked like some picture, some fully colored painting almost, over which the artist had shed an inexpressible coloring of light, such a model at once of rustic and refined and perfect loveliness than an artist would have caught at were he in search of his ideal. Apart from the two younger members of this trio, on a seat which he had drawn up onto the broad flagstones of a terrace, a seat of a somewhat more civilized and less fantastical make and shape, sat the old man, Marjorie's father, isolated and alone, engaged in the dual occupation of reading a French novel and simultaneously doing what had of late become his solace, smoking a cigar. The day had been one of the hottest of English summer days. Around them, on every side, in the forest, in the water, in the air, There sported and sang and buzzed and splashed and caroled almost every form and every variety of British feathered and finny insect and aquatic life. Far and near the distant woods as well as adjacent shrubberies rang ever clamorously and unceasingly with the blithesome carols of innumerable birds. The warm, bright air seemed teeming even to vitality, with the motion and hum and buzz and whir of a myriad forms of insect life, while even the very waters beneath seemed to vie with the firmament above, and the air around with the splash and splatter and sportiveness of the scaled denizens of its translucent depths. All nature seemed to be alert and glad, full of gleefulness and full of joy. And yet, with all this universal overflowing restlessness, with all this intensity of life, all nature, how shall we reconcile the seeming contradiction, seemed to be at rest? With all its fullness, with all its overflow of the vital principle, with its amorous gleesomeness, there seemed to brood over the face of nature a holy calm. In every breeze that woke an echo in the woods, or shook a tremorous leaf upon a tree, there seemed to speak the voice divine that whispered, "Peace, be still." It was one of those summer days in which all nature seemed to be so full of life and love as to impart and infuse its power and influence into the human heart. For how, when all the denizens of nature around us lift up their hearts and voices in one unbroken strain of melody, how can the human heart resist the influence of nature and refuse to render back the echo of the universal song, the orison of love and praise and joyousness and glee? And seemingly, the two young lovers, as they sat there, for lovers, it would be idle to deny the fact, had Bertram Gonault and Marjorie Gillingham become, were infected by the influence of nature's universal strain. It was the burden of the old, old song that has to be again resung. It was the story of the old, old tale as old as the everlasting hills, which has to be again and again retold with an interest ever fresh and ever new. It was the tale of the youth and the maiden, which opens a new chapter and begins a new page with the beginning, the perfectionation, the opening of every fresh young life. For Marjorie Gillingham's heart was as fresh and pure and guileless and unfettered and free as the hearts of the birds which caroled around her beauteous and isolated woodland home. She had been reared and grown. She had come into womanhood, not under the deleterious influences of heated rooms, the artificial hotbeds of a, shall we say, unhealthy social life, but her mind and body both graceful and innocent and good, like as the petals of some bright flower, its beauties had matured and unfolded amid all the freshness and all the beauty, all the health-giving influences, all the wild romance of her perfect Anglo-Welsh home, surrounded daily and hourly by the humming of insects, the splashing of waters, the songs of gladsome birds, the falling of autumnal leaves, and the budding and development of springtime flowers. And so it came to be that when the pale, handsome, but yet refined face and the graceful form of the young Bertram Gonault came to her, notwithstanding the Americanized curiosities of his talk, on which Marjorie often twitted him with satirical raillery, turning his guessing and calculating into jest. But I say notwithstanding this, the overflowing abundance of her young and unwooed heart had gone forth, and from her very soul she adored him with all the strength and passion and romance of her girlhood's first and earliest and most ardent love. Nay, all the surroundings of her and their lives seemed to fan and augment the flame. There were long rambles together in the woods. There were long, listless, lazy afternoons, dallied away upon the lawn, For Bertram, although he never for an hour neglected the affairs of his newly acquired estate, attended to and got them mostly through in the earlier hours of the day. Then there were drives or horseback rides to distant villages and towns, and then they paddled together and loitered in the toy skiff, or lingered by the tall beds of reeds, or toyed and trifled with the water lilies, as the tiny boat rested upon the bosom of the broad lakelet which bounded the lawn, or laughed as they startled some timid waterfowl from its reedy lair. It was a round of life for the two younger, which the elder of the trio looked upon with no disapprobatory eye. It was a round of life which seemed to pacify and soothe the peevish, querulous inclination of the declining years of the old man's life. For Marjorie, he now seemed to see a future, for did he not love her with the deepest of a father's love? Now there was a ready hand and a strong arm waiting to protect his child when his own weakening arm should be forever gone, when the few remaining years that in the course of nature he might count upon had all been told. Was not Marjorie the child of his age? Was not she the repetition, the counterpart of one on whom he had once doted, on whom he had lavished his unbounded love, and of one who perhaps had been taken from him even because he worshipped her, even because, in his eyes, she was the very goddess on whom his life had spent all its strength and his devotion, all its worship, before whom he knelt, and to whom he paid the meed of devotion and adoration which he had given to her even before his true and very God. It is such idols as these that death shatters with ruthless hand, and wrenches with cruel relentlessness from their throne in the human heart. And terrible, when we have to bear it, is the agony of dissolution. True, Marjorie would have wealth, her own wealth. She was his only child too, and all that now was his would soon be hers. But what consolation was that to him? Did it not lay her even more dangerously at the mercy of a designing world? So had run the old man's thoughts, such had been his fears. But now all that was changed. There was a hand and an arm strong above her, an arm stronger and more abiding than his own. Not only so, but Marjorie's would still be the old home, the home in which together had passed so many, many years of the father's and daughter's life, the home where she had grown to womanhood, the home where she had romped and played and rambled as a child. Such were the old man's dreams. But how cruel and thoughtless often seems to us the hand of fate. How inscrutable are its decrees. As inscrutable they seem to us as the visage of the Sphinx, which through countless generations, ever with unchanging and stony aspect, smiles almost mockingly at the vicissitudes of men. As the two lovers sat there, the day had faded almost into night. Around them, one by one, the sounds of day, for the sun had gone down, had subsided into rest, and the evening shadows were fast closing over the woodland scene. Away, high up in the mighty elms, the cawing of the rooks had ceased, and across the blackthorn and the low-lying bramble bushes, the blackbird's notes were no longer to be heard, while in the holly brake the thrush had trilled her latest evensong. But now and again a nightingale with intermittent floods of richest melody awoke the stillness of some secluded glen. Above their heads, here and there, from within the darkening canopy of heaven, the stars blinked shyly out of the profundity of illimitable blue, while the light mists arising from the meadows beneath veiled the bosom of the water in a half-transparent haze, from out of which the splashing rise of the spotted-sided trout or silvery grayling might be heard, or the gentle twitter of some night warbler among the sedge or reeds, or, with jerky motion, the moorhen piloted her fluffy brood across the stream. Far away among the tall grass, down by the course of the river, with mechanic uniformity of sound, the monotonous scraping of the land rail fell continuously and gratingly, nay, almost harshly, upon the ear. Surrounded by all these sounds of the closing night, Bertram still loitered and hovered about that presence, near which his love tempted him to linger, though from which his prudence prompted him to depart. Somehow they seemed to be alone, for the old man, apparently mindful of the adage about 2 being company and 3 being none, had disappeared. And there seemed to steal over the 2 souls that happiness which neither could have told in words, and which neither needed that the other should have words to tell. Bertram took in his the fair white hand which lay passively and unrestingly at Marjorie's side, but articulate speech seemed to them then an utterly superfluous, an utterly unnecessary power. Why was language given to mortals when they themselves each to each were all in all? When without the utterance of words, those too often hollow, deceitful, formal conventionalities of thought, they, those 2 lovers heart to heart, alone, spoke with an impassioned eloquence which Demosthenes himself had never reached in his highest flights of words. With tender solicitude, Bertram arranged a woolen cloud above her shoulders, and then simultaneously, as if by the action of one heart and one mind, the 2 arose from their seats. "I will go with you as far as the bridge, love," said Marjorie. They seemed to be for a long time the first words that she spoke. But he protested. Although he in heart desired it above all things, yet he would have her go direct indoors. He pleaded the night air. Then he pleaded the damp grass. Then there was a pretty little tiff, one of your petty lovers' quarrels in which woman is wont to have her way, and he, with his strong arm, drew her closely to him, and it would have been hard to tell in which of those 2 beings there was most of the child, whether in her, with her weak, trusting, childish womanhood, so weak and yet so strong in her very weakness, so very strong, or in him, with his strong manhood so gentled by the strength of her weak womanhood, so subdued. The wide lawn upon which they had been sitting was bounded by the river which ran through the grounds, almost parallel with the south garden front of the mansion. It was a river widening in places almost to the broadness of a tiny lake or lakelet. Hence, in referring to it, we have often in these pages used that word. The stream at its narrowest part was spanned by a marble bridge of Ionic design, over which a path led from the lawn, thence up a winding hilly road among the trees, to the dower house, now Bertram's home. The 2 lovers walked slowly in the direction of the Ionic bridge. "And so I won't go any farther than that," said Marjorie playfully. "And so she has a will of her own." He laughed almost jestingly. Then, suddenly a shadow seemed to come over her. It seemed like some dark wave of sadness which clouded the habitual happy sunny tenor of her life. "Bertram," she said suddenly. There seemed almost a determination in her tone as she spoke. "Bertram, how long is this to last? How long may we trifle thus with love?" "My love, my darling, your time is mine," he answered. "There is no earthly reason why we should not be man and wife. Man and wife made one, united in the sight of man and by the will of God." Just then they reached the Ionic bridge. She looked up into his face. It seemed, as she nestled more closely to him, a look of ineffable love. There was one long ardent embrace as they said, "Good night," and the next minute she was gone. Gone! And, as Bertram lingered a minute, gazing after the tripping fairy form, and then, as he turned away and walked slowly up the hill, the shadows fell around him. The shadows fell around him. Yeah, the shadows fell around him. Verily, how darkly can the shadows fall. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrei Florea. The Heirloom by Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 8. The Broken Spell. How transient are the gilded hopes, how deceptive and passing are the brightest promises with which we are often beguiled by the elusive semblances and pretenses of this world. How often and how surely fallacious and misleading are what we think and what we call the certainties, upon which we are tempted and deluded by a false confidence to build our fondest hopes, to take as the very foundations, the very cornerstones of the happiness of our lives. When we view it with the calm and dispassionate eye of experience and of wisdom, we can but perceive the limited scope of the circumvision of man. We can but perceive that we wander in a vale of darkness and of tears, in which our eyes are blinded, our steps are prone to wander, our feet may err and stumble for lack of light. Then let us thank heaven that there has been shed across the gloom and darkness, across the religious and mental moral blindness of our race, the bright illumination of a diviner light. Given that we only subdue our pride and submit our steps to its guidance, we may survey with passive eye the tumults and disquietudes of those who become wrecked in an ocean of perplexities and stranded on the sands of doubt. These may be no pages wherein to moralize or philosophize, but when the circumstances of a life have to be written down, when its lights and shadows have to be traced out, when its sorrows and its brightnesses have to be portrayed, to be chronicled in the verbal coloring in the way in which it is the peculiar function of the novelist to perform, the writer can but become impressed with, he can but endeavor to impart, with unskilled and prentice hand though it may be, certain of the cardinal truths which arise before him, and force themselves into prominence in his mind, and like landmarks with no uncertain significance, stand out from the depths of life like beacons looming over some dark sea, set forth too obvious to be disregarded, too bright and heaven-sent to be set at naught, too applicable to all men to be misunderstood, and fool is he whose self-reliance and conceit prompts him to neglect their warning lights. Life's lessons and life's teachings come to us oft in the guise of hard, incontrovertible facts, truths hard for us to digest, nevertheless needful for us to know. But the teaching of life's mill which grinds so small, so very small, was a schooling which the young man whose energy and thoroughness had substantiated his claim, had re-established his paternal and ancestral rights, and whose authority was felt over the beautiful domain of Vernwood, had yet to undergo. That out of the bright and silvern sky may burst a deluge, which may engulf a life, was what Bertram Gonault had to learn. Life's lesson was to be impressed upon him, as if with a hand of iron, in words of fire, in characters of blood, to wreck his life, to destroy his body, perhaps to wreck and cast away his very soul. As the heir of Vernwood awoke from his pillow on the day following that long afternoon, its pleasant recollection came rushing into his mind. I write pleasant, but that is not the word. But I write it because in the language in which I am writing, in the vocabulary upon which I am drawing, there is not to be found, there has not been set down the word which tells adequately and fully the length and breadth and depth and height of those two hearts as love. As young Bertram Gonault awoke, as he unclosed his eyes from sleep, as he looked around him on the light of another day, as there rushed in at the floodgates of his memory the earliest morning tide of rational or irrational thought, he seemed to awake, to open his eyes, to look around him onto another and a different existence, onto what in his eyes was as another, and almost like unto a golden world, a world from which very much of what is life as we live life, all that is prosaic, all that is commonplace, had been eliminated and dispelled, banished as it were to some other sphere, and in its stead had arisen a world, gilded, brightened, glorified by a transcendent light, a life in which the turn of some marvelous kaleidoscope had changed, and retinged for him the hue and coloring of all things, changed the aspect of life as if by the magic influence of some necromantic spell, as if there had been shed over it the potent influences of some magician's wand. And yet, it was not that nature around him was changed. No, still the flowers bloomed, the winds sighed, the sun arose and sank in the heavens gloriously, and gave to man and beast and earth and trees and woods and skies and flowers his heat and beneficence and light. The birds caroled, the squirrels played, the waters in the rivulets sparkled, danced and sang. All nature laughed around him as of yore, but the spell and influence was one that had fallen over Bertram Gaunce's life. In his eyes, the dower house was a fairy home, and yet it was not that was changed. For him each dewdrop was a crystal gem, and yet the dewdrops were but water distilled to perfect purity by the hand of God. For him each modest, blushing flower seemed a drooping pearl, and into all the prosaic trivialities of life was reflected what seemed the brightness of another sphere. Thus, it had come to pass that one woman's love and presence had shed a more than natural brightness, an almost more than terrestrial radiance over the young Bertram Gaunce's life. He submitted himself as usual to the assiduous personal attentions of the young Jules Massey as his body servant, but in a dreamy, abstracted, preoccupied mood. He seemed almost too lost to himself to view the world about him with his usual eyes. The world of his affairs for once seemed to his imagination dwarfed into insignificance, or rather, even to drop altogether out of his life. There seemed to be about him, to be ever hovering by him, a bright, visionary presence which he could only see with unearthly eyes. Having completed his toilet, Bertram dallied through the first meal of his day in the same absent-minded abstraction of thought, rather than eating, rather than its being any attempt at the recuperation of his physical life. It was a mere toying, a mere trifling with food. And then, having loitered about his home, doing some 20 things in general, and on the whole accomplishing nothing at all, he sallied forth. Again the summer morn was bursting forth with all its freshness and all its fullness of vernal life. There was the ever-sparkling ripple of the bright and laughing waters. There was the ever-dancing sunshine as it played and smiled amid the thick canopies of leaves. There was again the blithe and rapturous carol of the birds. There was the glad, bright freedom of the breezes, as they seemed to sport along the hillsides, or play hide-and-seek between the trees, across the ethereal blue, in a firmament that seemed to have the brightness of heaven in Bertram's eyes. There floated great, broken fragments of sunlit clouds. His abstractness notwithstanding, Bertram, lost lover that he was, saw and listened to and drank into his very soul of the overflowing cup of nature which seemed around him to be brimming over with the flood of life. More than it had ever done before, it seemed to fill his heart with its overflow of gladness, to infuse into his being all love and peace, to permeate his spirit with the very breath of life. Slowly he sauntered under the bright green archways of the overhanging trees, adown the hilly road. All thought of any decided or definite purpose seemed absent from him, for all consideration of his affairs, for the improvement of his marital state seemed, for once, to drop out of his life, as a state of things unworthy of thought. One controlling influence seemed to pervade and permeate his life. One passion and one thought alone seemed to possess him. Here and there, as he wandered down the road, enclosed on either hand by the thick woods, Scraps of the surrounding landscape were visible through the breaks and openings between the trees. At one point of vantage, from a turn in the road, the mansion with its surrounding and adjacent lawns and pleasances came into view, nestling peacefully, almost lovingly it seemed, in the valley beneath, while sweeping broadly past it and following down the valley amid the winding tortuosities of the hills. Dancing in the morning sunlight, there flowed the bright and sparkling reaches of the stream. For a few minutes the young man lingered. He seemed arrested, fixed to the spot, by the fairy, picture-like beauty of the view. It was like one of Turner's masterpieces. It seemed to be infused by supernal, a preternatural beauty. There seemed to brood upon the landscape a warm, bright, but unnatural glow. Some peculiar atmospheric condition seemed to shorten, almost as if to cut off distances, like is sometimes the state of the atmosphere before a storm, to bring things unnaturally near, as it were almost to annihilate intervening space. Bertram was arrested by the coup d'etat, and his own frame of mind rendered him peculiarly susceptible of fascination. But then, as he gazed, as if to heighten and intensify the fascination in his eyes, that the landscape might not lack the figure which an artist would have painted into it to give it life, he could see in the distance, wandering slowly, pensively it seemed, about the lawns, the figure of the reigning divinity of his being, the supreme goddess of his world, Marjorie. His pulses seemed to throb more quickly at the sight. Through the far-off, intervening distance, through the glorified, sunlit morning haze, the valley called to mind some classic vale, and its divinity looked like the realization of Homeric verse. The lover quickened his pace along down the steep road, until, right on the Ionic marble bridge, which extending from the lawns, spanned here one of the narrower reaches of the streams, at the same place where so lovingly, so regretfully, so tenderly they had parted the night before, Bertram and Marjorie again met. He hastened forward to meet her. With his lover's ardor, his first impulse was to clasp her to himself, but a strange something in her manner seemed to restrain him and keep him impetuously at bay. It was not that she was cold to him, not that she was even constrained. No, but one glance of his quick, sharp lover's eye told him of a cloud. She looked not one whit less fresh, not one whit less lovely, not one whit less loving than the day before. No, but there was an overshadowing which even he, even her lover, could not fathom or understand. As she stood on the bridge waiting his approach, something that looked like a letter, caught by the fresh morning breeze as it rose from the surface of the water, fluttered to and fro in her hand. And then she stepped a few paces quickly towards him.
"Bertram, dear, I must go to London."
Hardly stopping to acknowledge his salute or return the pressure of his hand, were the first words she spoke. "To London, love?" he ejaculated with unfeigned surprise. It seemed so uncommon an event for her, whose entire life and love seemed to be always so confined, so completely centered in her beautiful rural home.
"Yes, to London, Bertie dear. I must go. St. Clair must be dying. Look at that."
She held up to him between her thumb and finger a small plain diamond ring, through which was tied a knot of narrow pearly ribbon. Merely a simple plain circlet of gold was it, in which was set one tiny pure brilliant stone.
"Yes, I gave her that long, long ago. Years ago. Yes, Bert, love, before I ever saw, or heard, or thought of you, when I and Alice St. Clair were schoolgirls together. We were fast friends then, dear. That is, you know, fast friends as girls are friends when they are at school. Poor Alice! She was a devotee, a religieuse, and there was some great sin upon her conscience, some great weight upon her mind, that she would not tell even to me, her bosom friend. And so we parted vowing lifelong friendship as schoolgirls part. I gave her that, and she said she would treasure it as a token, a keepsake, a treasure, but that I must never expect or hope to see her or it again until we met in heaven, or unless I came to her when dying, dying under the torture of an unconfessed or unrequited sin. In that case, if I receive back my token, she made me vow to hasten with all speed to her side. And so I vowed. And here is the token come back to me again." "Poor child," mused Marjorie, as resting on her lover's arm, she gazed thoughtfully and musingly, very sadly, down over the marble balustrade of the bridge into the water beneath. "Poor silly child. We parted as school friends, and she had sworn to abjure the world and give herself to God. I believe she joined some sisterhood. She renounced the world, although she was rich and beautiful. She was clever and accomplished, too, and might have had the world at her feet."
Evidently a weight, a burthen of intense, deep, plaintive sadness, a sadness greater than she expressed, bowed Marjorie's spirit down at the revival of a girlhood's memory, resuscitated out of an almost forgotten past. Bertram was puzzled and perplexed. Amid all their confidences, what Marjorie had just told him opened out a new chapter of her life, which she had never till then shown or revealed even to him. Not that he believed that the episode had been intentionally withheld from him. No, it could not have been that. It must have been the sudden revival of a recollection which must have faded and passed, as it were, even out of Marjorie's own life, the love and friendship of a girlhood eclipsed by, absorbed into the deeper and stronger love of womanhood, just as the sickly and imperfect beams of our weak, puny, artificial modes of illumination are eclipsed and overpowered, and absorbed in the glorious advent and the incomparable refulgence of the rising sun. Marjorie's lover had enough of intuition in him to know that it would be as easy to divert the course of the broad, limpid stream which flowed beneath them with its silvery flow as to turn a fully determined woman from the fulfillment of her plighted vow, on the accomplishment of which she was fully bent. So the next best thing he believed he could do was to aid her in rendering its accomplishment easy and safe. "Then I will go with you to London," he said, "if it must be so."
"No, Bertie, you will not. I shall go alone."
There was no hesitancy, no half-measures, no compromise, but only a stubborn, determined woman's unreasoning, unbendable willfulness in her tone. She was in one of those feminine moods that was not to be driven, not to be guided, not to be led, but only determined to go blindly forward to what she believed to be the accomplishment of her intentions, the fulfillment of her vow.
"No, Bertie,"
she repeated in a decided tone.
"You cannot go. I have ordered the carriage to be ready at 2:00 for F to meet the train, and you can go with me as far as there. That is all."
Then the two walked slowly towards the house, she leaning on his arm. In the library there was a scene with the old man, her father, which it is needless that we should recount, but woman had her way. At 2:00 that day, Captain Gillingham's carriage rolled away from Vernwood. Although the summer had passed its prime, all nature around echoed with its sweetest music, and had decked itself in its loveliest garb of green, as those two lovers rolled through some of the loveliest scenery of the English shires. But an unwanted silence, an unwanted sadness seemed to hang over them, full as their hearts might be the one to the other. All in all, the music of nature which rang in the outer world seemed to lack all responsive echoes in their hearts. Again and again did Bertram essay, by joke or repartee or conversational arts, to disperse and dispel the overhanging sadness, and to lay the demon of pervading gloom. But bright and free and joyous as was every item of surrounding life, those two hearts were overhung by an impenetrable cloud. An hour's drive brought them to the town of F, and with the usual errands, the usual obsequious attention accorded in an English country town to the occupants of a carriage drawn by a pair, and then the usual bustle, and the usual confusion, and the usual adieus, and Marjorie Gillingham, all in all, worlds upon worlds as she was to her lover, became otherwise no more than one out of the thousands of passengers which daily mingle in one or other of the great rivers of human traffic, which all converge and all lead from one way or another, for rougher or for smoother, for better or for worse, into the great central ocean of metropolitan life, in which are swamped and buried or lost the hopes and longings of so many lives. Lives which have departed on their voyage pennoned with so many high ambitions and so many gilded hopes, no more to be realized than the deceptive mirage of the desert proves to the thirsting traveler to be a health and life-giving sea. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrei, Florea. The Heirloom by Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 9. A Spirit Desolate. If, as they drove through those scenes of English rural beauty, there hung over those two lovers, over Marjorie Gillingham and the young Bertram Gaunce, the damping cloud of sadness, of pervading melancholy, what shall we say of Bertram Gaunce as to the blankness of spirit, as surrounded by the comfort and luxury that wealth could purchase, he lounged back in Captain Gillingham's luxurious barouche on his return. But how often, or how seldom, does luxury, like the pure metal unalloyed, as rare as the rose that has no thorn, go hand in hand with complete content? Notwithstanding that Bertram saw, or might and should have looked upon, admired with thankfulness of heart, appreciated all the beauties of an abounding nature around him, notwithstanding that he passed over the face of an earth which had given up to him of its wealth, for his delectation and enjoyment beyond his expectation, beyond his hopes, beyond the wildest fantasies of his most avaricious dreams. Notwithstanding that he luxuriated in all the comforts and enjoyments which that wealth brought with it, Bertram Gaunce felt that all the brightness, all the joyousness, all the warmth had gone out of his life. Alighting at Vernwood, it seemed almost as if he stepped into a world bereft of its sun. He encountered the old man moping about in social solitude, if I may use so seemingly incongruous a phrase, in a lost and dejected mood. Not till then had the passion-stricken lover comprehended how much the daughter's presence had infused warmth and happiness and cherishment and its measure of content into the aged father's life. Not till then had he known so fully how ruthless he had been in stealing from the father the fullness of the daughter's love. Then, in hopes that the dark tide of his thoughts might be diverted, that the blank in his life might be in some measure forgotten, the heir of Vernwood threw himself anew into the affairs of his regained inheritance. With the determination which was his characteristic, Bertram Gaunce tore himself away from all the luxurious surroundings and seductions, into which it seemed he had almost too easily fallen, of carpeted rooms, trifling teas, and those long, sunny summer afternoons, which long as they had been he remembered as now, alas, but all too short, basking in the smiles of beauty on the shadowy lawn, and plunged body and spirit into the business of his estate and the world of his affairs. Inspecting the premises and woods, ordering as to dilapidations which certainly needed his care, and superintending his mines, which seemed under the judicious management which had been set up, ever to be putting forth new and increased wealth and multiplying his store. Then again, after some days of incessant work, the relapse came, and with it the desire to frequent again the haunts rendered to him sacred by the sweetest memories of his love. Entering rather unexpectedly by the hall, Bertram found the old man, Captain Gillingham, standing before one of the old armored effigies, gazing up at its iron-bound visage, mumbling some disconnected ejaculations in complete absence. Almost it seemed in a kind of semi-imbecility of mind. Then, at the sudden appearance of Bertram, he shambled off into his room in a furtive, shuffling, evasive air, as if in a measure conscious of his own growing mental infirmity, which he desired to conceal. Then Bertram went where letters usually lay, for of course Marjorie, dropping the last and smallest crumb of comfort and solace into her lover's heart, had said laughingly that although she should be absent in the body, she would be present to her lover in the spirit, and she would do what all lovers do when they cannot kiss. She would write. And so one mail after another, Bertram waited and waited, but no letter came. At first, of course, he admitted. He allowed himself to believe in the usual remissness, in sickness, forgetfulness, counter-attractions, and the common causes of delay. But when a whole week had gone by and no communication came, the anxious lover began to think and conjecture all manner of possible and impossible things. Alone in the solitude of his bachelor quarters at the Dower House, he took out and ruminated thoughtfully over the sheet of paper which Marjorie, at their parting, had thrust into his hand. It was the same that she had displayed to him as having received from her friend, Alice St. Clair, and was stamped with an address near Eaton Square. The address was surmounted by a cross, and, in large handwriting across the otherwise unspoiled sheet, might have been said to be scratched, or scrawled rather than written. Besides the address, the one solitary word, come. Again, Bertram did what he had done 20 times before. He reproached himself for doing again and again. Why did he allow her to go to London alone? Then he recollected her self-willed obstinacy, and what could he have done? Marjorie was by no means a stranger to the metropolis. She had passed in one of the suburbs years and years of her collegial life. Its streets, its life, its ways were as familiar to her as her country home. As for old Captain Gillingham, he became more morose, more taciturn, and more obstinate day by day. Now Bertram would catch sight of him peering out through the conservatory, as if he expected to see Marjorie come trippingly along the garden path, in her broad sun hat and the thin light drapery of her summer attire. Another time would he be standing with one foot on the lowest step of the broad old oaken stairs, near the armor-clad effigies and the carved oaken shields, listening attentively for a light, airy footfall along the landing or down the stairs, or the rustle of the more elaborate dinner dress, or merry echo of the joyous silvery girlish laugh which he seemed to expect to hear as he thought she was descending to the hall, all sounds which never came. And then, when she came not, he would turn away with a disappointed, dejected look upon his face, a look of longing, blank despair. On Bertram he seemed to glare with a kind of fierce, dark, angry, menacing glare, as if the loss or absence of his daughter was a sin that he laid to her lover's charge. More than once, with a peremptory military show of command, he ordered the carriage for Miss Marjorie's use. Then, when the servants, knowing full well his puerile childish weakness, which they did their best to humor and to show him their respect, would obey, he seemed lost, dazed, and apparently powerless to comprehend why she did not appear. Then suddenly, as a momentary flash of the old light seemed to illuminate his mind, he would exclaim, "Oh, yes, I forgot." Then, bracing himself up to a pitiable show of strength, he would struggle into his fur-lined driving coat, step in, and be driven away, alone, but very soon to return, for he seemed ever to dread separation, to cling only to the memories of the past and his beautiful home. As day after day brought no tidings or no letter from Marjorie, Bertram's wonderment and anxiety became ever more and more intense. Discuss the position of the affairs calmly with her father he could not. The old man's mind, it was evident to Bertram, evident to all about him, was becoming daily more and more unhinged. Then, when the lover could no longer endure the suspense, he rode off to the nearest telegraph station, some 10 miles from Vernwood, and dispatching a message to Marjorie at the address stamped on the paper she had given to him, prepared himself to await the result. He instructed the telegraph officials to retain any communication which might come for delivery at Vernwood, and waited hour after hour for some reply. At last, late in the afternoon, the reply came. Bertram's heart sank. His head felt dizzy. As he perused the 5 terse, ominous, ill-starred words, "Cannot be found. Not known." Bertram mused long over the message. Again he repeated it, first backwards, then forwards, as if that would alter its sense or relieve the whirling, chaotic confusion of his brain. Then he did what may seem was a childish, nay, a very weak and foolish thing. But men's, even strong men's hearts have odd and tender places. Hence they do often odd and unaccountable things. Bertram's strained feelings, overcoming the weakened boundaries which a stronger manhood would have imposed, broke down, and he gave vent to the agony of his soul in tears. Yes, hot, burning, childlike tears. It was one of those strange, unaccountable occurrences that are sometimes seen to happen, and sometimes happen to us in life, which no circumstances seem to account for, which no explanation seems to elucidate, which no amount of brain-racking seems to explain. Marjorie had had all that about her which could make life all that most men think desirable, and most women crave, what they slave for, what they scheme for, what they design for, that which they hope for in their fondest hopes, and that which they dream of in their most fantastic, most improbable dreams. Hers had been a life in which its everyday realities were the fulfillment of other women's and other girls' ideals. A father who would not allow money to stand between her and her every caprice, or every whim, or every desire. A home and surroundings of a romantic beauty beyond the realization of a dream, and now had come to her in the young and comely and wealthy heir of Vernwood, the lineal and proven descendant of generations of ancestors, whose serene and placid-visaged portraits, as daily she looked up at them, seemed to smile benignly down upon her from time-dimmed frames which hung along the galleries and corridors, and whose escutcheons she saw on every side blazoned in all the tinctures of heraldic art, on the glazed casements of her home, whose grim and armored effigies grasped their tall lances, and whose drooping bannerets hung like some modest and faded emblems of bygone prowess in the hall. At the feet of Marjorie Gillingham fortune seemed indeed to pour out all her bounties with unstinting and unfickle hand, and yet to the apprehensive mind of her lover it looked, as he read those 5 short words, as if she had vanished out of life. The place where the message came to him was the diocesan center and a cathedral city. Bertram, in order that his childish ebullition might be unseen, left the busier streets and sought the dim and more peaceful seclusion of the cloisters, where he might vent the first outpourings of his soul alone, and within the shadows of the venerable pile. To heal the broken-hearted, to calm the troubled spirit, to speak to the worn and weary soul the message of calm and restfulness and peace, such has ever been the Church's quest. Such has ever been the mission of religion in the world. As Bertram Gaunce stood, or wandered there in the holy calm of the summer eventide, as his poor racked spirit longed and yearned for a solace which it seemed beyond the power of the world to afford, from within the cathedral walls the tranquilizing music of the organ fell softly, sweetly on his ear. Through a narrow Gothic door very near him he entered the sacred fane. A gowned verger of benignant mien who stood within the portal seemed to invite him to devotion even without words. wonder overcoming grief. Never had the young American been so deeply impressed. Here, in one stupendous structure, reared and beautified by 1,000 generations, the past and present seemed to unite and to meet as one. Around him, the recumbent sculptures of mailed warriors rested on their time-worn marble tombs. Above him on the walls, he read the epitaphs of the great and good, whose names still lived, though they were dead. A few worshippers, some devoutly kneeling, others sitting pensively, were scattered irregularly about the nave of the stately fane. While the timely softening or swelling of the organ seemed alternately to exalt, to lift the soul to heaven, or to assuage its woes, now rolling forth like grand but subdued and distant thunder, now its soft sweet tremolo seeming to echo the music of 1,000 rills. Then, as the lengthening shadows of eventide began to fall, the last rays of the sun stole through the mullioned windows, reflecting the hues of the memorial colorings and bathing the interior in floods of many-colored light, till once again the organ swelled, and the vox humanum seemed to sing out like some ever-swelling tribute of angel song, then relapsing into the softest, sweetest pianissimo. The sweet, weird music seemed to lose its very self, to die away in the infinite and far, far distance of some other and unknown sphere. By the strange, weird influence of the music as it fell upon his troubled spirit in the closing day, by the near proximity around him of those grim, sculptured, mail-clad warriors recumbent on their time-worn marble tombs, as if by the power of some invisible, mysterious spell, Bertram felt as though enchained to the spot even when the latest shadow had fallen and the last echoes of diapason, tremolo, and vox humanum had died away. Throughout the vast and vaulted interior of the fane, there seemed to reign that holy and peaceful calm which his troubled spirit craved. One by one, the few scattered worshippers rose from their seats and filed past him down the aisle, until last of all 2 female figures, who had been kneeling near the lectern, arose, and they too came by him down the aisle. Both evidently young, they were similarly attired in the distinctive garb or uniform of some religious or charitable sisterhood, their weeds and thick, closely drawn veils being insufficient to conceal their youthful carriage, and the youthful, even girlish, contour of their forms. A strange fascination, a kind of strange, strong attraction which even he himself could not comprehend, seemed to affect the young man Bertram Gaunce as he watched the trim figures file demurely past him, and then out into the waning light of the summer evening they passed out of the glorious fane. Drawn by an influence notwithstanding himself, the young American rose from his seat and followed. He passed out into the cathedral close, but mysteriously as it appeared to him, the 2 fair worshippers were nowhere to be seen. For half an hour he loitered about the vicinity, but nothing transpired to reward his patience, to relieve his curiosity, or to compensate him for his zeal. That night, Bertram returned to Vernwood, but perhaps did we so desire, had we the space at disposal, it would be well to drop the veil before Bertram Gaunce's thoughts and hopes and fears for that night. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrei, Florea. The Heirloom by Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 10. Love's Labor Lost. The day following that on which Bertram Gaunce had dispatched and received the telegraphic message to and from London, or rather, it would be nearer the truth of the case to say, the day on which he failed to receive any tidings from London, such as he might have expected and desired, or the day on which the great blank had been made into a greater blank in his life, the evening of which he sat in the cathedral into the waning twilight, watching the setting sun's rays, as longer and longer they stole so silently through the tinted panes into the grand old fane, throwing their softly colored shadows across the tombs of those old, recumbent sculptured warriors, or kissing as if in adoration the brazen altar cross, or bathing the marble columns of the stately fabric in a flood of golden glory, or rested on the consecrated floor, his soul at once bowed down to the very earth in its agony, but lifted up, transported almost as if to heaven in the sweetness and grandeur of the organ's strains. It was on the day following this that, without approaching nearer than his own cottage to Vernwood Mansion, without imparting to any living human being either his destination, his intentions, his apprehensions, his hopes or his fears, Bertram left his home. It was late in the afternoon of that same day that he landed at the London terminus of the line of rail which conveys passengers from far-off country homes in many of the western English shires. The shadows of yet another day were just falling as he stepped from the train of railway cars into the great, weird hum and buzz of London life, a life, when we come to analyze it, so full of the joys and tears, of the ambitions and wrecks and triumphs of life. The English metropolis had subsided from the business of its working day, and after the customary hour or two of neutral time, when the great city had subsided from the activity of its day, and awakened with a like or almost intenser activity, into the more fervid energy and dissipation of its night. It was in those hours when the London world throws its usual energy neither into its work nor into its play, the 2 or 3 hours' subsidence into the mighty pulse of life, before society and aristocracy had begun to eat its dinners, and after mediocrity had drunk its teas. It was just about this time that Bertram stood alone, that is, as alone as a man can be, which is sometimes very much alone indeed, when surrounded by a bustling, hurrying, scurrying crowd, on the terminal platform of the said line of rail. With no greater delay than the exigencies of 19th century travel demand, he secured a vehicle and ordered the driver to put him down in any part of Eaton Square, and in a few minutes the vehicle was rattling rapidly through the stately West End London streets, which seemed to echo as if with the unwelcome intrusion of noisy wheels. Then, passing on quickly out across the Bayswater Road, then through the broad drives and avenues of Hyde Park, Jehu at length drew rein and came to a dead standstill somewhere near the middle of Eaton Square. There, Bertram Gaunce alighted, paid the man as liberally as, when circumstances admitted, he did everything else, and on foot continued his quest. 1 or 2 inquiries induced him to turn his face westward, and he kept on rapidly with quick, anxious, nervous steps till turning to his right, and again referring to the address which Marjorie had given him, he found himself at the junction of some 3 or 4 thoroughfares at the end of Chesham Street, near what is now known as Lisle Place. Almost like a sacred atmosphere, as of a superior race who could afford to dispense with any connection with the turmoil of busy life, seemed to reign around in the whole locality. Who, thought Bertram, could be the livers in those great houses? His heart throbbed. His hopes arose in expectancy. Was he so soon again to draw to him the lithe young form which he so wildly and yet so tenderly loved? Loved with a passion beyond the expression of words? Was Marjorie now even near him? Ah, poor lover! Again, aided by the dim gaslight in the gloaming, he read the street, the number, the house where she was to have gone, and then at last he felt sure he stood before the door. It was one of those high houses, of which there are thousands in the West End of London, which agents describe as suited to the requirements of a family of position, but devoid of all idea either of poetry, romance, or art. A great, plain, painted, many-window facade. All this cold plain want of ornamentation we need not linger to describe, but what sent an indescribable thrill, a kind of horror of disappointment through Bertram's mind, was that from almost every window in the house, the common ordinary black and white handbills stared him conspicuously in the face, telling, as plain as whisper in the ear, in Tom Hood's inimitable words, certainly not that the place was haunted, but that the house was to let and void. I said a painful thrill of horror ran through Bertram Gonault's mind. It was that, and it was more. It was a kind of wild, frenzied despair, a terrible dread, a confirming of his worst and darkest and most secret fears. The young man sprang up the broad stone steps to the door. Seizing the bell handle, pulled it with the energy of fading hope, almost with the energy of despair. The sonorous echoes came loudly back through the deserted rooms and passages with a hollow, empty, clanging sound, as if the abode was the hollow sepulchre, the empty charnel house. And it echoed the death knell of his fondest hopes, of his heart's desires. But, although he waited, no other response came. Then he turned and asked questions of one or two loungers and passers-by in the street. Some knew nothing. Others hurried on past him as if they knew and cared less. Others shook their heads, evidently knowing nothing at all. Then, with leisurely measured tread, a tall constable came by on duty on his round, and the young American, I say American because Bertram was still comparatively American or foreign to all the ins and outs of English life, addressed himself to him. "Sort of nunnery there last, I think," replied the tall, helmeted custodian of the peace, as he looked up the blank and uncleaned windows, giving no sign either of ornamentation or habitation or internal life, but only of emptiness and desolation. Then, as the shadows of night had now fallen, the constable turned his lamp full on to the bill, and read, "To be let, or the lease of this valuable mansion to be sold, apply to Messrs. Markham and Neville, number George Street, Westminster." And that was all the helmeted custodian could tell. So as there was nothing more that could be done that night, thanking the constable for his civility, Bertram, in dejected, dispirited, downcast mood, walked away. Of course, he was, to use slang, floored, baffled, speaking nautically, on his beam's end, completely at sea. He knew neither what to hope for or what to fear, and yet there seemed to pervade him an indescribable dread, a suspicion that his life's happiness was forever wrecked and shattered, that his idol had forever fallen, and notwithstanding the vast advantage he had won, that a dark shadow which neither wealth nor time could efface or dissipate or overcome might be settling, might indeed have already settled over the exceeding brightness of his life. Such is one of life's lessons that we have to learn. We are none of us safe, none of us exempt from the castigations of adversity. No, not one. We may plume ourselves, we may heap up riches and say, "I am strong." Then comes to us the trial that is greater than our greatest strength, and we have to succumb. The next day, Bertram was at the office of Messrs. Markham and Neville in George Street, Westminster, betimes on an errand of inquiry respecting the valuable town mansion, number Street, Eaton Square. He was received with all the courtesy and consideration due to an applicant and possible tenant of an occupation of the size of the house, number blank, Street, Eaton Square.
Yes, the price of the lease was £500, the rent £175 a year.
And Messrs. Markham and Neville, as agents for the property, were acting for the trustees of the Confraternity of the Holy Cross. Had the mansion been long vacant? Bertram asked.
No, sir, only about 2 weeks,
was the suave agent's reply.
For what purpose
Had it been used by the Confraternity of the Holy Cross? Well, the suave agent thought the order was a wealthy community, and they had used it as some kind of town refuge, merely as an offshoot, or an auxiliary branch to some larger establishment elsewhere. But for some reasons best known to themselves, they had altered or abandoned their original plans. That was what the suave agent had been informed, and that was all that he could tell.
I have never,
continued the agreeable agent, smiling almost sweetly as he said it,
I have never been admitted into the secret conclaves. I have never been initiated into the rites of the Confraternity of the Holy Cross, what their tenets, what their aims, what their raison d'etre. Those who have been initiated into its mysteries, and they alone know.
For he believed the confraternity was occult, nay, almost Jesuitical in its operations. The suave agent admitted only that he was a plain businessman, interested in doing his best both for his clients and himself, on business terms. This was all Bertram could ascertain, and so the interview came to an end, and the suave agent very politely bowed Bertram into the street. Following the counsel of Mr. Lumley, whose astuteness he had already found so much to his advantage, Bertram next found himself in a small office in a small rectangular court off Whitehall. Although surrounded by a wealth which it would tax the powers of an accomplished arithmetician to compute, although with an arrow's flight of precincts, not where merchants most do congregate, but where statesmen and ambassadors, princes, peers, and kings meet and assemble, discuss, and pass, and bow, yet the office where, following Mr. Lumley's suggestion and advice, Bertram Gaunce found himself, would probably not have commanded more than the unpretentious rent of £25 a year. How very unpretentious that must be. Those who have dealt in or contracted to pay metropolitan rents best know. Arrived here, Bertram, acting on the advice of Mr. Lumley, sat and poured out the overflowing cup of his woes into the sympathetic ear of one whose acquaintance as Dr. Sirius Wells we shall defer to a later stage of our tale. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrei, Florea. Chapter 11. Is He Mad? The bleak, autumnal winds blew wildly across the Vernwood hills. The summer, with all its warmth, with all its vitality, had gone. The harvest had been reaped, the sheaves had been carried, the golden store had been garnered in. In place of summer luster and autumnal sadness, an air of desolation rested upon the wind-stricken woods and fields. Here and there, except where the bright dark leaves of the holly shone in the weaker sunlight, or the clinging tendrils of the ivy festooned from the stronger trees, sere and yellow leaves hung onto their denuded parental branches as if for very life. Summer, we said, had died away, and there seemed to have departed from the soul of nature the overflowing breath of life. With the approaching signs of winter, there filled too the hearts of some whose histories and affairs intertwine so closely with our narrative, a desolation, the depths and darkness of which we cannot depict in words, For Vernwood, there seemed as if there had faded out of it the very sun of its life, as if there had come upon it a cloud, which quelled its gladness, overshadowed its brightness, neutralized its surpassing beauty, and enshrouded its daily existence as if in some funeral canopy of impenetrable gloom. Bertram Gaunce, who hitherto has most conspicuously figured in the foregoing chapters, became each day an altered man. To those who knew him best, it was plain that, notwithstanding his material prosperity, the desolation of his spirit was day by day undoing his physical frame. To those who regarded him, knew him as he had been, and now knew him as he was, there rankled in his bosom the canker of a hopeless despond. There gnawed the worm of a despair that dieth not, and there burned and smoldered the fire that is not quenched. The daily tasks and duties which he personally undertook were performed in a lost abstractness of mood. Unerring as might have been the business faculty within him, it was evident that in every action, in the performance of every duty of his life, his thoughts wandered far away, far into some vague, indefinite unknown, that notwithstanding his growing wealth, his, to himself at least, was a miserable, nay, a blasted life. As for the old man, Marjorie's father, week by week he seemed to be sinking, as it were, dropping out of life. As these pages are designed more to entertain, to brighten, rather than to harrow up the darkest recesses of the soul, we will refrain from depicting here all the hopes and fears, the successive lights and shadows, the darker hours and the brighter sunstreaks, which swept across his darkening mind. Lights and clouds which passed across his mental vision like the fleeting cloudlets which sweep athwart the face of a spring day sky. During these long, black, dreary days, Bertram Gaunce wandered about as one lost. Then at last, for the old man, the end came. The silver cord was loosed, the sun of another long day kissed the horizon, and he passed quietly away out of life, sinking as a watery and tearful sun which reaches the horizon bereft of its glory, its refulgence quelled by tempest, dulled by storms. We will not lift, or if only for a moment, draw aside the veil, nor intrude into the sanctity of the darkened room, for the shadows had fallen when his spirit passed away to rest. Almost alone, Bertram stood by the couch of death, for where was the gentle hand that could have most smoothed the pillow of the dying? Where was the face that could have lightened and alleviated the dark passage of the soul? Again and again he asked for his daughter, his darling, but where was the absent child? And so he sank, passed away, let us hope, to where regrets are unknown, and where there is not a care. Then there came the few dark solemn days of watching, through which the soulless body waits only on sufferance within the woe-stricken dwelling of its former state. And then they bore all that remained of him away, out of the hall, where the grim, old, armored effigies almost seemed mournfully to lower their tall, pennoned lances over the bier of the dead, out across the lawn with its tall, bare, leafless trees, where in all their freshness and beauty he had spent the summer days, over the Ionic marble bridge, where in its beauty it spanned the broad, clear stream, on which the lovers toyed and trifled in happy evening hours, up the hilly wooded road by the woodbine archway, where the dower house nestled in among the trees, then on upward where instead of summer zephyrs, the chill winds shook the oaks, and sang and whistled inharmonious music through the gaunt and naked branches of the trees, till near the wild hilltop, where in the groves the tall, lank beeches bowed their heads, and the somber, solemn yew trees cast their funeral shadows on the graves, where avenues of cypress seemed to watch the dead, and fit emblems of mortality, the fallen, autumn leaves lay thickly scattered on the ground. In the mausoleum vaults, where rested the bones of those old knights whose armor stood and rusted in the hall, among Bertram's own ancestry, there they put him down to rest. And so Bertram, almost a solitary mourner, returned almost alone to the blank silence of his home, over which there seemed to have settled a gloom almost deeper, almost more oppressive than the gloom of death, in which there seemed to be felt the absence of a joy almost greater than the absence of life. The spring, the summer, the autumn passed, the winter came, the cold winds blew, and the great white snowflakes came whirling through the gusty air. With all his accumulating wealth, Bertram Gaunce seemed like a ruined life. Other men in his circumstances might have tossed it lightly off, but not so the young heir of Vernwood, Bertram Gaunce. His affections seemed to be of that strong kind, which cannot so lightly forget their earliest, truest, only love. He might have indulged in the sports and pleasures of the social life within his easy reach. For, of course, the reappearance of a proven rightful heir to Vernwood, his shrewd conduct of his affairs, his phenomenal prosperity, and his fame went forth through all the countryside. But, like many masterminds, like those who seem to stand mentally, if I may so express it, a head and shoulders above their fellows, Bertram Gaunce had his idiocracies, and now that all life's brightness seemed to have been extinguished, departed from him, his existence day by day became more and more almost that of a recluse, burying himself in the wooded seclusion of the dower house, with Jules Massey as his almost sole companion or attendant, or wandering in a spiritless, dejected mood down to the mansion, roaming through the deserted shrubberies, or haunting, almost like some spirit, the now darkened and tenantless rooms. Then alone he would stride up the broad, oaken, carpeted stairs, and his solitary footfall would echo along the corridors, and he would reverently steal almost with the dread of seeing some ghostly ancestral form start up before him, as his disordered fancy would conjure up the distorted impossibilities of a racked and weakened mind. Or he would glance up fearfully, almost expecting to see the courtly, ruffled figures in the portraits that smiled so placidly and benignly on him step out from their tarnished frames. Then he would steal almost devoutly along to the little corner room that was known as hers, a kind of sanctum or boudoir, whence, through the diamond-glazed casements over the balcony, in happy days, she looked out upon the woods and trees and flowers, where she painted, or read, or worked, or played, and where, by his imperative commands, everything awaited untouched. Not even a speck of dust had been removed. All awaited the long, long day of her return. There, now drooping and withered, lay the bouquet which she had gathered and arranged, when in all its summer freshness with her own hands. There by the harp unstrung lay the last songs she had sung. There the music of the last melodies she had played. There were painted flowers, and everywhere the 100 trivialities commonly so conspicuous by their absence, in almost any other state, which a true, pure woman knows so intuitively how to dispose and how to display. There were all these things, but the actual presence, the actual divinity which created and shed around itself, as a halo, the spirit and the charm, was gone. Gone. Then, as the gloomy, stormy autumn days rolled past, and there opened, nay, there even seemed to smile, a brighter, newer year with its vain, vague hopes of betterment, Bertram's mental condition somewhat changed from that brooding, boding, despondent melancholy, with now and then an intervening ray of hope, to an even blanker, wilder, more furious despair, where any clue or any promise or any hope of Marjorie Gillingham's whereabouts appeared, or even glimmered. His wealth was poured out like water, and counting that wealth against his passion, It was only in his eyes as the veriest dross. But the lavishment of his passion, and his madness, and his wealth, all seemed alike fruitless, all alike vain, for there seemed to envelop the strange, mysterious fact of her disappearance, of her vanishment, a veil which no professional acumen could penetrate, no sagacity which his money could purchase or employ could fathom. Then gradually, week by week, day by day, nay, almost hour by hour, he felt stealing upon him what others could not perceive. They saw the paling, haggard cheek. They saw the gloom-stricken, downcast air. They saw the dejected mien, but they saw not that which, vampire-like, was hovering over him, gaining possession of him day by day. They saw not that which he felt, that internal conviction of mental aberration, which he came to know only too plainly, and only too surely, as if by some fatal intuition was coming over him, gaining upon him hour by hour. Then he wandered aimlessly away from Vernwood, recking not, wotting not, scarce heeding, scarce knowing which way his footsteps led, and solitary, alone, not even Jules Massey near him, moped about many English towns, caring not for their characteristics and beauties, heedless of their lions, but always yearning for something which he was conscious was forever and forever lost. At length, a visit to London found Bertram in the antechamber of a great specialist on cerebral affections, seeking the advice of a great authority on disorders of the brain. The verdict of the eminent specialist, couched in the scientific phraseology of his profession, was short, unambiguous, definite, and decisive beyond all misconception or shadow of doubt. Unless strong curative measures in the shape of total change of scene, circumstances, and mode of life were adopted instantaneously, complete, probably chronic, mental aberration must supervene. In other words, this meant unmistakably that unless Bertram took immediate change, he would go permanently, irrevocably mad. Mental afflictions are perhaps felt and known first by those whom they threaten, and the verdict was one which Bertram himself perhaps best foreknew. Pocketing an enormous fee, the great physician of minds rang his bell, and Bertram, by a tall, powdered attendant in resplendent livery, was bowed out obsequiously into the square. Mad. Mad. Bertram Gaunce a raving maniac. Mad. Permanently mad. Whatever might have been his silent mental convictions, his dreamings, the horrible, terrible words grated, dinned, resounded in his ears. He stood on the pavement of the fashionable London square, deeply absorbed in thought, from that hour certainly, if not in the sense predicted by the eminent mental specialist for whose opinion he had just paid that enormous fee. Bertram Gaunce must have gone mad. Delegating the personal management of his estates at Vernwood to subordinates. In the selection of his subordinates, Bertram seemed ever almost as if favored by luck. The heir again turned his back on his beautiful, but in his eyes now desolated ancestral home. With all its beauty, with all its freshness, with all its innocent enjoyments of rural English life, he did what many heirs before him had done. He had discarded all that a dozen generations of his race had bequeathed to him and done for him, to plunge madly, headlong, wildly into the vortex of the fatal, terrible maelstrom of what is called pleasure, of what is called life. In the London world, where visitations of cometic and exceptional brilliancy are almost yearly seen to soar like rockets in the social sky, to shine for a time in social space, then die out and disappear, leaving nothing but a crash, a wreck of debris or sparks, or only smoke to tell that they have been. In that world, Bertram Gaunce astonished even those accustomed to view such brilliant, meteoric flights by the exceptional splendor of his displays. To particularize these in detail would take far beyond the limits of our space. His various receptions and reunions became known as the most costly and extravagantly conducted in the West End of town. His riparian picnics and water parties were the most sumptuous and enjoyable along the banks of the Thames. His dinners were the most expensive and recherche of any given either within or outside the clubs. His stud and teams were unsurpassed, almost unequaled by any in the Row or in the Park. All that which the world called its pleasures, Bertram Gonault supplied to the world for its delectation, for the enjoyment of others, with unstinting hand. Whether he himself enjoyed, or whether there gnawed at his heart the worm that dieth not, whether there still burned within his very soul the fire that is not quenched, whether the agony of his desolation pursued him, dogged him with relentless persecution, these are questions which scarcely dare we ask, or whether in the few silent solitary moments which fell to him out of the din of life, there did not start up, there did not stare him in the face, the grim and horrid spectre of his despair. Men looked at each other and asked, for Bertram Gonault did not entertain upon unpaid bills or the credit of some afterwards to be forgotten day. No, his liabilities were met punctually, even generously, as the days came round. Men asked each other, whence comes wherewith all this is paid? Report and gossip even went so far as to assert that the newly appeared heir to the old Vernwood property and stock had struck upon his Welsh property rich and inexhaustible veins of gold. Gossip in this, as gossip generally does, asserted something that was false as well as something that was true. Some hinted that the apparently limitless wealth which he squandered was the proceeds of some gigantic Anglo-American fraud. His friendship became the target and ambition of those social freelances, the moneylenders, the bookmakers, the parasites which exist on the doubtful borderland of society and comprise its fringe and its refuse and scum, who gloat on the ruin and pillage of the necessitous and distend their foul carcasses by devouring the crop of verdant youth, which, as surely as the years come round, spring up and sport for a time on the surface of London's social life. Had it not been that in the bowels of that barren and worthless-looking Vernwood earth, the present heir had discovered, and had the wit to turn to its best account, the rich deposits which for ages had lain hidden beneath its ground, and waiting only to enrich him. Had he not discovered that which his ancestors, Lawrence Gonault and Hubert Gonault, had failed to find, or been too thoughtless or too careless to utilize, what in its riches in ore was almost tantamount to the discovery by him of the philosopher's stone. Bertram Gonault, like his father Hubert Gonault had done before him, Bertram would again and again have been compelled to flee the country in debt and disgrace. Nor were his excesses confined to one capital or one country, or one society alone. At Rome, he became conspicuous as the mad American whose freaks of extraordinary extravagance became the talk, and the amusement, and the scandal of both native and foreign community. While on the Corso, his servants and retainers appeared in liveries, the grotesqueness of which revived medieval splendors, or seemed an attempt at the quaint uniforms of the Vatican. At Monte Carlo, Hamburg, and some of the German spas, where all Europe seems to assemble to minister in gambling hells to the worst passions of humanity, there Bertram Gonault spent fortune after fortune of any ordinary man over the insane vow to break the bank, a promise which many madmen both before and since his time had sworn to accomplish and failed to perform. At Paris, daily in the Bois de Boulogne, his teams were the envy and admiration of the connoisseurs in equine beauty. In such forms as these did his madness, for truly he had done nothing less than gone mad, of Bertram Gonault's vent itself to the amusement or pleasure or profit of an army of parasites, who followed in the wake of his cometic splendor with the pertinacity of a pack of hungering wolves, or swarmed around him like vampires, thirsting for his gold. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrei, Florea. Chapter 12. The Pangs of Remorse. Such had been Bertram Gonault's life as he had to look back upon it from the bed upon which he lay when we first introduced the shattered wreck of manhood to the reader in the opening pages of this tale. For to him, at last, the day of satiation, shall we say the day of contrition, came, as it must come to each and all of us. For that which we sow or plant or borrow or take, that must we reap or repay or return. Nay, if we do but sow the wind, even the whirlwind shall be our reward. And so, to Bertram Gonault, the day of reckoning came. The world and all that it could offer had paled and sickened in his eyes. He beheld his excesses in all their naked deformity. He saw the hollow emptiness of the phantom which for all these 10 or 15 years of his life he had pursued. He saw how unsatisfying, how unworthy was the cult of pleasure which verily he had almost worshipped as his god. There has been a time in the life's history of each and all of us when we take our first step out of the direct and narrow way. That first false step in our pilgrimage is taken full early, God knows. All, every one of us, come into this world equally innocent and equally good, equally sinless. Vessels equally perfect from the Maker's hand. But all of us have not wandered equally soon or equally far astray. We hear of blessings in disguise, but do not oftener curses, the devil's fishhooks, come to us in the deceptive guise of blessings? Did not Bertram Gonault's inheritance, his wealth, his millions, become his stumbling block which brought him where he lay? Did not Bertram Gonault estimate at their true worth the value of his riches then? There was no anchor of hope left to him to cling to then, as life seemed ebbing away, as the strands in the weakened cable which held him to it were parting one by one. And so to Vernwood, where, in the last 12 or 15 years, he had spent perhaps not more than twice as many months. He came back. He almost feared, nay, almost hoped to die. For what had existence? What had life left in it that he could enjoy? Of the cup of its deceitful pleasures, he had imbibed to the very dregs, drank deeply till their taste was to him as gall. The fullness of that true, pure happiness of domestic life, which might have saved both his body and his soul, was the one thing which had vanished beyond his reach. Even of the good, the full desire is not to be granted here. Such seems the inscrutable and universal law. Although we have intimated that Bertram occupied the mansion, yet it would be truer to say that he occupied a single room. In what we may call its state apartments, silence and darkness and dust and desolation reigned supreme. And out of all his revenues he lived merely like a lodger, in a style and at a rate of expenditure for his personal needs, which almost any laborer or any miner on his estate could have paid. At first, he spent his days in moody solitude, was taciturn and morose. Then came a step downwards. One more parting lurch of the wreck of body and wreck of mind. The mind seemingly ever haunted by some vision, some hallucination of a shadowy jeweled hand ever before his eyes, at which as he gazed, he raved and shrank from and cowered at in the most abject fear, or stared wildly at from his bed, whence now he never rose. Even those who might have administered to him, might have brought comfort to him, even the parasites and sycophants that ever hang on to a rich man, even these he had driven from him. Jules Massey alone, his fidelity immovable, stood by his friend and master, or rather I should say, was suffered to stand by him, even unto death, even till the end should come. And thus the two were together in the midnight solemnity of the darkened room. Then, with tired, worn look, the sick man paused in his delirious raving, and held his breath to listen to some fancied sound from without. "Massy, was not that the sound of a horse's tread upon the coach road?" he asked. "No, massa, think not," answered his servant in an evasive tone, for he knew his patient only too well, and he thought his own quick ear would have detected any unusual sound. Yes, it must be. Go again to the terrace, Massy, and listen. Lumley must have come. Certainly, surely he must." Jules Massy again did as he was ordered, and again passed out into the pale, clear light of the August moon. Higher and higher in the heavens rose the great full orb. Her refulgence seemed to bathe the matchless landscape in a flood of subdued and blushing glory. The reigning silence of the night was impressive and supreme. Then suddenly there fell upon Jules Massy's ear a subtle, uneasy rustle of foliage. Whence it came, he wist not. It seemed but as the midnight tremor of the aspen leaves, as they shivered upon the parent boughs in a passing breath from heaven. Jules stood silent and motionless, listening in the midnight stillness, as we say, with all his ears. But still, once more the unbroken silence reigned. Then suddenly, as if startled from its rest, a pheasant fluttered noisily from one of the trees upon the lawn, and flying away on whirring wing was lost to sight and sound in some far-off woodland bray. At that moment a cry of bodily or mental agony, louder than common from the sick man's chamber, recalled Jules Massy quickly to the sufferer's bedside. The delirium was very strong upon him, and he was sitting upright, cowering back and recoiling apparently in the utmost terror from some imaginary moving object before his eyes, evidently palpable to him but unseen to other eyes. For the 100th time Jules Massy followed the direction of his finger and his wild gaze, but Massy saw nothing save the old oak paneling or the heavy dark upholstery which shadowed the room. For several minutes did this wild fit of terror possess him, racking the poor sufferer's already weakened frame. Then it passed off, and he seemed to regain a little of consciousness. Jules Massy seized the opportunity afforded by the lucid interval to smooth the sufferer's pillow, to offer nourishment, and administer a soothing draught in the hopes that it would induce repose. But although he lay there quieted and somewhat tranquilized for a time, his wide-open eyes were fixed on the dark face which bent so pityingly over him. "Massy, how goes the night?" he asked this time in a quieter and more rational tone. The colored man drew from his waistcoat pocket a large gold repeater. "Massa, it is within 15 minutes of 1 o'clock," he replied. "And old Lumley should have been here at the latest by 10, added Bertram, still maintaining his transient interval of consciousness. "You told him in the telegram that the train should arrive at Vernwood village at 9? "That is so, massa." "Then why isn't he here?" All the reply that Massy made was to shake his head mournfully. Again there was a silent pause. "Jules, how long would it take you to go to Vernwood village? To ride there, of course, I mean," asked the invalid. "Vernwood village, massa? Me ride to Vernwood village tonight? Then how about you? What do you think would become of you if I rode to Vernwood village?" And there played over his black visage a smile of contempt, of pity not untinctured with a touch of scorn. "But supposing I order you, Massy? Supposing I say you shall go to Vernwood village? What then?" To this argument Massy made no response. For a while he paced to and fro, up and down the room sorrowfully, as if in thought. Then he passed from the sick room into the adjoining study, from which, as already described, one might step through the low French window out on the terrace, and thence to the extension lawns and pleasure grounds which stretched far away on every side. The study was a luxuriously appointed room, that one room out of the many wherein everything had been arranged to minister the millionaire's convenience or comfort, or personal gratification, when in his days of activity and health. Who were to occupy those rooms when he was gone? When the hand of death had finally closed its grasp, when the silver cord was loosed and the golden bowl was broken, when he had been carried forth, whose laugh would echo thoughtlessly in those now tenantless halls, whose bairns would romp and revel in those rooms, then as forgetful and as disregardful of the late Bertram Gonault as of a leaf that has fallen, or of a flower that has bloomed and withered, or of a breeze that has blown. Who would enjoy all his wealth? These were questions which Bertram Gonault asked himself with a troubled spirit, in the full confidence, the full assurance of health. Procrastination had fooled him, deceived him, lured him on to delay. Tomorrow would be soon enough, the tempter said, and now there had overtaken him a day in the which, with him, with Bertram Gonault, no tomorrow might ever come. Thus it was that Mr. Lumley had been hurriedly summoned from London, from the quiet routine of his office in the vicinity of Lincoln's Inn Fields, to the lawns and bowers of Vernwood, on an errand of such sadness withal, as the disposition of all its owner's wealth. For half an hour Jules Massey sat in the luxurious study chair before a blazing fire, which he had kept alight for his own comfort, as well as that he might, when needed, minister to the requirements of the sick-room. As Massey sat there in thought, no sound reached him, until, little by little, the regular and peaceful breathing of the sick man coming to him from the adjacent chamber told the watcher that the narcotic which he had administered was taking its usual effect, and that the patient had at last sunk into a peaceful repose. It was not the first time that Jules had given his patient the draught. The prescription of Bertram's attendant physician, and its effect, had always been to throw the sufferer into some hours of refreshing sleep. Then it was that Jules Massey rose quietly from his chair and crept softly to the bedside of his master, having mentally convinced himself that the sleep which he was enjoying was of that natural and refreshing kind from which he always woke renewed, as it were, for a fresh struggle against the haunting mental demon of his oppressing hallucination, and from which, in all likelihood, he would not wake till the later hours of the morning. Jules gave one last look at the sleeper, closed noiselessly the sick chamber door, then donning his hat, stepped again through the French casement, out into the cold, clear brightness of the silver moon. He hesitated for a moment only upon the terrace, then stepping down onto the gravel walk, or carriage drive which led from the lawns, and winding away through dense thickets of underwood and tall forest trees towards the entrance lodge, by which the estate and grounds of Vernwood were reached from the direction of Vernwood village. Hard by this entrance stood the cottage or lodge of the gatekeeper, David Blackman, a functionary who combined in one personality the dual offices of gatekeeper and landscape gardener on the Vernwood estate. The cottage, which had been erected in the reign of the present owner of Vernwood, was built after the rustic model of an alpine chalet, and stood some 300 yards fully from the mansion, on the Vernwood village road. As Jules Massey came along the winding drive through the woodlands, within sight of the chalet, he noticed that the gate leading to the road stood open, a circumstance which, although he remarked to himself as unusual, caused him no great surprise. Probably David, knowing something of an expected arrival from Vernwood station, had purposely left it open for the night. Still, this seemed hardly likely. The circumstance passed from Massey's mind, however, as he found himself standing immediately in front of the chalet. After repeated knockings, the gatekeeper David was aroused from his sleep, and appeared at an upper window of the chalet in a state of semi-attire. Jules Massey quietly requested him to come down, then waited on the drive below. Soon there was an unbarring and unbolting of doors, and in a state of temper not the most amiable, the gatekeeper appeared and approached Jules as he stood in the middle of the drive. Then, glancing in the direction of the wide-open gate, an expression of surprise escaped his lips. "Have you been through that gate?" he asked Massey. "No. Why?" "Well, I left it shut when I went to bed. To that I could swear." "How is he? Is he worse?" asked the gardener with a searching, mysterious look into the black face. Jules might have been observed in the moonlight to shake his head, but he made no other or audible reply. "David, I want you to go to Vernwood village," he said a moment later. There was a peculiarity in Massey's tone that David did not comprehend, a ring of sadness, a choking sound as if something had stuck in Jules's throat, as he seemed half with difficulty to bring out the words. David looked closely again into the ebon visage of his fellow servant, but it betrayed less of the emotions which were working beneath it than as if that visage had been of the ordinary European hue. "Go to Vernwood? Go to Vernwood village this time of night? What for?" "David, there must be no what for about it. You must go. You can take Ranger from the stable and ride there if you like, but you must go to Vernwood village and Vernwood station and try to make out whether the 9 o'clock train was stopped there last night, and if any gent for here arrived from town. The lawyer was telegraphed for to come and settle up his affairs, and my belief the sooner the better it's done." There was an air of mysteriousness in Massey's tone which seemed to quell David Blackman's curiosity, and prompt him to an unquestioning obedience, or rather acquiescence, in the course of action proposed. Besides, Jules was, and ever had been, the mouthpiece, almost the second self of his master, and his presence seemed ever to be encircled with an aureola of authority, like a halo, which only the direct emanation from the seat of supreme power could assume. It was, however, with the air of a man who goes unwillingly about what he is obliged to undertake, that David accompanied Jules to the stables in an ill and unamiable mood. The horse, Ranger, was saddled, then as noiselessly as possible led forth, and after a few more words with Jules Massey, David, being no great horseman, clambered awkwardly onto the animal's back and rode away. When David on Ranger left the stable yard, he rode out into the carriage drive, the way which had just been pursued by Jules Massey, and which was connected with the entrance to the stables by a by-road. Then, keeping the horse as much as possible on the turf, he urged him into a rapid trot, passing his own cottage or chalet, out into the high road where the whole vicinity was overhung with a thickly umbrageous growth of tall, leafy trees. He had passed his own house only by some 50 yards, when suddenly Ranger came to a stand. His nostrils became distended, his eyes strained, and his mouth foamed as if in the presence of some terror. David looked about him, but nothing was visible to him. Then, with a sharp cut from the hazel switch which the rider held in his hand, the horse, overcoming all sense of fear or danger, sprang forward like an arrow from a bow. What was known as Vernwood village consisted of a cluster of houses, hardly worthy as far as population went of being called a village at all. What population there was had flourished or languished from time immemorial, as the fortunes of the estate of Vernwood rose or fell. Although its commerce was of a most limited kind, that had happened to Vernwood which happened to many other English estates when the railway fever was at its height, the owners of Vernwood possessed sufficient local influence to practically compel, either by bribery or coercion, not only a railway to be engineered pretty much as they desired, but the erection of a station and the stoppage of trains was timed very much as they pleased. Thus, it was that the London lawyer, Mr. Lumley, summoned hurriedly to Vernwood, must come by the train by which both the master of Vernwood and Jules Massey expected him to arrive. A ride of some 2 miles in the moonlight brought David to the little station of Vernwood village. Scarcely a light was visible in any of the adjacent dwellings, the dwellers in which were evidently enjoying their soundest hours of repose. Then he walked Ranger up to the station itself, in the hope of learning from headquarters the information which he sought. The aspect of Vernwood station, even by day, was none of the liveliest. 1 or 2 green and rustic young porters, and an elder functionary, who officiated as station master, porter, factotum, and head clerk, made up the complete staff. But as David approached the spot in those small hours, there was no sound or stir of human life. To return to Vernwood as wise as he came was no part of the sturdy Welshman's intent. After having himself been aroused out of his night's sleep, he experienced some mental solace, in the fact that he could now revenge on another that inconvenience which Jules Massey had inflicted upon himself. So, after a due examination of the precincts of the little station, he rode up to an adjacent dwelling, and as he sat on Ranger's back, began to strike one of the upper windows with his whip, till from certain sounds proceeding from within, he had the sweet satisfaction of believing that his wrong had been avenged. Then the upper window opened, and with certain uncomplimentary invectives and incivilities, the functionary, who commonly paraded in fustian, brass buttons, and corduroy, for once made himself visible to the naked eye in his undress suit. "I wants to know where the 9 o'clock train stopped here, and what time?" asked David, who had not yet acquired a perfectly grammatical mastery of the English tongue.
"Then if you wants to know, why can't you come in a proper time to ask, and not break the public's night's rest by coming at an unearthly hour? No, the 9 o'clock train did not stop here."
And with that, the upper chamber window closed with a slam, thus leaving the still further angered David and Ranger figuratively and literally out in the cold.
"You go and be,"
ejaculated David. But this unamiable anathema the man in the warm, luckily for David, did not hear, and the anathema was lost upon the midnight air. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 13. The Bloody Hand. After Jules Massey had accompanied David to the stables and helped him to saddle Ranger, and then when he heard the clatter of the horses' hoofs in the distance, now every minute coming to him fainter and fainter as the distance increased between them through the stillness of the summer night, the black-faced servitor drew a deep sigh of relief at the temporary relief he was enjoying from his long, close night watches at the bedside of his master and his charge. As Jules stood there alone in the solitude and stillness of the night, his eye turned thoughtfully heavenward. A few stars, but not the innumerable host often visible from our earth, twinkled in the illimitable blue. Now and again thin, fleecy fragments of cloudlet, for the night was very calm, floated, almost lazily it seemed, athwart the disk, now risen higher and brighter in the heavens of the great broad-faced silvery harvest moon, and as she shed her light upon the landscape, he revelled mentally in the all-pervading, all-absorbing, and exquisite tranquillity of the night. Then Jules drew from the inside pocket of his coat a cigar-case of silver, richly and elaborately embossed, and with the critical eye of a connoisseur selected therefrom a choice foreign cigar. Then as the fragrant fumes of the weed circled upward and around him, diffusing and commingling its fragrance with the cool, fresh midnight air, he plumed himself on his conceit. A massive gold chain hung across his stomach, upon his long and slender black finger the facets of a large and costly brilliant sparkled in the rays of the moon, while the frequent flourish of his handkerchief of fine white cambric rendered his presence redolent with the scent of an exquisite perfume, of which the enravishing sweetness seemed to outvie the fragrance of the summer flowers. Such little personal accessories as these will indicate Jules Massey's apparent estimate of himself at this epoch of his career. But the Negro born, and especially the Negro polished, educated, and refined by contact with life of a higher social grade, when he does affect the dandy, will simply out-Herod Herod in the degree of coxcombry which he can assume. After having lit his cigar, Jules still lingered in the stable-yard where David and Ranger had left him, till the intervening distance had taken the horses' hoof-steps on the distant hard high road to Vernwood village completely out of sound. Then, admiring himself as he went, Jules strolled out onto the long, broad sweep of the carriage drive, which formed the road from the front of the mansion at his right, through the well-kept lawns and grounds, past the entrance to the stable-yard where he stood, and thence through the plantations which lay to his left, passing David's chalet-shaped cottage by the lodge entrance, and out into the country beyond. Having reached the carriage drive, he drew his large gold repeater from his pocket, and thinking he might allow himself at least another quarter of an hour's release from duty, instead of returning immediately to his post, with a jaunty, self-satisfied air, he sauntered down the drive in the direction opposite to the mansion towards the chalet, where, as already explained, it stood near by the entrance to the lawns and grounds, overshadowed by the abundant foliage of the tall and stately trees. Arrived thus at what he considered was the limit of his walk, Jules Massey stood still a moment, intending to return. As he did so, however, his attention was arrested by some unusual disturbance which was taking place in the immediate vicinity of David's cottage, and a moment later his eye fell upon a huge watch-dog, which was commonly tethered to his kennel, standing about midway between the cottage and the lodge gate by a long chain. The animal was of the breed of St. Bernard, of uncommon size and beauty, and which Bertram Gonneau had secured in some of his Swiss ramblings, a choice selection, actually whelped at the monastery, and was such a specimen of his kind as only the resources of a millionaire can commonly secure. For verily, even the holy monks of St. Bernard are not impervious when the devil gilds his shaft or baits his hook with a golden lure. Monk, as Bertram had christened the ponderous, large-limbed whelp, had been brought into England at a tender age, under the fostering and peculiar charge of Jules Massey, and there naturally had grown up between the two aliens, between the man and the dog, the one from the hot rice-fields of Virginia, the other from the Alpine snows, a something like mutual fraternal affection and regard. Jules, on catching sight of his four-footed friend near the chalet, walked up to him, caressed the huge, leonine head, at the same time calling him by name. "Monk, poor good old Monk," and using such other friendly modes of salutation as we often address to a dog. The majestic beast gave a single wave of his plume-like tail, and with a short, quick look of recognition into the black face of his human friend, greeted him with an expressive whine, and with such a look as in a human being we should call a smile. But mankind is said to be the only one of God's creatures created capable of genuine laughter, so I suppose it would not be admissible to say that Monk actually did smile. However that may be, as the dog Monk looked up into the man Jules Massey's face, the latter remarked that some uncommon cause of agitation was deeply exercising, if I may so say, his canine mind. In the semi-darkness, semi-light, caused by the dense surrounding foliage of the trees, the dog's eyes seemed to burn with anger, appearing in the gloom like two lurid balls of fire. Then he ran to and fro the extreme length of his iron tether, uttering again and again from the profoundest depths of his capacious throat, repeated, low-toned, angry growls. Then back again into the house he rushed. The canine displeasure of this monarch among dogs seemed to be excited and stirred to its various depths, till finally as the climax of his anger, as if he could endure no longer what he felt, placing his great forepaws on the sloping roof of his kennel, he threw back his huge head, and, giving vent to his overboiling wrath, poured forth his outraged feelings in one dismal, long-drawn, melancholy howl, which made the dark human bystander's blood run cold. Jules Massey, as he stood by smoking his choice weed, watched the extraordinary movements of his canine friend with a puzzled look of curiosity and surprise, for although, as far as human language went, the dog was dumb, yet Jules was always firmly impressed with the conviction that Monk was endued with an intelligence which was little if anything short of human. That Monk could think in his own way, Jules felt quite sure. As to talking, Jules said he often did, and had his education been commenced early enough in that direction, Jules believed, and had always maintained strongly, that Monk could have been taught to read. It was now, however, abundantly plain that something unusual had disturbed Monk's doggish mind. Many, or most persons, under the circumstances, would have unchained the dog and allowed him to scour and range through the adjacent plantations and pleasure grounds in search of whatever, if any, might be the cause which so strongly excited his ire. But Jules Massey did not do this, no, for as he watched the strange, unaccountable movements of the brute, he himself seemed, little by little, to become unhinged, not quite his usual self-satisfied, self-complacent self. Little by little, his own mind seemed to become like as if it were infected by the uneasiness which so disturbed the dog, and a vague sense of some impending evil, little by little, stole over him and got the better of his innate, deep-seated self-conceit. For, in all his travellings and all his experience of the world, Jules Massey had not yet fully mastered, he had not yet completely laid the uncanny bogey of an inherent superstition which possessed his mind. The howl of the dog, the croak of a raven, the peculiar flight of a bird, were omens in his mind of impending catastrophe. The doctrine of bad signs held as fully possession of the superstitious mind of the Negro-born Jules Massey as they would of the most weak-minded, hare-brained parlour-maid or cook. Superstition of this kind is the mark of an imperfectly tutored intellect, whether that intellect be that of innocent, trusting childhood, or the perverser ignorance of riper years. Alas, we have to take life much as we find it, and battle with its opposing occurrences much as they come. It is no part of human economy that, by the dark light of omens, we should peer into a future which is not for us to know, and whose recesses, by all the poor light that we can throw into them, are only thereby rendered more dark, more unfathomable, still more obscure. We can but go right on. We can but do our duty and leave the rest to God. These were not exactly Jules Massey's sentiments. He was not low, but he looked lower and took a lower view of life than this. He was not ignorant, but his intelligence had not risen superior to superstition and a strong belief in the bogey world. He had not learned to take the highest view that is given to man to take of the operations of the spiritual life. And so, as Jules stood there smoking his cigar and attentively watching the movements of the dog, there ran through his brain a rapid cogitation on the doctrine of omens and signs. He felt, too, a trifle uneasy, nay, almost a little guilty and regretful that he had left, even for one moment, his sick and sleeping master's side. Yet the next minute he excused himself. He absolved himself from blame. He had watched many weary, many uninterrupted hours. He had watched with all the tenderness and assiduity and solitude of a female nurse. Indeed, what made his watch fall all the more heavily upon him, Bertram Gonneau, by his taciturnity and peremptory treatment of all who came near him in his sickness, had driven almost all other attendants from his presence. The black face and familiar figure of Jules Massey had been about him too many years that almost any other seemed unendurable in his sight. Massey seemed to Bertram almost like his inalienable counterpart, almost as a part of himself, a follower almost more faithful, more certain to be ever near him than his own shadow. So by indulging in this short half-hour of relief, Jules Massey had but small difficulty in persuading himself that he had committed no very grievous sin. Then he tried, by coaxing and caresses, and by gentle words, to pacify the unquietness of the dog. But the more Jules endeavored to pacify him, the more excited and unmanageable did the great creature become. The lodge gate, near which the dog was tethered, was a good part of a quarter of a mile from the room, facing on to the lawn, and on a level therewith, where he had left his master, apparently composed in a deep, refreshing sleep, and Jules felt in much doubt whether he should wait longer, and endeavour to ascertain what might be the real cause of the restlessness of Monk, or whether he should go directly back to his post. To all human comprehension, there was nothing near the dog to cause alarm. The calm and peaceful moonlight streamed down through the unruffled canopy of green, or shone refulgent through the wide openings between the tall trees, and over the landscape there rested on the woods and hills and fields a peacefulness supreme. At last Jules Massey threw away from him what remained of the choice cabana which he had been smoking, and leaving the great dog to himself, started off at a moderately rapid pace to return to where he had left his master, Bertram Gonneau, wrapped to all appearance in his refreshing repose. A few minutes' walk brought him out of the darker umbrage of the plantations which grew round about the chalet, out into the full, clear moonlight of the broader reaches of the lawns. Far away, over the broad carpet bed of closely mown grass, the dewdrops sparkled in the moonshine like gems of pure transparent light. The moonbeams seemed to kiss the ever-rolling river, to play on the still waters of the now silent fountains, and to glisten upon the tall, chaste groups of marble statuary which stood about picturesquely in unsullied and unsurpassing purity on the parterres and lawns, like some ghostly apparitions of the night. Although the resplendent king of day, the sun, had sunk for hours from view, and was illuminating other spheres and other hemispheres, perhaps other worlds, yet it was one of those nights of which we are apt to speak as being as light as day. Jules passed the entrance to the stable yard, whence less than half an hour before he had dispatched David and Ranger on their errand to Vernwood station and Vernwood village, then a bold, rounding sweep in the carriage drive, along which he was walking, brought the front of the mansion, now nearly 100 yards from him, and with it the door leading on to the entrance and lawn, from the suite of rooms all on the same ground level with the lawn, occupied by Bertram Gonneau, full into view. The first thing which attracted his attention was that he could distinguish enough through the moonlight to see that the door was partially open, and when he came out he recollected distinctly that he had left it carefully closed. But his master, Bertram Gonneau, in the weakened, collapsed, nay, almost dying state that he was, had he got up from his bed and gone out? But this seemed to Massey almost an impossibility, a mental suggestion entirely beyond his belief. Could the door have been blown open by a gust of wind? No, the night was one of unruffled stillness. To all human perception there seemed not so much as a breath that could have caused the quivering of an aspen leaf. Rapidly, as his own uneasiness seemed to grow and grow upon him at every step, he quickened his already rapid pace, then across the broad flagstones of the terrace he strode, through the French casement into the room adjoining that in which his master slept, and where he had sat a weary watcher alone, or listening only to the sick man's ravings so many, many tiring hours. At a glance he saw that nothing had been touched. Everything remained as he had left it. The fire flickered peacefully upon the hearth, the lamp stood burning on the table, the few books and papers which he had been perusing to while away his weary vigil lay by the chair in which he had sat. The next door, too, which he had carefully and noiselessly closed when leaving, that was also open, and an instant later he was in his master's room. And there Jules Massey utterly collapsed. His brain flew into a mad, dizzy whirl at what he saw. There arose in his stomach a sickness as if he had swallowed something of the most horrid and revolting food. He stood spellbound, as if riveted to the very ground. For, across the bed where he had left his master sleeping, there lay Bertram Gonneau, or the remains of what Bertram Gonneau once had been, dead. What little clothes he had worn when sleeping, half cut, half torn from his body, while the erst spotless napery on which he had been lying was one confused, disordered mass, deluged, drenched, and sodden with the dead man's gore. The remains of what had once been a living, moving, speaking man, endued with reason and understanding, capable of thought and feeling and action, lay lifeless, his body mutilated almost beyond recognition, across the bed on which he had so lately slept. The head, with its ghastly face upturned, hung over the bedside, while one lifeless arm and hand had fallen almost to touch the ground, down which there chased and trickled away a continuous stream, the warm, red, seething flow, dripping, dripping, dripping onto the costly carpet of his room, trickling, growing, accumulating into one great red pool, wider and wider, spreading and stealing over the floor, that flood of what had been the flow of a dead man's life, his blood, the river which half an hour before had been coursing through his veins, making his heart to beat, making his pulses to throb, had been the motive power of life within his physical frame, had imparted what was left to him of manly power. The work of the assassin's hand, the terrible butchery which had been perpetrated, seemed almost beyond the power of words. I can compare it only in its method to one of those Whitechapel tragedies of which the calm, cool thoroughness of the butchery shocked, revolted, stirred to its very depths, from land to land, as far as the English tongue is spoken, as far as English sympathies are left, and further still, the whole civilized world. But let us not particularize the horrid details of the scene. We have said before in this chapter that the mind of the Negro-born Jules Massey was not sufficiently educated and elevated by training and culture to be above all the haunting fears of superstition, and all the vague, cloudy phantoms which, in the baser imagination, nay, and not in the baser alone, are believed to haunt and people the spirit world. The profound and cultured philosopher, or the deist, is apt to see in death not but a cessation of life. To him too often the greatest eternity which lies beyond us is a sealed book or an untold tale. This may be a belief which strips death of half his pains and half its triumph, eternity of half its fears. But the mind of Jules Massey, when he came sufficiently to himself to feel sensible that he had any mind at all, arose to no such flights as these. Apart from the horrid, revolting, sickening spectacle of blood, there was the great haunting spirit of the slayer, death, which seemed to chill and paralyze the motions of his very soul, to fill him with a dread over and above and beyond the horrid spectacle of blood, to bring him into what was nearer than the closest communion with the spirit-haunted world. And then, fear overcoming every other power with which he was endued, Jules Massey turned on his heels and ran. He ran as never till that night fear had given him the winged speed. Out of the chamber of death, out into the light of the clear, pale, sinking moon, across the broad flagstone terrace, across the broad, well-rolled gravel drive, across the dew-bespangled lawn, Jules Massey fled he knew not whither, fled as till then he had never flown. At length, from sheer want of breath, and from sheer physical exhaustion, a ray of his mental presence returned, and he stopped short. When he had eyes and thought to see and comprehend, he saw he was on a part of the lawn near the plantations, within view of the entrance to the stable yard, and just then the sound of a horse's feet reached him through the trees, and a minute later his eye fell on David Blackman on Ranger, just returning from their errand, coming trotting along the drive. David almost as quickly caught sight of Jules, and turned the horse he was riding off the hard carriage road onto the spongy turf. As he did so, Jules Massey stood swaying his body to and fro, ejaculating, "Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord!" while he held his head tightly between his two hands, as if he was afraid his head would break off from his body. Indeed, at that moment, Jules Massey felt that if his head could have taken unto itself like a cherub, wings without body, and could have fled away, he could have given up the salvation of his very soul. At the sight of the abject and pitiable condition of his black fellow-servant, David Blackman quickly dismounted from the horse's back, and giving him a cut across his hind quarters with his switch, Ranger required no further persuasion to throw his heels high in the air and scamper off alone and unguided into the stable yard. As David approached Jules, the latter was still in the same collapsed and miserable condition of soul, and all he seemed capable of doing was to cry continually, "Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord!" "For heaven's sake, what has happened?" asked David as he approached. "Oh, Lord! He's dead! He's dead! He's dead!" was all that Jules could say. "Dead? Dead? Who's dead?" "He's dead! He's dead! Masser's dead! Masser's dead! Masser's murdered! Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord!" And Jules again swayed to and fro, his body in the cruel and excruciating agony of his soul. Without uttering another word, David Blackman, leaving Jules in the depths of his spiritual and mental agony, walked across the lawn to the rooms which he knew had been occupied by his late master. He entered sans ceremony, sans scruple, sans fear. And then, too, David looked upon that horrible deed of blood, that horrible spectacle of death. For any human being not to have been sickened at the terrible sight would have been to be braced with iron nerves. There the poor body of Bertram Gonneau lay, butchered as if by the hand of some past master of the murderous art, butchered seemingly to take away his life only, and seemingly for that alone. The lamps still stood calmly burning as Jules Massey had left them upon the tables of the sick man's chamber and the adjoining room. A valuable gold repeater lay conspicuously within easy reach. Even the sapphire ring remained upon the dead man's finger. Money and other valuables lay carelessly near at hand. Not a thing had been removed. The murderer had neither left a trace of himself behind, nor apparently had he taken with him a trace of his deed away, only, and only that alone, there was the frightful deed of blood. End of section 13. Section 14 of Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Chapter 14. The Finger of Scorn. It seems a marvel of mercy that the sins of earth are not visited on man with the instant castigation of heaven. And this seems a confirmation of the truth that this earth is not the place and state of final punishment or reward. The sun of another summer's day rose bright and unclouded over Vernwood, notwithstanding that there had fallen upon its beauteous domain the dark, dark shadow of so stupendous a crime. The mists of morning arose, and dispersed from meadows and lawns, the fogs lifted from the broad, bright stream. Of course, the bad news flew from tongue to tongue, from house to house, from village to village, from man to man, with a speed which all our appliances for the captivation of electricity could hardly outstrip or excel. The day had scarce begun when women and men might be seen, with anxious, serious faces, hurrying from the many distant hamlets and villages and the outlying parts of the Vernwood domain, to learn the details of the horrible tale. There were laborers and rough miners, and at every house and every cottage door might be seen groups and knots of men and women, talking excitedly and seriously, with strained, eager faces, in hurried and mysterious tones. The great pillar of the house had fallen. The hand was still in death, which afforded them and their little ones their daily bread. Then came also soon from greater distances small farmers and tradesmen riding up on rough country horses, or rough ponies, or in all sorts and conditions of vehicles on wheels, men who directly or indirectly had prospered under his rule and thriven on his bounty, all come to hear, to know, to learn for themselves the truth of the often repeated tale. Long before 9 o'clock there drove into the grounds the superintendent of the local constabulary, in a well-horsed and well-appointed trap, accompanied by some of his men, while other members of his force were soon seen arriving on foot from off their rural night beats, till by 10 o'clock quite a crowd of people of all sorts and conditions and sexes, both young and old, of poor and rich, of rugged and refined, were scattered, some in groups, some singly, some in twos or threes, all over the grounds and lawns. All were discussing with the same alarmed and the same eager, terror-stricken air the facts of the terrible deed. And they asked each other, before all, whose was the hand that could have wrought so dark and so silent, so deadly a shedding of blood. Close before the door of that suite of apartments leading on to the terrace wherein the dead man lay, 2 tall constables kept jealous and constant guard, while before the darkened rooms, out on the lawn, attracted by that morbid, unhealthy craving for the contemplation of all the repulsive surroundings of crime, were drawn together a little knot of women, untidy, degraded, poverty-stricken, drink-besotted women, and bedraggled-looking children, the scum of the local humanity, if I may so say, seeking to sate their craving for the horrible by gazing at the outside walls behind which the poor, mangled corpse lay. Then came fussy local magistrates and magnates in more pretentious carriages, and some on stout cobs, all hungry and thirsty for details, scarcely less eager than their lower brothers and sisters with that unhealthy appetite for the revolting minutiae of the deed. But most often of all, the most frequently asked question was, who in that short half-hour, during which Jules Massey said he was absent from his master's room, who could have perpetrated, committed, who could have carried out so complete a crime? The majority asserted that no human hand could have done it in that short half-hour when Jules Massey was away. Then came the logical inference that Jules Massey could not have been absent the whole of that fatal half-hour from his master's room. Where Jules Massey was during that half-hour there was no one to tell. Could he have spoken, Monk could have told, but Monk had not a human tongue. Then again, why had Jules come at that hour of the night and dispatched David Blackman to Vernwood village? David was the only male servant within reach, and yet Jules Massey had deliberately come, awoke him in the small hours of the morning, and sent him on an errand which the crowd said was a wild goose chase, and which would for an hour or two at least take him far away out of sight and sound. Such was the prevailing run of questions, and the pervading tone among the numerous motley assemblage who had collected that bright morning to contemplate that dark sin. When the world takes upon itself to judge our actions, its verdict is arrived at in much the same style as a little boy does his sums of addition and subtraction when at school. A rough and ready cast, or a rough and ready deduction is taken of our apparent acts, the result is hurriedly set down with but small examination of the factors of which it is composed. The sum may be far from right, but by this sum total of the world's opinion we are acquitted or condemned. On the darkened morning of his life of which we are writing, it was before such a rough and ready self-constituted court of common opinion as this, that poor Jules Massey was being tried. But where was Jules Massey during all this time, when his name and his fair fame were being bandied about like a shuttlecock from mouth to mouth, from man to man? Had he fled? No. Through all the hours of that long, wearying, dragging morning, poor Jules Massey remained in David Blackman's cottage, prostrate, stricken down, overwhelmed, overcome by the fearful shock which had felled him as if to the very earth, yea, into the very dust, and by the fearful shadow which seemed so threateningly to loom upon his life. For most of the time he lay prostrate on a bed, or sitting up, his head resting on his hands, he moaned deeply and piteously in the bitter anguish of his soul. David Blackman's better half, with the true feeling, the heart and true mission of woman in the world, whether towards the guilty or the innocent, whether towards the black man or the white, whether towards the flattered or despised, or bond or free, in solacing the afflicted and distressed, administered what consolation she could to the poor, rent spirit and broken, lacerated heart. It was in the midst of Mrs. Blackman's ministrations to poor Jules Massey that a knock came at the chalet door, and the good woman, on answering the summons, was startled to see standing before her, in his straight, peaked cap and uniform, the tall, dignified figure of the superintendent of the local police. Standing back out in the carriageway, at a little distance from him, was a sleek-looking, well but quite plainly dressed individual whom she did not know. "You are Mrs. Blackman, I think?" asked the superintendent, addressing her very civilly. "Yes, sir, I be," Mrs. Blackman replied, dropping a slight, respectful curtsy at the tall, imposing presence of the officer in blue. "Then, Mrs. Blackman, I should like to speak a few words with you, and close the door, please," said the officer in the same civil, quiet, almost deferential tone. "Will you kindly step outside?" Mrs. Blackman meekly and obediently did as she was told, and followed the tall superintendent, who, with his calm, leisurely, official stride, stepped out into the middle of the carriage road where stood the sleek, well-dressed man in plain clothes. "I think, Mrs. Blackman, you live here, and sleep here? You slept here last night, is that not so?" "Yes, sir, I did." "And the black valet came here in the night, did he not, and called your husband up?" "Yes, sir, he did. It was somewhere about 1 or 2 o'clock this morning part." "And you didn't get up then, Mrs. Blackman, when your husband was called, did you?" "No, sir. Leastways, I got up and struck a light, and when David come back and tells me as 'ow he'd got to go to Vernwood village, and went out, you see, sir, I gets into bed again." "Yes, exactly so, Mrs. Blackman. And you were in bed until your husband returned?" "Yes, sir." "Till then you didn't get up at all?" "No, sir, I didn't get out of bed. Not till I heerd David was come back, just afore I heerd of this here dreadful affair." "And did you hear or see anything of the black valet after your husband had gone to Vernwood village?" the tall officer asked. "No, sir, by course I didn't." "Well, Mrs. Blackman, do you think you would have heard him if he had been near your cottage? Were you asleep or awake after your husband had left?" "Well, sir, I really couldn't say, sir. I might a been dozing off again, for you see, sir, 'twere my washin' day yesterday, and I went to bed that tired out, sir." "Yes, I see," said Mr. Superintendent, thoughtfully and dryly. "But look here now, Mrs. Blackman. Supposing there had been anyone out with the dog, do you think you would have heard, if there had been any unusual disturbance outside your bedroom window, for instance, where the dog was tethered?" "Well, really, sir, I couldn't say for sure. By course the dog do very often move about and make a noise in the night, but we don't never take much notice of that. Why there, only the other night, when David couldn't sleep, David says to me, 'I wish that great brute was farther away.'" "Very good, Mrs. Blackman. At any rate, you were not disturbed by any unusual sounds after your husband had left?" "Well, really, sir, I couldn't say as 'ow I was, for as I said, I were really that drowsy and tired, neither sleep nor awake like, and I'd sooner for certain not say." "Thank you, Mrs. Blackman, that will do." And with these words, and nodding to Mrs. Blackman with a kind smile of adieu, the tall superintendent, accompanied by the short, fat, sleek-looking person in plain clothes, conversing together, walked off down the drive. Mrs. Blackman drew a long sigh of relief as the two men walked away. Then she turned slowly round and walked slowly towards the door of the chalet. For a short minute before entering, she paused and was deep in thought. Poor fellow! Poor fellow! She ejaculated to herself, and then she opened the door and went in. Jules Massey, who was too overwhelmed even to know that she had left the room, was sitting on a stool with his face buried in his hands, rocking himself to and fro, groaning aloud in the deep and bitter anguish of his soul. Mrs. Blackman went up to him, put her hand gently on his shoulder, and spoke comforting words. But the wound that had gone through Jules Massey's heart was a wound that only the slowly assuaging influence of forgetfulness, of oblivion, of time, and the long roll of years could heal. Reader, as you lightly peruse these pages, do you realize? Can you picture? Have you ever experienced the bald reality of the tale that is being told? As the grass that is mown, as the flowers that fade and wither, as the ears of corn in their ripeness and fullness of days are reaped and gathered in, so men and women fall around us day by day. But has it ever happened to you to be where the lurking phantom of assassination has raised its bloody hand, where the foul spirit of murder seems, though unseen, to haunt and defile the very air? If you have, it is then only, that you have learned and felt the loathsome presence of the fiend. Murder! Till we come near it, or till that comes near to us, we realize not how dark and heinous, how appalling is the crime. We read of it in the daily prints that come to our homes. There seems in the minds of some even a horrid fascination in the word. Even death, in his mildest, kindliest mood, is the king of terror in our eyes, the parting, perhaps forever, with those whom most we have learnt to revere and love. Even when we leave them for a month, for a week, for a day, nay, for an hour, we kiss and say good-bye. But when death comes, when we start the journey through that long, dark valley in which all the travelers are traveling alone, and traveling onwards along that dark road by which none return, even then the great mystery excites our profoundest awe. But when the ruthless hand of the assassin strikes to sever the mystic union of the body and soul, truly we are appalled. We give the deed the darkest place in our dark category of crime. We repay it by the extreme penalty that our laws can inflict, and we pronounce in fact, "Hast thou shed man's blood? Then by man shall thy blood be shed." Thus upon the once bright home of Vernwood there had fallen the terrible shadow which dogs the assassin's trail. When Mr. Police Superintendent Whittier, the dignified officer who had questioned Mrs. David Blackman, left with his short and sleek companion the vicinity of the chalet, the two men walked down the carriage drive, and thence out onto the broad lawn in front of the mansion, over which were scattered and dotted about, here and there, men and women in little groups, all absorbed in the one topic of the terrible tragedy which had been played. A minute later, Superintendent Whittier and Mr. Briggs, which was his companion's name, were joined by one or two constables in uniform, and other rather important persons in plain clothes. Mr. Briggs was a retired local fellmonger, who, having acquired a competency in his own trade, had retired therefrom, and by some municipal maneuver or sleight of hand or sleight of head, got his name placed on the local commission of the peace. As is very common with such individualities, Mr. Briggs was an officious, fussy busybody, ever seeking opportunity to bring his name into local repute. Thus, in the terrible tragedy of poor Bertram Gonneau's murder, he at once saw an opportunity for the display of his own importance and acumen, and for the general airing and exercise and showing off of his newly acquired magisterial abilities and honors. Such a man often makes himself a public nuisance to all well-conducted citizens of good taste. "Of course 'twere that black fellow did it." put in Mr. Briggs, rubbing his small fat hands. It's all very well to say that, said the local sergeant of police, who was standing by, but what is there to prove it? Prove it? Why, circumstantial evidence, of course. Who else could have committed the crime? Do you mean to tell me, Sergeant Hicks, that black fellow could have been hanging about there all that time, just when the murder must have been committed, and saw nobody go in or come out of that room, never saw a sight nor heard a sound of what was going on? Impossible! Of course he did it. And Mr. Briggs finished his argument with an air of incredulous contempt. Yes, Mr. Briggs, the black valet does not say he was at the place when the murder was perpetrated. He says he was up by the chalet, which is nearly 1/4 of a mile away. Yes, he says he was up with the dog, and what proof is there that he was with or near that dog? Not one tittle, sir, not one tittle. And Mr. Briggs again rubbed his small fat hands on what he regarded on his part as quite a shrewd exposition of the law of evidence. Besides, sir, Briggs authoritatively resumed, if you have any evidence on that point, any evidence at all, it goes to prove that he was not near the dog, or near the chalet at all, or else, sir, is it conceivable that Mrs. Blackman could have heard nothing of him from her own room? Pooh! Perfectly absurd, sir, perfectly absurd. That black fellow did it, and ought to be arrested before he takes himself off. We will not follow this self-constituted council of local sages through their discussion, for the sequel will be shown by the result. It was a hastily improvised meeting, composed of a mixture of official blunder-headedness and local inexperience. The careers of those who constituted it were passed in the isolation of an English rural shire, and this was probably the solitary crime of its caliber which had come under their discretion in the whole course of their official and non-official lives. They had not been educated amidst the seething millions of great cities, where the seeds of intemperance and sensualism and vice, sown in the hotbed of iniquity, spring up into envy, hatred, and malice, and blossom forth every 24 hours into the baneful flowers of crime. However errant and wrong Superintendent Whittier might have been in his notions of his path of duty, however much at fault, his duty once made apparent to him, the most exacting of his superiors could scarcely have accused him that he was imprompt in carrying that duty out. Scarce 1 hour had elapsed from the time when the tall officer held his short conversation with Mrs. David Blackman before the chalet, when, in the well-appointed trap provided for his use, Mr. Superintendent Whittier again drove up to the same spot, accompanied by one of his men. Superintendent Whittier alighted, knocked at Mrs. Blackman's door, and on that good woman answering the summons, the officer, without any invitation, walked in. The ground floor of the chalet consisted of one somewhat spacious apartment, which was Mrs. David Blackman's kitchen, parlor, pantry, and drawing-room all in one. In this apartment poor Jules Massey was still sitting as we left him an hour before. The superintendent approached to where Jules sat, and producing an official-looking document, placing his hand on the black man's shoulder, read quickly through to him what was a warrant for Jules Massey's arrest on a charge of the wilful murder of his master, Bertram Gonneau. There was nothing harsh, nothing imperative, nothing unkind in Mr. Superintendent Whittier's tone, but however much at fault in taking Jules Massey into custody he might be, he conceived that he had a duty to perform. By the time that the officer had finished reading his dire message, poor Jules seemed too dazed, too stunned and bewildered to comprehend or take in mentally either the words that were spoken or the circumstances of the case. Then, as a few minutes brought him to himself, he sobbed and sobbed and sobbed as if he had been a child, while Mrs. David Blackman, who was a witness of the painful scene, walked to the window, covering her face with her apron, was scarcely less overcome. But the tall, stern, calm, dignified, obdurate officer stood by apparently unmoved. Perhaps Superintendent Whittier's heart was hardened. Perhaps it was rendered callous by the frequent scenes in which his duties led him to take a heartless and aggressive part. At last, as Jules seemed too stupefied to move, the superintendent took him gently by the arm, while with his other hand he placed Jules' hat, which lay near him, upon his head. Then, almost as if by main force, he raised him to his feet and supported him, for his head hung down and the dark figure tottered and reeled and staggered like a drunken man. Then, as he seemed almost utterly incapable of locomotion, the powerful officer almost carried bodily, rather than supported him, across the cottage floor out into the warm, bright sunlight of the summer morning, a sunlight indeed now so darkened, and under the shade of the tall, overhanging trees, where stood in waiting the superintendent's horse and trap and man. Arrived thus far with his charge, Mr. Superintendent Whittier was beginning to congratulate himself that he had made a very successful arrest, and in comparative privacy, for there was an entire absence of that accumulation of lounging loiterers often present at such scenes, debased natures who seemed to revel and gloat over the fall of a fellow man. But as Mr. Superintendent emerged from the cottage, almost carrying the helpless form, there was at least one attentive onlooker, there was one sagacious watcher of the unusual scene, whose keen eye and canine intelligence nothing escaped, for Monk, who was tethered near, with continuously rising ire and repeated deep-mouthed expressions of displeasure, noted every act and character of the lugubrious play. At last Monk evidently felt that this unusual treatment of his dark friend had gone too far to be longer endured, and with a yell of anger he tugged with all his great power at his restraining chain. It is a useful truth to know that in this world of imperfections, almost every chain has its weakest link, and at that weakest link it may break. The chain which tethered Monk was no exception to this rule. The weak link parted and flew, and in the twinkling of an eye Monk was a free dog. The use which the canine monster made of his suddenly gained liberty, the sequel will show. There was a loud growl of rage, a huge bound, and the great dog, which stood when on his hind legs as tall as the officer himself, had his two forepaws nearly on the constable's shoulders, while the great teeth fastened savagely into the man's throat. Overcome by the suddenness and ferocity of the attack, and the great, overbearing weight of the animal, the tall superintendent came violently to the ground, while the dog, which relinquished not for one moment the powerful grip of his jaws, which was a grip of the man's clothes rather than of his flesh, before any help could reach him, literally tore Superintendent Whittier's best uniform from his back, almost into shreds of blue cloth. Superintendent Whittier's assistant constable, seeing that his superior officer was in imminent peril of his life, came with drawn truncheon to his superior's aid. But the two men might as well have attempted to cope unarmed with an enraged lion, and what the earthly end of these two arms of the law would have been, but for the timely intervention of Mrs. David Blackman, is so plain that it is scarcely needful to relate. However, the woman finally succeeded in calming the outraged feelings of the dog, while in a sorrowful plight the superintendent, more denuded of his uniform than suffering from any corporeal injury, regained his feet, while Monk, as far as he could be understood, uttering all sorts of expressions of regret that he had not made shorter work of the superintendent and greater use of his short term of liberty, was, in the hands of good Mrs. Blackman, led off the scene. Left to his own devices, the horse in the superintendent's trap, regarding the bellicose attitude of the various powers with apprehension, trotted off, but he being a more tractable beast than Monk, was finally secured. Then, shaken, disconcerted, shorn, bereft of every vestige of the dignity of, as the immortal William Shakespeare would probably have expressed it, the divinity which hedged him in, Mr. Superintendent Whittier struggled painfully into his vehicle with his assistant and his charge, and the three drove away. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Collins. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. The Shadow of Death. As poor Jules Massey, in the very safe keeping of those two officers of the law, drove through the bright summer morning sunshine freshened by the morning breeze, and as he was able to collect his scattered thoughts, it was with emotions differing widely from his ordinary self-importance that usually before he had often taken that same drive. Somebody has said, and said perhaps shrewdly, however few there may be who will endorse the opinion expressed, that it is better to be a millionaire's friend than to be the millionaire. However far this may be an error of judgment, or however true or untrue it may be, it is certain that the personage in office, who has the paying away of a millionaire's small cash, and especially in such amounts as the late master of Vernwood squandered, and the management of the millionaire's minor affairs, whether that personage be black-skinned or whether his skin be white, and probably even if his skin were blue, is the object of the respectful attention, nay, almost the adoration, of a very large and admiring circle of his immediately surrounding world. His friends are not few. Besides, Jules Massey, especially as Bertram Gonault had grown in wealth and importance, had become the mouthpiece, the avant-courrier, and the great man of his master, a great man almost greater in some senses than the great man himself. Many times before had Jules Massey traversed that road, but it was in all the dignity and importance of his high estate. And verily it must be confessed that the cloak of Jules' dignity became him well. He had been no low-toned, grovelling, cringing underling. Jules Massey, Esquire, was a gentleman's gentleman in the highest and most important, as well as in the blackest degree, who enveloped himself, in proportion to the ebon blackness of his skin, with those petty and pretty high and mighty manners which we call airs. As long as such an individual can maintain his footing on the summit of that slippery eminence, the topmost pinnacle of the temple of fame, the cynosure of those who gaze up at the dizzying height with admiring eyes, he is a very great personage indeed. But let him once slip, those very admirers remark, "I told you so," and then lo, very great indeed is his fall. Formerly, as with his master's well-appointed equipage, he had rolled along that road which now he traversed in such different state. As he cast his eyes around him, it seemed to him almost as if he had regarded all the surrounding property, all those bright green woods, all those smiling pastures, all those cosy well-kept homesteads, almost as if in a certain sense his own. But now in 1/2 hour, in one magically marvellous turn in the kaleidoscope of events, how sadly and woefully had all this been changed. Jules wondered now what earthly demoniacal sprite could, for that one short half-hour, have tempted him from his sick master's bedside. On arriving at their destination, which was the local police station, the three men, Jules and his two custodians, alighted. Mr. Superintendent Whittier, from the rough treatment which he had received at the paws and jaws of Monk, mauled, begrimed, and crestfallen, clad in little but tatters and rags, became the central object of curious regard. Here, at the police station, instead of the luxurious appointments of Vernwood, Jules, after undergoing certain preliminary formalities peculiar to the situation, was shown quite civilly into an apartment of the massive cobblestone building called a cell, of the regulation dimensions, containing just so many superficial feet of God's earthly space, and just so many cubic feet of God's free air, as is apportioned by Her Majesty's prison commissioners to each of their unwilling and unwelcome guests. Within 2 hours of Jules Massey's arrest, Mr. Lumley arrived at Vernwood, that astute lawyer, instead of coming to Vernwood village station as instructed, having just posted 20 miles across a hilly country, in order in his own wisdom, as he believed, to shorten his journey, had travelled from London by a newly conceived route of his own devising, and losing thereby about 15 hours in point of time. Had Mr. Lumley followed the instructions of those he knew, he should have arrived at Vernwood the night before. Had he done so, the Vernwood tragedy might never have been perpetrated, and this story might never have been told. Such is an illustration of the way in which trivial obstacles or trivial blunders may alter the course of great events. Mr. Lumley's white face blanched whiter and whiter to a deathly pallor as he listened to the cold horrors of the bloody tale. When, however, he had to be told of the arrest of Jules Massey, his indignation became intense. He would as soon have believed in the guilt of his closest friend, and his legal mind saw the weakness of the case. He had known Jules Massey as a servant of the murdered man for years, and was it conceivable, he asked, that after a lifetime of faithful, devoted servitude, he should turn upon and murder his master in cold blood? Was it possible, he urged, that a person of Jules Massey's mild, gentle disposition could have perpetrated so diabolical a crime? Was it possible, Mr. Lumley asked, that the unpractised hand of Jules Massey could have accomplished so complete a butchery without staining himself with one drop of blood? The very proposition he maintained was too absurd. Hour by hour, like other days, the dismal day of Bertram Gonault's murder dragged through. Although at the time of his murder Bertram was under constant medical care, although he might have died if he had not been murdered, yet there was no question as to the cause of death. His poor body had been butchered with a skilfulness which, if I may so express it, would, if he had been endowed with them, have cut off 20 lives. In due course a post-mortem examination was made by medical men of the remains, and those last officers were duly and decently performed which, previous to interment, are, by the living, accorded to the dead. In a kind of semi-state the remains were laid in the great entrance hall, around which the grim armoured effigies upon their marble pedestals grasped their tall lances in their iron-bound hands, and seemed to bow their heads and lower their drooping pennons, as though they mourned over the raised catafalque and over the restful presence of the dead. Of the hundreds of those whom Bertram Gonault employed and fed, who delved and toiled in his mines, who laboured on his lands, who administered to his wants or benefited by his generosity, whether from far or near, all who desired were permitted to look a last look upon his face, as it reposed in death. One by one, a solemn, grave-faced, awe-stricken multitude, they filed past the bier, a melancholy train. There, in death, lay the remains of what once had been Bertram Gonault, his face evincing, as it lay there, no signs of pain. Even it seemed almost placid, considering the violence of his end. It was a face of marked and noticeable intellectual power. Nay, sometimes, as it was gazed upon in its long, long sleep, there seemed to light upon it that almost mocking smile. The long, pointed, well-tended moustaches stood as carefully arranged and as rigid as they had been in life, while upon the side of the right cheek there was the mark which he had borne from his birth, and which he was bearing too, now so near, his grave. One hand, the left, alone was visible, and rested passively across his chest, one long white hand, one finger of which was still, as it lay there, encircled with the massive sapphire ring. We have said that the face was strangely tranquil, for his wounds were mostly in the body, and as he lay there in the solemn state of death, all the violence which had been wreaked upon the living, as far as possible, was concealed beneath the spotless drapery which shrouded the remains of the dead. At last those days, those sad, dark, dreary days, came to an end, when the eyes of the living may be no longer suffered to linger over the remains of the loved that are dead. Then, as he had mourned for others, he himself was mourned. As he himself had caused others to be carried, he was carried forth, out into the bright warm sunshine that he had once enjoyed, where all nature ceased not to smile even on the cortège of the dead. They bore him out over the great wide lawn, where the chaste white marble fountains glistened in the sunlight, and the light summer breezes trifled with the flowers. Then over the broad river did the solemn cortège wend its way, over the broad river where in happy days he had loitered and lingered with his love. Silently by the dower house they toiled up the winding hilly road, up to the hill-top where weird and solitary and remote the mausoleum stood among the trees, where it stood in the grove of tall beech trees as they gently bowed their heads, and the yew trees lent their sombre shadows, and the avenues of cypress seemed to guard the tombs. It was here that they laid the remains of Bertram Gonault down to rest. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Collins. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. The Scales of Justice. Mr. Lumley, on his arrival at Vernwood, learning what had happened and seeing the consternation which prevailed, immediately assumed the direction of affairs. And there is no doubt that had Bertram Gonault had time given him, or rather if he had utilised the time which he had been given him, instead of squandering his years in sinful procrastinations and vain regrets, had Bertram Gonault actually come to the point to make any definite disposition of his affairs at all, there is no doubt that he would before any other person have appointed Lawyer Lumley as executor to carry out his wishes when he was gone. But Bertram had sinfully and madly delayed the day of reckoning and arrangement, and now, like a thief in the stillness of the night, the time had passed and the opportunity was for ever lost and flown. In the investigation of the mystery, Mr. Lumley lost no time in calling to his aid the experience and acumen of the detective department of Great Scotland Yard, for although Jules Massey was in custody, Mr. Lumley had no more belief in poor Jules' blood guiltiness than he had in his own. 2 officers from London had arrived at Vernwood the day following that in the early morning hours of which the murder had been perpetrated. These experienced manhunters viewed carefully the body of the deceased previous to interment, as well as the chamber in which the tragedy was committed, and made a most minute examination of that and the adjoining rooms. They scoured in search of evidence all the surrounding locality, both near and remote. They made particular inquiry into the habits, character, and movements of every person, likely or unlikely upon the estate, but at the end of 2 or more weeks, after exhausting all the resources which their experience could devise, whatever they told the world, for police like doctors put on a wise face and profess not to tell all they know, but whatever these 2 detectives told the anxiously inquisitive world, sagely and mysteriously, about suspicions or clues, they had to report to headquarters, and to confess to themselves that they were as utterly destitute of any shadow of a clue to that dark mystery, and as utterly powerless to point the finger of suspicion to any one individual, as if they had spent those 14 days in the bosoms of their respective families, or sat on their stools and kicked their heels in their official quarters in Great Scotland Yard. Neither in the heavily carpeted chamber where the deceased had slept and died, or in the adjacent room, or on the broad flagstones of the terrace without, or on the hard-trodden gravel walk, or on the dry hard turf of the lawn, or in the sandy pulverous soil, had the murderer left trace or track or footprint behind. The dead man's escritoire and papers were apparently untouched. Even his valuable ring was left upon his hand, and as far as could be discovered, not an article of value had been taken from the room. Yet a murderous hand had been there, and in that short space of time had committed that tenfold atrocious deed of blood. That Jules Massey was at the spot, there or thereabout, when the murdered man died, there could be no manner of doubt. Even he himself did not deny it. But what appeared in the eyes of the local world a lame assertion was that he was with the dog. Besides this thinly transparent plea, the simple-minded people in the quiet English shire were none the less disposed to excuse Jules Massey on account of the blackness of his skin. There was that prejudicial sentiment against him, that the colour of his skin must in some way reflect the blackness of his heart. They, in their narrow and simple way of thinking, had scarcely an idea that a black man, a negro born, could be as honest and true, as innocent and manly, and as spotless in his life as if his skin were white. Then, too, Jules had set himself up so high and mighty over them all. Thus the finger of suspicion and scorn which pointed at Jules in his fall was cruelly malign, and had the poor fellow been judged then and there by mob law, it is to be feared that his chances of escape would have been small. In addition to the absence of all evidence that plunder could have been the object of the assassin, no personal motive could be deduced which could account for the commission of the crime. Personally, Bertram Gonault had been beloved. He had scattered his wealth about him with a lavish hand. He had ever seen that the hungry was fed. He had clothed the naked and insufficiently clad. He had housed the homeless, and had provided work on no common scale for the unemployed, and had unceasingly cared that poverty and want were things unknown in the borders of his land, and all felt that his untimely death was a calamity of which the consequences must be felt near and afar. During these gloomy days of tension and expectation, the eager excitement which the tragedy occasioned, far from exhausting itself by its own vehemence, far from exhibiting any signs of abatement, seemed to grow even more and more intense. The supposed culprit, Jules Massey, in the ordinary course of procedure, was brought up before the local magisterial bench on the charge of having committed the crime. And here all the local forensic genius in the shape of the Briggs element blossomed forth into full flower, and when at the end of the 14 days' official investigation the 2 London detectives had little or no evidence to give, and went about their work in a blank-faced, crestfallen, checkmate mood, the wise assertion of Abraham Briggs was, Of course they could find no clue, because there was no clue to find. That black fellow was the sole human being near the scene of the murder when the deed was done, and he alone committed it, or if he didn't, with his own hands, he, which in the sight of the law was just as bad, was accessory to the crime. Again and again was the prisoner remanded, again and again was the protracted magisterial inquiry adjourned, till having threshed out and sifted and cogitated and blundered and silted through their magisterial brains every jot and tittle and shred of evidence out of the materials within their reach, so completely that little or nothing more could be thought or said, this local commission of sages seemed to see no alternative before them but to commit Jules Massey before a higher, and it was to be hoped a wiser, tribunal to take his further and final trial on the capital charge. During all this time, Mr. Lumley, staunch and unfaltering in his convictions of Jules' innocence, took care that all was done that could be done to mitigate the fearful position of the accused. He promised that nothing should be lacking which legal skill could suggest to save him from what Mr. Lumley called so dire a miscarriage of justice. The local commission of the peace, the London solicitor characterised as an assembly of muddle-headed blunderbusses with uncommonly long ears. Thus, for Jules, as he was boarded and lodged as a guest of his adopted country in the local police station, the dark, weary days dragged heavily on, the very darkest of poor Jules Massey's life. It was the time of reaction after the long years which he had been enjoying of comparative affluence, of importance, and exalted and trusted position and ease. It was for Jules the swing of the pendulum of life, from which we are none of us exempt, of which the tune is, and now we're up, and now we're down, and now we suffer, now enjoy. Very shortly, Mr. Lumley secured for his defence at the approaching assizes at which he was to take his trial the services of Mr. Wilbraham, a young barrister whose brilliant parts and sound knowledge of criminal law were mounting him, round by round, up the steep and laborious ascent to the summit of the ladder of legal emolument and fame. With regard to the Vernwood property, there were other considerations too, which were pressing heavily on Mr. Lumley's thoughts and exercising his legal mind, for the Vernwood estate was now in the position of being unowned, without head, without ownership, and without heir, and the interests at stake were complicated, needing judicious administration, and were large. And so, in due course, Mr. Lumley instituted proceedings which were legally judicious and convenient, and in his own interest not unwise. He caused legal proceedings to be taken in a way that lawyers know exactly how best to bring about, by which the Vernwood estate came under the direction and management of the High Court of Chancery, by which High Court the highly respectable firm of Wyndham and Lumley were appointed stewards, pending the discovery of, if any such thing existed, an heir. Meanwhile, Jules Massey, as he languished in durance vile, was, day by day, approaching nearer, and terribly near, the crisis of his perhaps terrible fate. For there can be few other forms of death more terrible than the death upon the gallows, by the common hangman's hand, for a crime which he never committed, of a true, faithful, honest, upright, honest-hearted man. However, it is one of the just causes of congratulation, and one of the boasts of the British Constitution, that the hand of its justice should be so judiciously tempered with mercy, that the liberty of the subject should be so jealously and scrupulously as it is hedged and fenced in, and the hastiness of its judgments so well and wisely restrained. But at length the time of the assizes of which Jules Massey was to take his trial on the charge of murdering Bertram Gonault came round. There was the arrival of Her Majesty's judges, invested as usual with all the dignity and importance of the representatives of imperial power, and all the pomp and circumstance which surrounds the representatives of royalty and the majesty of the law. The fact that 12 gentlemen are elected before whom a British subject must have the evidence of his sin adjudged even after he has been accused, and before he takes his final trial, is one of those safeguards which doth hedge and fence the life and liberty of the subject in, and before 12 such gentlemen at the opening of the assizes had the case of Jules Massey on the charge of the murder of Bertram Gonault to come. By that august personage the judge, after having been duly empanelled, were these 12 gentlemen of the grand jury charged. In the case of the coloured man, Jules Massey, committed on a charge of the wilful murder of his master, Bertram Gonault, said his lordship, the magistrates have committed the prisoner to take his trial on the capital charge, but they had done so on evidence which to his lordship's, mind seemed not to be altogether satisfactory or complete. He, his lordship continued, never thought there was anything gained by the ordeal which a trial for murder involved, unless there appeared a reasonable prospect of arriving at a verdict against the accused. For an ordeal surely such a trial was. It was an ordeal solemn and painful for all concerned. But he should leave it to the intelligence of the grand jury to say whether sufficiently conclusive evidence had been adduced to warrant the committal of the prisoner to take his trial before the petty jury on the charge, and whether in their unanimous opinion there was a prima facie case. Thus shortly were the grand jury charged. After his lordship's charge, the 12 grand jurymen, under the chairmanship of a gentleman of common sense, retired to do their duty as best they might to their country, and whether black or white, to their fellow men. The result of their duty, as far as we are concerned, was that in Jules Massey's case they failed to find a true bill against the prisoner, and the said Jules Massey walked forth from prison before the world in the light of the day, an honest, an innocent, and a free man. At this finding of the grand jury, among the believers in Jules Massey's innocence of the charge preferred against him, which faction was headed by Mr. Lumley, there was of course jubilation in a high degree. While Abraham Briggs sank proportionately low, he sank never to lift his head or show his pleasant face again on the magisterial bench, and to this very day local tradition jocosely asserts that after the Vernwood murder, Abraham Briggs, in his attention to his magisterial functions, was not even lukewarm, and that he spent the leisure hours of his declining years in the cultivation of an improved kind of marrow-fat peas. The tidings of Jules Massey's acquittal reached Vernwood with that marvellous rapidity which, in their respective mysterious ways, human tongues and electric wires can transmit news. If the excitement and tension had been great before the trial, it now became, if possible, more intense. If Jules Massey was innocent, then who was guilty? Did assassination stalk among the people with unfettered hand? If Jules Massey did not murder his master, then who did? Such, with strained eager face, were the questions each one asked. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. In Another Land. We have passed the stage in this history where the dark shades of murder, of death, and disappearance have fallen, and closed in on some of those characters with whom we are concerned, hiding them from our eyes. As again we lift the veil and raise the curtain of the drama, the scene must be shifted to a different land. With its serpentine walks, its shadowy and overhanging trees, its patches of fresh green verdure, and more than all besides, the unique and seldom surpassed views which it affords of marine activity and life, that little oasis of brightness which forms what we may call the tip of the narrow, insulated tongue of land known as Manhattan Island, on which has sprung up into wondrous activity and commercial life the busy, teeming, American metropolitan, cosmopolitan city of New York. The tip of land above referred to, known commonly as Battery Park, forms when the cool, fresh breezes from the ocean neutralize somewhat the fierce heat of the sun on land, or in the stifling purlieus of the crowded streets, particularly in the hotter months of the year, one of the most seductive and one of the most attractive nooks that can be found, one of the freshest and freest breathing places in the great and busy Empire City. Here the contemplative may well indulge in reverie. Here the idle may be tempted to dalliance, and here even the fatigued may seek repose. Perhaps it was the almost classic retirement of this spot, standing as it does out of the way of, but at the same time surrounded by, the busy turmoil of the commercial world, that induced Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen to choose the vicinity of Battery Park as the head center of his operations, from which he could take his own peculiar survey, view mankind and the world, as it were, with his own eyes. The refreshing quietude of the situation, as compared to the dense and feverish rush of life which day by day courses through the busy arteries of the great American city, seemed to favor the development of those mental calculations which had rendered the name of Heinrich Vandermeulen at once the best known and the most devoutly to be dreaded individuality among the piquant fraternity of his surrounding world. Oft had the cleverest rogues to lament that they owed the loss of that blessed boon of liberty, most valued when it is lost, to the profound ruminations which passed in the brain of the sagacious colonel, as he sat enjoying the fragrance of his 20-cent Havana in Battery Park, his mind actively employed, though his body rested, and his keen dark eye wandered away abstractly over the distant sea, as it lay in its rippling blue, or apparently lazily followed the course of some one of those leviathans of the sea, as she plowed her way through the deep, or again, as the same keen dark eye rested on some white sail which, caught by the winds of heaven, seemed playfully to dance along over the bright bosom of the laughing waves. High up in one of those many-storied edifices which seem to be the pride and glory of the American citizen and American cities, in the immediate vicinity of Battery Park, in a small office or room remarkable above most things for its lack of pretension and absence of display in this tiny sanctum, except when he chose to avail himself of the charm and freshness of the park beneath, lived and worked the acutest detective brain of his time. It was something within 3 months of the time wherein were enacted the incidents and events of which the last few chapters have told. For some hours the rush of commercial life in the city of New York had almost ceased. The crowds which daily throng and jostle and rub shoulders about all the streets adjacent to the post office in the one general, almost universal hunt for gold, had relinquished for a few short hours the active adoration of Mammon, the false idolatrous cult of that unholy god, and had quitted the precincts of the marts of trade for various homes, such as villas on the pleasant adjacent islands, across the rivers or bay, some for luxurious clubs or hotels, some for the greater quietude of palatial uptown mansions, and some, indeed, perhaps the less fortunate, or the less favored, or the less venturous or bold, had relinquished a daily hard bread-seeking struggle for less bright, less favored abodes. Day had long faded into night. Wall Street and its adjacent thoroughfares looked like some silent and deserted city of the dead, or echoed only with the occasional footfall and the leisurely measured tread of the roundsman or patrol. But late as was the hour, a light, dim and subdued, might have been seen in the high-up office window from which on bright and sunny summer days Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen's window commanded views extensive and beautiful of New York Bay, with its adjacent islands and headlands, while away to the right the great bronze Statue of Liberty, a great idea with but a limited effect, with upraised arm, enlightened, certainly, a very infinitesimal fraction of the world. Possibly the knowing colonel had selected this elevated position because he admired sea views, or possibly as an eyrie of vantage, in order that with his powerful marine binoculars he might sweep the horizon, for Colonel Vandermeulen, or as he was familiarly dubbed among his most intimate associates and chums, Kern, had considered it worth his while to make himself acquainted with the appearance of every steamer of importance which entered or departed from the port and bay of New York, and reports of arrivals off Sandy Hook were, when the circumstances called for, the special attention of the colonel, known to him about as soon as they were communicated to the ship owners and ship-owning companies themselves. As we have said, on the night on which we are writing, the subdued light which appeared in the colonel's window from without indicated that this at least of the many offices in the many edifices round about Battery Park was tenanted, notwithstanding the late hour of the day, or rather the advanced hour even of the night, and had the occupant of that office been just at that time aware that his little window was an object of such careful and thoughtful attention as it was from a man who seemed almost furtively, almost fearfully, to loiter under the dark shadows of the trees in the park beneath, it is not improbable the jubilation, rather than the dire perplexity which possessed him, would have given another and the prevailing tone to the colonel's thoughts. However, at this time, perplexity, rather than jubilation, was the paramount condition of Colonel Vandermeulen's mind. Commonly, he, with more readiness and perspicuity than most men alive, saw through the motives of human actions. He read mankind and human nature and human actions as an open book, and what would be incomprehensible enigmas, either social or human, to most men, were to Colonel Vandermeulen occurrences as clear as the light of day. A rather thick, heavy-looking man, you would have thought him, could you have seen him seated in that little office alone. A personality markedly of the American type, but whose ancestors might have been of Teutonic or Dutch, or what in New York is called the old Knickerbocker stock, with straight black hair and keen dark eyes, accompanied by that heavy stolidity which I find not easily describable in mere words, but which one may not unfrequently meet with in association with some uncommon quality of mind, shall I say is often met with in connection with phenomenal parts, for not invariably is genius indicated by the bright, intelligent face. But Colonel Vandermeulen was one of those men, either fortunate or wise, who had chosen the way of life most suited to the talents with which by nature he was endowed. He was an example of the round man who had found sense enough to fall into the circular hole, for it is a lamentable thing when we see talent in any particular direction misdirected and misapplied. The minister of religion, who would have made, for example, a dashing officer in the charge of a brigade, or the merchant, who would have been an ornament to the ranks of genius in science or art. I might multiply examples, but Colonel Vandermeulen was none such as these. He was a man eminently fitted by nature for his own particular role, and a perplexing one it sometimes proved, and which would have driven most men to their wits' end. And yet to be baffled in the hunt, to fail in pursuit, was a misfortune which to Colonel Vandermeulen was almost unknown. And so success upon success had rendered him at once one of the most sought for by the hunters and most dreaded by the quarry, of the human sleuth-hounds of his time. But on the occasion of which I have to tell, Colonel Vandermeulen sat in his little office far into the night. Somewhere uptown he had another establishment, where there were a bairns and a frau, but just now that seemed no place for him. Colonel Vandermeulen had another game to play. So far into the night he sat in his little office alone, and as he sat there seemed to pervade him a puzzled, I may almost say a painfully perplexed and troubled air. For once he was almost on the point of admitting to himself that he was outpuzzled, checkmated, done. Must Colonel Vandermeulen, for that once, fail in his pursuit? But man's extremity proves to be God's opportunity more often than we think or own. Upon a desk before which Colonel Vandermeulen sat in the little office lay a heap of papers and documents of varied aspect, private, official, and otherwise multifarious. Singling out one from amongst these for something like the 20th time, the thinker carefully and deliberately perused its contents. Its strongly official aspect and savor might have been a little appalling to the uninitiated and unofficial mind, but Colonel Vandermeulen regarded that aspect only as a matter of course. Officialism was an ism with which he came in contact well-nigh every day of his active life. Surmounted by a woodcut of those two potent and militant representative creatures, the lion and the unicorn fighting for the crown, the document apparently at once so serious in its purport, and to Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen so interesting in its details, read this: Murder, £5,000 reward. Whereas, on the night, or in the early morning of the blank day of August, 18 blank year, there died at his residence, known as Vernwood, in the parish of blank, in the county of blank, England, and formerly of Millbank, blank county, Virginia, Bertram Honor Gunault. And whereas the said Bertram Honor Gunault met his death by violence at the hands of some person or persons unknown, this is to certify that the above reward of £5,000 will be paid to any person or persons who, not being the actual perpetrators of the crime, shall give such information as shall lead to the conviction of the parties whereby the said Bertram Gunault met his death. Any information which will be treated in strict confidence may be given by letter or personally to Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley, solicitors, number blank, blank Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, London. Such was the document that the detective read through and through. He viewed it naturally, fairly, and as it seemed, as you and I, reader, would have viewed it with our untutored minds and eyes, he viewed it suspiciously, as he had sense and experience enough to view almost everything in this deception-seeking life. He viewed it from behind and before, and he turned it upside down, for none knew better than he that strange and apparently unimportant and unexpected trivialities may point to important facts and lead to important ends. Then he soliloquized, for he was alone. £5,000 reward. Pile of money at stake, too. Then he continued to read. And furthermore, whereas the aforesaid Bertrand Honor Gunault is believed to have died intestate, this is to certify that another and additional reward of £5,000 will be paid to any person or persons who shall give such information as shall lead to the discovery and whereabouts, if living, of his heir or heirs. Any information on this may be given, as above, to Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley, solicitors, number blank, blank Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, London. For some minutes after pursuing these documents, the colonel seemed to relapse into a state of the profoundest thought. He drove his fat fingers through his short straight hair. Then he pushed his hands deep into his trouser pockets, as deep as he could, as he sat in his chair. Then he threw back his big head and puffed vigorously on the 20-cent weed, which he held between his teeth, all the while watching intently, as if from the dense cloud, which arose in circling fumes above his head, he hoped to discover some spark of inspiration or relief. Then, changing his position uneasily, and again fumbling and searching among the heap of papers before him, he presently drew something else out from the heterogeneous mass. It was not a document. At least it was not a document in the common and ordinary sense and meaning of the word, for a photograph is not a document, and a photograph is what it was. It was a well-executed picture, large and long, of that particular style and shape known among the professional photographic artists in England as an imperial. No mere fifth-rate production of skill, no mere amateur attempt at art, was the picture which he held before him, but a costly, naturally and accurately colored portrait, the work of a master hand. Fine, however, as was the picture, as an example of the photographic art, it represented a subject horrid and revolting to behold, a subject rendered still more revolting, still more startling, still more lifelike, we cannot say, by the terrible vivid reality which it brought to mind. It was the face of a man. I may say it was the face and hand of a man, photographed after death. The neck and body of the dead, swathed in ample linen folds, seemed to speak suggestively of something beneath the folds, too fearful for the eye to be permitted to contemplate, while the face portrayed told only too plainly that the dead had suffered the torture of a painful, nay, of a violent death. One hand, the right, was unseen, while the left, with its long and bony fingers, the first of which was encircled by a gold and sapphire band ring, lay conspicuously resting across the bosom of the dead. Realistic and deathlike it was. The picture, in its masterfulness, seemed to suggest, to conceal, as it were, a darker chapter of horrors even than it displayed or revealed. Colonel Vandermeulen, in the course of his professional career, had looked upon many horrifying sights. In his military experience, he had encountered death in its 1,000 aspects upon the field, but the picture before him looked sickening and transcended even his experience of the appearance of death, rendered still more ghastly by the apparent laugh, almost as if in the last convulsive gasp for life. The eyes were closed, while the well-fixed mustache ends, turned upwards, seemed to enhance the effect of the sardonic Mephistophelian laugh, which lingered on the countenance, even in the last long repose of the dead. Another thing which the observant detective noted was that the right cheek was scarred by some cicatrix, which, although long healed, still left its impress until and after the latest hour of life. Verily, the picture was one to fill the mind with a sense of loathing and disgust. But yet, horrible as it was, it seemed to indicate clearly and truthfully the semblance and character of the countenance during life, but emaciated, apparently thinned, and stricken, though it might be, with disease. Probably the reader who has followed, even though not too closely or minutely in his mind, the revolting details of this horrid picture may have divined that what Colonel Vandermeulen was gazing at might be a post-mortem portrait of Bertram Gonault. So it was. But it was not the portrait of Bertram Gonault as we viewed his remains, as they lay in state, as they lay in the mockery of pomp by which the departed are sought to be beautified when for the last time they are to be gazed upon by loving and regretful eyes. No, it was a photograph, which those who best knew wherefore they had turned the photographic art to such account had been secured of Bertram Gonault as quickly as could be after death. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by Duthie-Lisle. Volume 2, Chapter 4. The Ghostly Midnight Form. As this prince among detectives held the photograph which we have described in the foregoing chapter in his hand, he for a moment closed his eyes as if to shut out from both his sight and thoughts all remembrance of the repellent thing, of an art so beautiful, subverted and applied to so foul a use. An audible "ugh" escaped Colonel Vandermeulen's lips as he threw the picture away face downwards on the pile of papers which lay on his table before him. Hardly had the ejaculation of disgust escaped his lips, when it seemed, almost rather by instinct than by sense, his sharp ear seemed to detect a sound. It was like the presence of a footstep falling lightly, almost stealthily, upon the lowest step of the many stairs which led to the little office occupied by the Prince of Police from Battery Park and the street beneath. No movement seemed to escape the keen vigilance of his acute sense. For a long minute or two he listened intently, all his faculties on the alert, listened, as we say, with all his ears. Step by step, with the same stealthy, hesitating, cat-like tread, it seemed to mount higher and higher, and seemed to approach up the creaking and rather rickety stairs, nearer and nearer to where he sat. The detective as noiselessly reached forth his hand and drew quietly open the right-hand drawer of his little office table. There lay his six-shooter, ready for instant use, for it was not one of the old soldier's failings to be overtaken by an enemy in a surprise. He was too old a veteran for that. And then it was evident to the solitary occupant of the little den that someone stood immediately outside his office door. Upon it the words, "Manhattan Detective Agency," were painted. The letters must have been invisible now, although they were quite large enough for anyone to read in the narrow entrance when favored by the light of day. Then an interval followed of suspense. There was a dead silence in which Colonel Vandermeulen awaited the further development of events. Then there was a stealthy, creaking sound, then a pause. At length came a knocking, quiet, stealthy, and subdued to break the spell, and the next moment Colonel Vandermeulen invited into his presence his would-be visitor at so unusual an hour. Unusual, that is, so far as any hours were unusual to a person of Colonel Vandermeulen's habits who, whether by day or by night, ever sought his quarry when it might be found. Then at the colonel's invitation, a tall, dark-robed figure stepped silently with the same cat-like tread into his little room. As the newcomer entered, he saluted with some show of politeness, while Colonel Vandermeulen seemed to nail on to him instantly his keen, penetrating, searching glance, as with much less of ceremony or politeness, he returned the stranger's salute. "Have I, then, the honor of meeting at last in person Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen, the most distinguished detective officer of the United States?" the visitor asked. He looked a tall man, tall almost to stateliness, but enveloped in a long, dark surtout or cloak, so carefully drawn about him that but little of his real personal figure could be seen. "Well, yes, stranger, if you will. Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen. I guess that's me right enough, and I thank you for the compliment. although at present you have the advantage, and I'd like to know whom I'm indebted for the honor of a visit at this hour. For what by reason of a broad-brimmed, drab-colored hat, something after the style of Yankeeland, or of the sombrero typical of the cowboys and hunters of the western ranches and prairies, and the wide collar of their surtout which was turned up to its fullest extent, only a very small portion of the visitor's face was to be seen. What there was visible seemed to the attentive searching eye of the detective to look sickly and pale, almost deathly in its pallor, and in its sunken and emaciated lines. I am come to see you on business, important business, important perhaps to us both to you and to me, continued the mysterious visitant in cold, hard tones, which, notwithstanding his experience and habitual temerity, seemed to thrill Vandermeulen to the bone. By a slight bend of the head, Colonel Vandermeulen motioned his visitor to proceed. But the detective thought not then just of how great an astonishment there was in store for him, or of how great a shock he was to endure. Yet there was a fascination about the mysterious presence of the man before him, a fascination which he was unable to mentally explain to himself or to comprehend. He seemed unable, nevertheless, to unfix his eyes from the tall, cloaked figure which riveted his attention as if by some supernatural spell. Then there was a pause, a silence uninterrupted by either the one or the other of the two men, an almost awkward pause. At length again the visitor was the first to speak. From the ample, voluminous folds of the great surtout which covered him, he drew what the detective saw was a copy of the New York Herald, in its place and generation the leading journal of its time, while with his left hand he pointed to an advertisement, one among the many in that unique column of journalism headed Personal, in the best-known daily of New York. I should say that advertisement emanates from this office, or from you, Colonel Vandermeulen. Is that so? Colonel Vandermeulen took the paper for a minute from the long white hand which held it, and carefully glanced the advertisement through. And this is what he read. $5,000 reward. Whereas on the nth day of August, 18, in the parish of, in Shire, England, at his residence known as Vernwood, but formerly of Millbank, County, Virginia, USA, there died Bertram Honor Gaunce. And whereas the said Bertram Honor Gaunce died intestate, this is to notify that the above reward of $5,000 in United States currency, or 2,083 pounds sterling, will be paid to any person or persons who shall give such information as shall lead to the discovery and identification, if living, of his heir or heirs. And furthermore, whereas the aforenamed Bertram Honor Gaunce met his death through violence, a farther and larger reward will be paid to any person or persons who, not being the actual perpetrator of any crime whereby the said Bertram Honor Gaunce met his death, shall give such information as shall lead to a knowledge of the circumstances thereof. Any notification, which will be treated in the strictest confidence, may be made by mail or otherwise to Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley, Solicitors, Number Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, London, England, or to Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen, Number Street, Battery Park, New York City, USA. Yes, sir, that is so, Colonel Vandermeulen replied shortly as he handed the copy of the Herald back to the man. Can you give me the information which I seek? The colonel's visitor laughed a long, low, hollow, gurgling laugh. a laugh almost sardonic in the hollow mockery of its tone. Self-controlled as he ever was, Colonel Vandermeulen's blood began to warm to anger heat. "The information, Colonel? I might, or I mightn't give it to you. The information. I could, or I can, or rather I could if I would," replied the other in the same hollow tone. There seemed to be within the man as he spoke a heartless, careless mockery, which was to Colonel Vandermeulen irritating in the extreme. "But think you, my Colonel," he continued, "that $5,000 reward would tempt me to unfold to you for your convenience the mystery which surrounds the life as well as the death? Shall I say the life? Yes, the life too, which you seek to elucidate, and for your own profit to explain? For clever as you are, Colonel Vandermeulen, I can tell you that a mystery hangs about it, which, without my aid, even you with all your cleverness, with all your experience, with all your wit, with all your insight into human life and human action, and human death too, shall fail to unravel or reveal. Say, years ago you knew Bertram Honor Gaunce in the flesh. Was it not so?" Colonel Vandermeulen nodded assent. "And now, sir, you seek, with large offers of reward, both or either his murderers or his heirs. See here, Colonel Vandermeulen, look at me as I stand before you tonight. Do I stand before you in the spirit or in the flesh?" With a flourish almost theatrical in its suddenness and its air, at one movement the speaker, as he finished, threw open the front of the long, dark surtout, and with the other hand he removed the broad-brimmed slouched sombrero by which his countenance was hid, and there stood before the dazed and astounded detective the unmistakable, lifelike apparition of Bertram Honor Gaunce. It was the self-same personality upon whose photograph 5 minutes before he had looked as he thought in death. There he stood, or there it stood, unmistakable in features, the long thin hands, the finger encircled by the gold and sapphire ring, the pallid, emaciated sunken cheek, the right side still scarred by a cicatrice long-healed, the same well-waxed and turned-up mustaches, the same mocking, sardonic, Mephistophelian laugh. All had been reproduced in the photograph of death as truly as photography could reproduce them, for photography cannot lie. The telltale camera must entrap and reproduce the effects of light as surely as the sun produces day. But here, was the apparition a merely optical reproduction of the picture on which he had so intently dwelt? Or was it truly that the photograph was what he believed it to be, a reproduction of the likeness of death? Well might this visitor ask, "Do I stand before you in the spirit or in the flesh?" None of the common, everyday occurrences of life were wont to unhinge the habitual coolness of Colonel Vandermeulen's mind. But as he stood there far in the night, before, in the presence of a form which began to assume an uncanny aspect in his eyes, his usually sallow, ashy countenance blanched and whitened to the livid hue of death. His eyes assumed a wild, terrified expression. For once at least in his life, Colonel Vandermeulen, the arch-detective, the grand army man, the ex-soldier who had stood firm and undaunted and unwavering under heavy fire in many a charge, glanced nervously around the little office to assure himself that he might believe in his own senses and his own eyes. and almost in the vain hope of discovering some way of retreat from the apparently ghostly supernatural presence before his eyes. But the tall, pale figure, hat in hand, the surtout thrown back, displaying a naked, sinewy throat, stood mysterious and erect, barring all way of exit and escape betwixt him and the door. For once at least in his life, the power of articulation forsook the gallant colonel's tongue. His knees trembled beneath him. There was a creepy, unhealthy feeling in the very air. Each stood gazing at the other, the mysterious visitor with dark, deep, languishing, almost poetic eyes. "Speak, Colonel Vandermeulen," he at length continued. "Speak! Tell me what you desire. Have I not known you many a year? Ha, ha! I see your wits seem to fail you," he added in the same hollow, mocking tone. "Is that not so? Look you here, old friend. You know where the arched bridge of natural rockery spans the highway which crosses Central Park? If every other clue should fail you," said he in the same irritating, mocking tone, "which it surely will, nay, as surely as the sun will fail to illuminate the night, meet me there in 1 month from this hour. We shall at least be pretty free from interruption there and then. Maybe, if you don't in the meantime find that which you seek, maybe I can tell you something you may like to know, which I know well enough without my aid you cannot find. Till then, Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen, au revoir, au revoir. We shall doubtless meet again. Adieu, adieu." With a wave of his long and thin white hand, on which there sparkled in the gaslight the sapphire gem, the strange visitor, as suddenly as he had disclosed his striking personality, drew again about him, with a theatrical-like movement, the thick, dark surtout and covered, I may say concealed, his face beneath the shadow of the broad sombrero, and a moment later the office door had closed behind him with a bang, and he was gone, and the detective seemed to breathe more freely, as if his little office was relieved of the presence of some uncanny thing. Colonel Vandermeulen listened for the sound of the receding footsteps of his visitor down the old stairs, but he listened in vain. There was no more sound of footsteps than as if some ghostly visitant trod the thin light air. A perfect silence seemed to reign. The detective for a moment stood dazed, transfixed as it were to the floor on which he stood. Then suddenly, it seemed with the quickness of a thought, he recovered himself. Like a flash of intuition, his habitual presence of mind returned. Promptness of action was one of Colonel Vandermeulen's points. To his promptitude, to his faculty of decided action, he thought he owed the phenomenal success to which he achieved in his adopted calling since he came to New York a poor man at the conclusion of the war. Moreover, Colonel Vandermeulen, although he believed in strange occurrences, had very little faith in the existence or supernatural appearances of ghosts. The mystery visitor had not left Colonel Vandermeulen's presence so much as 30 seconds ere he had recovered his normal state of mind. One stride brought him to his desk before which we have pictured him sitting ere the mysterious visitant arrived. With a hard, quick blow of his hand, he struck a hand gong which stood on his table. The bell rang out with a clear, silvery, musical sound, while in the same instant he blew a sharp, short, shrill whistle. Almost simultaneously with the double summons of emergency, well nigh as silently as his last visitor had departed, a little wizen-faced man glided into Colonel Vandermeulen's little room. "Shadow that man," was the curt order that the colonel gave. "And if you sent him home, there'll be $100 added to your pay. You saw. Long, heavy black cloak, face covered with a broad hat. Sharp." "Right, boss." A significant nod of comprehension and assent was all the answer that was given to the order, and the little wizen-faced man was gone. End of Chapter 18. Read by Paul Hampton. Section 19 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Volume 2, Chapter 5. Shadowing a Ghost. The little thin-faced man who, with such praiseworthy promptness and alacrity, followed the curt order of Colonel Vandermeulen, was an instrument of no common usefulness in the hands and under the direction of his chief. Paul Nugas was the well-nigh indispensable right hand of the clever New York detective, and who played for him about the same role as the ferret plays to the ferreter. Between them existed about the same affinity as there exists between the hunter and the hound, and perhaps in this case the astute hunter was indebted for no insignificant measure of his fame and reputation in what I will call the underground work of his adopted and somewhat peculiar calling, to the sagacity of the hound, or the instrument in this instance, which had come into Colonel Vandermeulen's hands, was a small, semi-dried, mummified-looking specimen of a living man, who might have been perhaps well on in middle life, but whose age it would have been hazardous to attempt to divine. Such an item of humanity that one may see drop down, as it were, into the path of life, such as scarce any passer-by, other than such a one as the ever-alert and watchful eye of Colonel Vandermeulen, would have taken any heed or cognizance of if they had met him in the world's hasting throng. One is tempted of such like odd items of humanity to wonder whence they came. Did they spring from under gooseberry bushes? And are childhood's little frauds and fictions true? Or do they come from the clouds, drop like rain into the din of life, to be mingled with the mire and trodden under foot of men? Their age, their origin, their destiny, their abode, their means of living, and even their manner of dying are questions which we seem to ask ourselves concerning such, and we seem to ask ourselves in vain. Colonel Heinrich Vandermeulen had met and noted this dried-up atom in the great crowd of New York humanity which, as in any busy and great metropolis daily and hourly, surged past him on his road of life. He had thought that there seemed some qualities in him, lonesome and despised as he might appear, which not every man possessed. And from the hour that the detective had plucked him like some forgotten fossil out of the human throng, he had discovered too much gold beneath the unpretentious surface to lose his man. Gold, in this case, meant an acute appreciation of human motives, for human motives were the commodities which formed the major portion of the great detective's stock in trade. His working capital might be small as other men compute their working capital, by pounds, shillings, and pence, or by dollars, cents, and dimes, but the stock and working capital of Colonel Vandermeulen consisted mainly of brains, and what he possessed of these he turned to no insignificant account. At the sound of the mention of the $100 reward, the little ferret-like man darted from the presence of his director and master with a zealous alacrity which seemed to say that $100 dirty or clean, in his pocket and estimation too, was worth a struggle to gain, and Colonel Vandermeulen, unerring as he ever was in his estimation of human character, had gauged to a nicety the precise value that $100 would possess in his assistant's eyes. The colonel's mysterious visitor, now wrapped closely in his surtout, his face studiously concealed from all ordinary scrutiny, had barely reached the pavement from his interview when, stealthily, the noiseless tread of his shadower was on the bottommost stair. With long, deliberate strides, the dark form crossed the open space before the office building and passed out again under the overshadowing trees of Battery Park, thence by the music stand, out onto the open area fronting the sea. This usually rather favorite lounging place was at this time of night almost deserted by the sprinkling of idlers and the very motley throng of the overflow and residuum of many European nations, which, after passing through the barge office from the ocean steamers, may almost any day be seen there, and among the former who seem generally to find it an agreeable resort, for the hour was late, and soon the numerous near and distant clocks of the Empire City would be chiming their midnight tunes. For a few minutes, the tall, dark form stood by the sea, apparently gazing intently away onto the broad expanse of that noble harbor, the Bay of New York. With a melancholy cadence, the wavelets lapped and splashed and surged against the breastwork, and seemed to be uttering continuously, as if forever and forever, their chilling, saddening moan. In various directions away out upon the waste of waters, moving groups of light mark the course of some of those many strange-looking ferry boats which form, whether by day or night, so striking a feature of New York Harbor, appearing, as they plowed their ways across the dark surface of the waters, like wandering constellations of the sea. But the tall, cloaked man, as he stood there, seemed to regard these as one to whom, rather than any novelty, they were daily or nightly sights. As he gazed, he uttered an ejaculation, and seemed to laugh right out to himself again the same long, hollow, mocking laugh. But he was all the while unconscious or regardless of how closely there lingered near him that little gray-coated figure, scarcely perceptible in the gloom. One even less self-contained, less absorbed in his own reflections than he was, would have failed to take any special note of the insignificant nobody, who seemed merely as if it were by chance to be lingering near. But even a nobody may have sharp eyes and ears. Having apparently satisfied his desire for a survey of the sea, Colonel Vandermeulen's late visitor turned his face toward the city. With slow and deliberate steps and still pensive air, he crossed again underneath the trees and entered Greenwich Street, where the elevated railway issues from the park. As is usual here, many rough-looking men of many and various nationalities were loitering around the numerous liquor stores and low-employment offices with which this locality abounds. But all possible contact with these the tall man seemed carefully to avoid, and kept along beneath the iron framework of the elevated railway to his right, on the least frequented side of the street. This apparent desire to escape observation was noted by the shadow, who followed as closely the substance almost as the natural shadow of the latter would have done, had he been walking in the rays of the moon or beneath the brilliant sunlight of day. Turning then through various minor streets to his right, and passing Trinity Church, the shadowed substance came into Broadway, just opposite its junction with Wall Street, a point by day so full of the bustle and activity and intensity of struggling humanity, the very commercial center of at least the Western world. But as the dark figure stood just at that time on the pavement of Broadway, there reigned around him a stillness almost complete, that quietude which seems to brood, as it were, to weigh down so heavily at night over an unpeopled and deserted city. The locality was wrapped in a much deeper solitariness than the vicinity of the Bank of England or the Royal Exchange, the corresponding center of our own commercial life in London would have been at the like hour. For voluminous and multifarious as is the trade of America and of New York, and as abounding as is its wealth, and as is the activity and intelligence of American life, does not yet surpass, either by night or day, the vitality and energy of our own mighty capital city. But the stranger tarried not, or if at all, he lingered only for a moment, with an apparent look of caution or suspicion, as if to make sure of his surroundings, or to listen for a moment to the bells of Trinity Church which chimed out the midnight hour as he passed. But circumspect as he was, he wist not how close a watch was on his every movement by the eye of that insignificant, almost invisible nobody who kept himself hugging so closely in the dark shades and recesses of the opposite buildings and walls. Then, reassured, on he strode, and ever as actively, as silently, as vigilantly, as watchfully, the little shadow came behind. The vicinity of the New York Post Office, the Herald Office, and the City Hall were quickly reached, and then as quickly left behind, and they soon came into the midnight activity and glare of the Bowery, where the many brilliantly illuminated saloons and beer gardens told loudly the melancholy truth, how money earned, perhaps hardly earned, by day, was dissipated in the orgies and the loathsome license of the night. The thoroughfare of New York, known as the Bowery, is one perhaps without its equal in any English or perhaps continental European city, and perhaps in the past the more so than today, in the unenviable character of its frequenters. Here the gambler pursues his engrossing pastime, the rogue and the blackleg practice their unholy arts, while the harlot and the escrow lure dollars, dimes, and greenbacks from the pockets of provincials from the eastern or western states of the Union, or by fleecing simple immigrants as yet unsophisticated in the abounding pitfalls of the vast and complex nation whose wealth, as yet uncounted and unknown, they have come from the overflowing countries and cities of Europe to explore. As in Venice, the East has met and commingled with the West, as the present fraternizes with both the future and the past, so in New York City, beyond all other places of today, the opposing tides of civilization and barbarism, of enterprise and decay have met. The luxury, the refinement and art of the old world have flown ever westward to mollify, to soften, to refine, and perhaps even to vitiate the new. There has been a fusion of nationalities into one not inharmonious, not ungraceful, not incongruous whole. The descendant of the Teuton has met and labored hand in hand with the descendant of the Goth. The Hebrew trades with the pale-faced, small-footed Celestial. The warm-blooded Southerner lives beneath the same sky as the Norseman, inured to unceasing snows. The eagle-eyed, sallow-faced Yankee lives side by side with the Negro, mild of eye and black of skin. South meets North. The East touches the West, all combining into one common wheel under one presidency, submitting to identical laws, produce a cosmopolitanism perhaps without precedent in the history of time. Through a midnight crowd, such as might be the outcome of this, on and on beneath the flare of the gaslight, amid the brawl or debauch, both watched and watcher passed, the former shunning observation where he could, the latter losing sight not for one instant of his charge. It was such close attention as this to his work that had won for the little shriveled-up, thin-faced German, Paul Nugas, the golden opinions of his chief. Now passing out of the noisy and crowded thoroughfare of the Bowery near the Cooper Union, from the glare of the lamplight and the chatter of its crowd, they passed along until they came into Union Square, where, still closely dogged and watched, the leader loitered on the seats or lingered beneath the foliage of the trees, then on again, along East 14th Street, till First Avenue was gained. Here he seemed to accelerate his pace, as if, as soon as possible, to pass from its poorer habitations. So rapidly indeed did the tall man stride along, that the little German had to quicken his walk into a shambling run to maintain his ground. But still, on and on and on, they both strode, or shambled, or ran, both the pursuer and the pursued. Street after street, and block after block were passed. For the information of those acquainted only with the haphazard and unplanned arrangement of the streets of the cities whose foundations are of the past, of the old world, and of our own country, I may tell that the newly built, or as we may dub them, the mushroom cities of the American continent, and of the more recently settled parts of the New World, are generally laid out on a right angular plan, which, although it will undoubtedly deprive generations yet unborn of a picturesque antiquity, is yet more fitted for the daily requirements of our present life. The city of New York is no exception to, nay, it is a double confirmation of, this common rule. For while the lower streets of that city, or the end of the narrow tongue of land known by the old Indian name of Manhattan Island, now so densely covered with buildings, appears to have been built upon by each settler or speculator, according to his own fancy, both minus principle and devoid of plan. The newer and higher or uptown streets of the city have been made to follow the general rule of broad and often handsome avenues running parallel each to each, crossed at right angles by convenient streets, both streets and avenues being oftener known by consecutive numbers rather than by any distinguishing name. At the foot of East 33rd Street, the waters of the East River lap ever restlessly against a pier or landing stage, upwards of 100 feet in width, of strong, rough woodwork, supported beneath by a huge and massive framework of sea-embedded wooden piles. This landing stage has been erected for the accommodation of vessels, but only a very small proportion out of the many craft which annually bathe their keels in the waters of New York Harbor have any business on this side of the city. About this locality, a few coal vessels and coasters of minor tonnage only come to discharge their cargoes onto the rough wharves, while the large ocean liners which ply between New York and Liverpool and other European ports, the greyhounds of the ocean, whose speed and performance are the talk of the maritime world, these and other large ships have berths assigned to them mostly on the other side of the tongue of land, occupied by New York City. Thus, with the exception of a few manufacturing premises, the locality is not a busy one by day, and at night it has a doubly forlorn and deserted aspect. The adjacent manufactories there are silent and closed, while the tall, many-storied blocks of tenement houses, let out in flats, which form almost everywhere a feature of New York, add nothing to its liveliness at this hour. It was at this crossing of East 33rd Street and First Avenue that the tall, mysterious visitor to Colonel Vandermeulen turned out of First Avenue towards the extreme end of the street and strode on towards the broad woodwork landing stage or pier. The ferret still followed the scent with the same steady, persistent instinct, like that of any old and practiced hound. There was no faltering, no flagging, no losing sight for a moment of his game. Then the heart of the pursuer seemed to give a leap within him, as the turning of the ladder out of First Avenue appeared to promise him that at last the end of his long and arduous chase was in view. He knew enough of the locality to think that the only object that his quarry could have in view, by turning as he did to the foot of East 33rd Street, must be to reach either the entrance to one of the few tenement houses near, or else to go on board some small trading vessel lying at or near the landing stage, probably the latter, for the turning which he took must bring him into a cul-de-sac of which the rolling tide of the East River was the impassable bound. Hence, he concluded joyfully and naturally, that at last he had dogged his quarry home. At the foot of East 33rd Street, where the huge platform of the landing stage juts out into what is known as the East River, being little less indeed than an arm of the sea, the tide at times runs out towards the Atlantic Ocean with a tremendous, almost, I may say, a fearful force and speed. A cold wind was then blowing from the sea, and as the stranger reached the end of the pier, he drew the great black surtout more and more closely about his tall form, looking almost spectre-like and appalling as he stood there alone in the chill and cutting air of the night. But he could no more distinguish the little gray-coated watcher, as the latter skulked in the dark shadows thrown by the flickering gas lamps upon the woodwork near him, than, as travelers tell us, they can discern those strange mimetic insects which have the power given them by nature of simulating the surrounding foliage of the trees whereon they hide, or can be seen that curious reptile, the chameleon, which reflects the hue of the object upon which it sits. Directly opposite across the East River were reflected in the tide the countless gaslights of that locality, forming a continuation of the great New York suburb of Brooklyn, known as Long Island City, while between the rough wooden pier upon which they stood and the distant lights which border the opposite shores, some 2 miles or more away, the surging tide of the East River rushed toward the ocean at a terrific speed. The puzzled little detective, from his lurking place in the shadow of the woodwork, anxiously noted every movement of his man. He was not kept long in suspense, for within a few minutes of the arrival of the latter on the landing stage, a short, sharp, shrill whistle fell upon the detective's ear as he lurked not 5 paces away. There sounded the quiet splashing of a stealthily handled oar in the water beneath the heavy woodwork of the landing stage, and craning his neck, the little German caught sight of a boat in which sat one man. The next moment, to his inexpressible disgust, Paul Nugas saw the tall, black-cloaked figure slide down from the broad platform into the boat, which, with apparently not a moment's loss of time, was pulled out into the stream, into the roaring tide, where any boat, except under skillful management, could scarcely hope to live. In his excitement and wrath, the little man almost sprang from his ambush. He craned his neck and strained his eyes across the gloomy midnight surging flood. But rapidly, all sight of both boat and men were lost to his view in the intervening gloom. 10,000 damnations! Ejaculated the little German. There goes my $100, all into the East River. Mein Gott! For some 15 minutes he paced the landing stage in his bitter disappointment, overflowing with anger and mortification. Then, with the crestfallen air of some cur which has received a castigation, he began again to retrace his fruitless steps, all the while bitterly lamenting and cursing his ill luck. End of chapter 19. Read by Paul Hampton. Section 20 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by Duthie-Lisle. Section 20, Volume 2, Chapter 6, A Dream of Gold. The night of his long, persistent, but fruitless pursuit had gone. The day had dawned, and it was in the fresh, bright coolness of the New York morning that Paul Nugas, in a wearied, dispirited mood, sought to report himself to his chief. It was, as we know, near upon the hour of midnight when the long, stern chase began, for, as we said in the last chapter, just as the two, the watcher and the watched, lingered a minute near Trinity Church at the top of Wall Street and Broadway, the clocks of the Empire City were chiming the midnight hour. As we have hinted, too, in the previous chapter, Colonel Vandermeulen's domestic hearth lay some long way uptown. But the colonel, for the convenience of special work or special and unexpected emergencies such as this, had an arrangement whereby, with but little or no inconvenience to anyone, he could settle himself down in a smaller apartment or closet adjoining his little city office for the night. On the night of which we are writing, Colonel Vandermeulen's mind was too deeply absorbed and puzzled by the strange incident of the evening, and too much exercised by his interview and his strange, mysterious interviewer, and too much interested in the result of Paul Nugas's shadowing to give much thought to his domestic hearth. Soon, therefore, after he had dispatched the little ferret man on his midnight hunt, not knowing how many hours, or for that matter, how many days, the latter might be absent, being at the same time most anxious to learn at the earliest moment its result, the perplexed detective unrolled and flattened out a roll of regulation-looking bedding, which was much after the look of that which we see used in convict prisons, and proceeded to settle himself in his downtown quarters for the night. Then at last, after another long spell of silent reflection, Colonel Vandermeulen, partly undressed, stretched himself upon his hard regulation-looking bed. But it was not really to win repose. Hour after hour his brain was active, unrestful, and in an unceasing whirl, thought after thought, conjecture after conjecture rushed through his mind, and the balm of sleep refused to close his eyes. He rolled and turned and tossed uneasily on his uncomfortable bed. His mental, and it seemed too his physical, vision as well, was haunted by the almost ghost-like and unnatural figure of the tall, cloaked, pale-faced man, and with it, in alternation, there worked on his mind the strange, mysterious similarity between the visage of his visitor and that horrid picture which photography and art had so vividly and so realistically depicted as in death. As for Colonel Vandermeulen, he was a man of shrewd and practical mind, devoid of sentiment, devoid of almost any faith as to any other world, and the doctrine and faith in spiritualism and ghostly visitations formed no part of his belief. Veteran as he was, he had been hardened and sharpened by many a knock and many a rub against a hard and biting world. Myths of spiritual manifestations were to him the mere phantom bogies of simple childhood. Even death itself was as nothing in his eyes. He would have faced without fear or trembling a whole regiment of ghosts, and in his campaigning nights and days He had slept soundly when death lay scattered around him well nigh as plenteously as the withered autumnal leaves which the bleak north wind had scattered from the trees. Thus, that the dead could rise and present themselves bodily to the living was a thing quite outside his rational belief. That the photograph which he held of the dead was an exact delineation and likeness of the living, no manner of doubt either existed in his puzzled mind. As he thought it out, the whole circumstance exceeded his experience, and was one that he could account for by none of nature's common ordinary laws. But at length, puzzled, wearied, perplexed by thoughts like these, Colonel Vandermeulen's eyes gradually closed, and sleep at last came to him in the vision of a golden dream. Yes, Colonel Vandermeulen slept. He dreamt that before his eyes, but ever beyond his reach, backward and forward, here and there, to and fro, there hung, and dangled, and swayed, and swung, an enormous bag of greenbacks and gold, American and English notes and gold, at which in his restless slumber the sleeper thought he grasped. But each time that he clutched, as he thought, the coveted treasure, away again it swung beyond his reach. Then, in some inexplicable way, in his perplexed imagination, in a way he could not comprehend, in a way as there comes to us in the chaotic visionary of a dream, his tall, dark visitant of the previous night was associated with the tantalizing nightmare of the bag of gold. Then another, whom Colonel Vandermeulen imagined in his dream was the murdered man, but as he appeared in life, appeared before him. Yes, he saw with that vividness which the phantoms of sleep sometimes assume, the vision of the murdered man whose likeness, as in death, he had held in his hand. He saw him as in life, saw Bertram Gaunce. And then Colonel Vandermeulen awoke. It was the very early morning when the sleeper first unclosed his eyes. With an effort and a groan, he threw himself from his comfortless and unrestful bed. Then, from the lofty standpoint of his little window, he looked forth onto the outer world. Through the clear, unclouded ether, which hung over the broad bay of New York, the bright sunlight of the early morn was glancing and sparkling through the tossing waves of the Emerald Sea, while on either hand the far-off promontories of Staten Island and the opposing headlands and islands were thrown into apparently near and bold relief by the medium of the atmospheric rareness through which they were viewed. And over both land and sea there hung that bright, ethereal sheen which throws, by comparison, our beloved but misty fog-bound British Isles, as it were, into the shadow of another and darker world. Young as was the day, out upon the sea the marine world was alert and active with the movements of every shape and size and variety of seagoing craft, and both on land and sea the New York world was busily and actively astir. New Yorkers generally are essentially types of that mythical creature which has passed into old-world proverb known as the early bird, and the New York variety is perhaps impelled by a strong predilection for the earliest obtainable worm. Be that as it may, the feeling of the New York morning is such as especially to invite, nay, even, if I may use so strong a term, to entice mankind to early labor, and the cool, exhilarating intensity of freshness of the New World morning outshines and surpasses anything we experience or enjoy of matutine freshness and beauty in the old. when Colonel Vandermeulen awoke and issued from the inner recesses of the tiny sanctum sanctorum within which he had passed the latter part of his night, or rather of the morning, and where with such scant success he had courted the sweet and soothing influences of repose, he found the little gray-coated ferret man Paul Nugas returned, and very humbly awaiting an audience at the earliest reappearance of his chief. "Well?" was the first word addressed interrogatively, and so full of meaning, put by the chief to the little dried-up man. "Ach, mein Gott, mein Herr, that tam long son of a hound, him give me the go, the clean go." Such, as near as I can reproduce the mongrel polyglot, were the words in which Paul Nugas answered his chief. Then, in the same broken mongrel jargon, he went on to describe the course of his midnight shadowing and its unsatisfactory result, which we already know. As the little German, or whatever he was, blundered through his narration in his odd mixture of tongues, Colonel Vandermeulen and Desolate, his arms folded, standing within arm's length, kept fixed on the funny, cringing, gray-coated little bit of a nobody, his stern, keen, searching eye. It was a look almost calculated to make the poor little dispirited man quake. Then, as the underling came to the sum total of his night's work, which, added up, came so very nearly to such a great conspicuous naught, the heavy hand of Vandermeulen swept round with a force which, much as a butcher fells a calf, would have brought the little man almost breathless and helpless to the ground. But it was not the first time that Paul Nugas had experienced the force of these violent ebullitions in the temper of his chief. He foreknew what he would have to expect, and ducking his head, as we see sometimes boys act in their play, he fell suddenly to the ground in order to save himself from being felled, and if knocked, he might not have far to fall. We need not detail, but with poor Paul Nugas, that was not a happy day. Proceeding to the completion of his attire, but all the while pouring out upon the unhappy little man copiously of the vials of his wrath, Colonel Vandermeulen sallied forth, leaving his wretched little slave, for if prohibited formally by law and abolished by act of Congress, the spirit of slavery, that is, the harsh dominion of the strong over the freedom of the weak, is not altogether extinct in the United States, in what we may call a happily contrite state, happily rid of his tormentor, but in his inner heart devoutly contrite and repentant, but his penitence lay mostly in the loss of his promised $100 reward. The disappointed and angered detective, Vandermeulen, pursued his walk till he reached a large restaurant, where, notwithstanding the early hour of the day, the rush of waiters and the clatter and clash of platters, plates, and pans, and the steam and odor of cooked viands strongly pervaded the air. For the predilection of the New Yorkers, as aforesaid, for the pursuit of the earliest worm, necessitates the devouration of an early repast, and many restoratory establishments in New York City are open and ready at any hour in the 24 for the replenishment of the inner man and the entertainment of guests. Having performed this necessity satisfactorily enough, but withal in a cross-grained, perplexed, and ill-tempered mood, the colonel did what many a time and oft he had done before. He repaired again to Battery Park, sought a place under the shade of the trees from which his eyes could roam away on the rippling blue, and, lighting a cigar, sought again to explain to himself and disentangle the perplexity of his mind, and to ponder in all its bearings over the strange mystery of the previous night. As he revolved the situation in his mind, there appeared in part in his waking mind a repetition of just that which had appeared to him in his previous night dream. For hither and thither, to and fro, there swayed and swung before the eye of his mind the enormous bag of English and American greenbacks and gold. There dangled before his mental vision those alluring, tempting words, £5,000 reward, £5,000 reward, his eye saw, and the music seemed to ring and tingle in his ears to the tune of £5,000 reward, £5,000 reward. Thus he mused, and thus he had dreamed. Then once again the current of his musings changed, and under the light of day he essayed to unravel the mystery of the night. How many have done the same? With what different eyes do we regard our actions and surrounding when we look at them in the cool, calm light of morning, to the view we took of them in the heated atmosphere of the night? How many crimes and follies would men stand guiltless of, for which they must now be adjudged, if instead of in the heated atmosphere of night, they had viewed their consequences in the cool, calm light of day? That morning, Colonel Vandermeulen's experience differed from what it usually was, for instead of becoming more enlightened, the episode of the night appeared to him only the more perplexing when viewed by the light of day, till finally, being unable to arrive at any other rational conclusion than that he was being befooled, utterly befooled, he waxed wroth. To an able man of Colonel Vandermeulen's temperament, not many things are more exasperating than the conviction that he has been befooled, been made the sport and dupe of some inferiorly endowed mind, and that, under extraordinary circumstances, for some inexplicable purpose, and in this mysterious manner, was the only thing which Colonel Vandermeulen could think. And yet what conceivable object in thus deceiving or misleading him could they have who had placed and dangled thus the £5,000 reward so temptingly before his eyes? How that tempting bait had come in Colonel Vandermeulen's way at all, it is incumbent on us, for the reader's enlightenment, to explain. In one of the earlier chapters of this story, we had occasion to mention a visit by Bertram Gaunce, under Mr. Lumley's advice, and under circumstances so painful that we need not recapitulate them, to a small office or room in London, in the immediate vicinity of Whitehall. Poor Bertram Gaunce's visit to that small office, being at that time unproductive of any appreciable results, the episode was one on which we did not then enlarge or pursue, and which was allowed to drop out of our narrative. But present circumstances impel us to bring that tiny den and its tenant more fully and more immediately before the reader's view. And thus now we will explain. However dirty the work entrusted to them by confiding clients may sometimes be, however by the black sheep of the profession the obligation may be sometimes disregarded or infringed, it is a class and professional obligation rigidly imposed upon the legal fraternity of England that they appear in the eyes of the world with, we mean morally, clean hands. Even such highly respectable and reputable practitioners as Mr. Lumley, who would have had no more thought of dishonoring or degrading his profession than he would have thought of diving into Hades, in the interests of clients, has sometimes not altogether clean-handed, we do not say disreputable, duties to perform, and perhaps for the performance of those duties by proxy, there exists a class of men, such as was Dr. Sirius Wells. It hath passed into proverb that the highest knowledge of mankind is man, while another equally sapient saw inculcates the equally sage admonition, know thyself, O man. But however well he understood mankind, a complete knowledge and understanding of himself was a height of wisdom which Dr. Sirius Wells, the inhabitant of the little den near Whitehall, admitted that he never had attained. Even wherefore he had come to be called doctor seemed like an unfathomable mystery in his own eyes, seeing that he knew as little of the art of healing sick humanity as he knew of divinity or music or common law, or almost any and every other of those polite sciences to which the honorable title of doctor is applied. Then why his godfathers and godmothers in his baptism had called him Sirius was another enigma in his eyes. Why hadn't they called him after a Rothschild or a Vanderbilt, or some other eminently financial name, or after some gold or silver or petroleum or copper or cotton king whom he could have made up to while on earth, sooner than to have named him after that brilliant and stupendous luminary known as the Dog Star, which, as it appeared nightly to him in the mouth of the constellation of Canis Major, was fine enough for all that he could think of it, but was situated an unlimited number of millions of miles away at some remote place in the heavens, and quite beyond his reach. So argued sometimes to himself Dr. Sirius Wells. But the freaks of our godfathers and godmothers at our baptisms, just like the freaks of those who give us our nicknames in our early days and early life at school, are unaccountable and strange, and hence perhaps had the individual whom we have under review come to be called Dr. Sirius Wells. And this Dr. Sirius Wells, in doing certain work such as it would have been infra dignitate for the eminently respectable firm of Messrs. Wyndham and Lumley to have in their office, or to personally perform, had been, in a certain sort of way, the intimate of Mr. Lumley for many a year. However much of an enigma Dr. Sirius Wells was to himself, however humble he might be, as often happens, he was not quite such a puzzle to some others who knew him. And Mr. Lumley, for one, saw him through and through, and beneath the unpretentious exterior, the sensible lawyer was quick to recognize the superior parts of the man. From the pinnacle of his loftily respectable legal standing, and the exclusive halo of conservatism in which he lived and breathed, Mr. Lumley looked down upon Dr. Sirius Wells with something of the same magnanimous tolerance with which the great dog Monk probably looked down upon an inferior hound. Yet for all that, the self-important lawyer did not despise his usefulness, nor scruple when he needed to turn it to his own account. In pursuit of the inquiry into the mystery which surrounded the Vernwood tragedy, Mr. Lumley allowed the officials from Great Scotland Yard all the rope they could desire. He did not, however, at the same time fail, as he believed every theory yet suggested as to the murder to be at fault, to call into his own counsel, in attempting some elucidation of the dark crime and its mystery, the good offices and shrewdness of his own familiar, Dr. Sirius Wells. Not that he allowed the latter to obtrude his services, suggestions, or opinions to the degradation of the accomplished manhunters of the state. Intimate and familiar as he was, of course, the important London conveyancing solicitor, whose practice lay mostly in the transfer of broad acres, and whose extensive clientele was composed of the various gradations of the superior 10, and underneath whose massive dining-room table might sometimes even be found the understandings of British peers. Of course he did not invite his useful familiar inside that almost princely appointed house, of which he was the tenant, in the very exclusive vicinity of Lancaster Gate. But for all that, there were a good many evenings when Mr. Lumley was supposed to be late, or later than should be, at that quiet, that is, quiet for the heart of London, office in Lincoln's Inn Fields, but when in reality he had quitted his office for hours, and the lawyer and his familiar were putting their heads quietly together after business time, in some quiet, out-of-the-way restaurant, in some out-of-the-way corner of town, in a privacy which all who know London ways know may be very private indeed. "Poor young feller came from Marrakech fust, didn't he?" said the doctor amusingly, towards the conclusion of a long consultation at one of these tete-a-tetes, and at which Mr. Lumley had stood a little dinner to sharpen his familiar's wits, and to warm his familiar's heart. "Yes," said Mr. Lumley, who was lounging back on a luxurious plush-covered divan seat, and the pale, sallow-faced lawyer held up in the line of vision between his eye and the gas light a ruby-colored glass, through which he pensively and intently admired the beauteous tint of the ruby wine. Contrary to the condition of many imbibers, Mr. Lumley's white face looked as if a few additional glasses of the ruby beverage would have done him good. "Well, there's a kind of kinsman of mine in pretty much the same line of business as ours in New York. As long as we can pick no top nor tail to this business here, no harm could be done as far as I see by sending particulars to him." "Emphatically no. Why didn't you tell me that before?" responded the lawyer in an annoyed tone. "Well, you see, I thought if there was any plum to be picked up out of this job, we might as well pick it as for it to go to Marrakech, where they got too many plums already." Dr. Sirius Wells, though endowed with rather more, a good deal more, than one ordinary man's share of shrewdness, was plain and homely in dress, manner, and speech. For, as too often happens, the empty-headed seek to attract admiration by an ostentatious external display, while humility and brains lodge together like bosom friends. And certainly rather than a man who knew and understood humanity in all its phases, frailties, and subtleties, you would have taken Dr. Sirius Wells, if you didn't know him, for some recent importation from an English agricultural shire enjoying a holiday in town. But beneath this homely guise, there lay an intelligence which verily it was futility itself to attempt to hoodwink or deceive. "If you have connections in New York, Wells," enjoined the lawyer, "dispatch thither every detail, and don't delay a day." And thus it came that within 14 days of that tete-a-tete of Mr. Lumley and Dr. Sirius Wells in the quiet corner of London, that, accompanied by the deliciously tempting offer of £5,000 reward, very minute details of Bertram Gauntlet's death, in all of its grim, mysterious surroundings, reached the office, and were under the careful consideration of Dr. Sirius Wells's remote kinsman and correspondent, whose acquaintance we have made as Colonel Vandermeulen of Battery Park, New York. After due inquiry and mature thought, which had thus far proved fruitless of results, Colonel Vandermeulen rather reluctantly came to the conclusion that he must be prepared to sacrifice part of the honorarium which was offered to him, and, as we have already seen, call in the potent influences of that curious personal column of that far-reaching daily, the New York Herald, to his aid. The strange result of the powerful and tempting appeal which circulated through the American world was a result which had utterly surpassed the expectations of even the experienced private detective of New York. To those unacquainted with the American newspaper world, we may say it has achieved an advance in what we, almost with hesitation, call civilization, to which the old world is yet new, and the personal column of the New York Herald is a journalistic study through which the follies and foibles of poor, weak humanity seem to shine often with a funniness delegating the agonies expressed in some of our own national daily broadsheets into the shade. Thus, the potency of the press, the far-reaching influence of the instrument he had moved, Colonel Vandermeulen knew. He knew it well, but he never knew that the power of an advertisement in the New York Herald, with a handsome offer of reward attached thereto, could re-tempt from their graves the very murdered dead. End of section 20. Read by Paul Hampton. Section 21 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by Duthie-Lisle. Volume 2, Chapter 7, Light Athwart the Gloom. Having thus, by a cursory retrospect, seen how it was that the Vernwood murder case had come into the American private detective's hands, we will return to a relation of the course the affair was taking in the city of New York. From the night and morning on which that mysterious visitant presented himself at the American detective's office, and the little ferret man Paul Nugas had lost the scent, through the elusive tactics of his quarry, for many days nothing to enlighten the sorely perplexed Vandermeulen, or to add so much as the shadow of a clue to his man. Nothing transpired. No single ray of light seemed to fall across the impenetrable gloom. But Colonel Vandermeulen knew the wisdom which lies in the core of the French proverb, which teaches that everything comes to him who knows how to wait. And so, if he could do naught else, a waiting game Colonel Vandermeulen resolved to play. However, Colonel Vandermeulen did not believe in an idle, listless waiting. The kind of waiter to whom he believed that everything would in due time come was the waiter who waited with his eyes wide open and all his faculties and intelligence actively on the alert. In fact, onto the passive proverb of France, the wise colonel tacked the active saw of England, which says, God helps those who help themselves. So while trusting to his luck, Colonel Vandermeulen did not for a moment forget to make use of his own brains. This is a useful lesson to learn. But the information that either Colonel Vandermeulen's luck or his brains brought him amounted to about nothing at all. Day after day, Paul Nugas was sent touting about in all the likely and unlikely corners of New York and Long Island City, in hopes that either by stratagem or inquiry, or by chance, he might again catch a sight of his man. But as the days passed by, it seemed as if he might as well have hunted in the streets of the Empire City for dropped greenbacks and gold. But at last, suddenly and unexpectedly, out of this profound mystery and darkness there came a bolt like a ray of light, as if from a rift in some dark, impenetrable cloud. That midnight race and confusion and terror, on which exaggerated occasions attract vast concourses of excited spectators in the English capital of London, was occurring in the city of New York, but on a still grander and more magnificent scale. Yes, on a still more magnificent, still more appalling scale was occurring in the city of New York. higher and higher, stronger and stronger, leapt and mounted the lurid flames, as if a devouring, apparently irrepressible conflagration seemed to wrap and fondle in their consuming folds an apparently doomed and devoted city. Across the dark vista of the rushing, rolling, surging waters of the East River, as viewed from the city of New York, the panorama of flame, illuminating the darkness of the sky above, of the earth around, and dancing angrily on the rushing tide of the intervening sea, the panorama was one which, from the memories of those spectators who beheld it, the recollection of the spectacle was likely never to fade. Across the East River, from the east side of the long tongue of land known as Manhattan Island, now overbuilt into the dense and busy city of New York, beyond some 1 or 2 miles, as viewed from the more medium streets of New York, of surging waters, the opposite shore of Long Island has become likewise overbuilt, but overbuilt by the exigencies and ramifications of an industrial city, manufactories, railway depots, and the like, with the result that all along, down to the very water's edge, there has sprung up a fringe of wharves, piers, timber, and coal yards, crowded with vast stacks of lumber, piles of coal, stacks of casks of inflammable oils. And this mass had caught. Viewed at midnight when at its height, from the west or New York side of the East River, the conflagration formed a spectacle of grandeur and magnificence indeed. But it is our purpose to deal with spectacular effect and the setting of our drama only insofar as they may form the setting and compose the immediate surroundings of those characters whose interests and actions have become interwoven into the network of the story which we have to tell. Although he follows fashion and assumes often a family history, and sometimes, in the soaring ambitions of his soul, will purchase for so many hundreds or thousands of dollars from some accommodating titlemonger a pedigree and a coat of arms, the latter blazoned in all the tinctures of heraldic art, affecting to prove his descent from some line of nobility or even medieval kings, yet for all this, the average American citizen, the creation of the great wealth-producing country of his adoption, is more commonly an essentially industrial being. If day by day he is making the great country of his adoption, if day by day he is opening its inexhaustible mines, hewing its boundless forests, covering its vast areas and prairies with an almost incomprehensible network of iron roads, yet his great country, too, is all the while molding and making him, and producing often, although toning down as its civilization matures, a peculiar manner of man, shrewd, sensible, and practical withal, but who thinks much more of an active present and a grander future than he does of a defunct, an obsolete and worn out and almost forgotten past, who boasts less frequently of his descent from a noble ancestry or medieval kings than he does of the number of millions of bushels of wheat which are exported, the number of millions of hogs that are annually slaughtered, the number of millions of gallons of oil that are annually raised, the numbers of manufactories, and the numbers of millions of dollars vested in public works and bank shares in his own state. But this is a digression. However, it is a digression bearing, though perhaps a little remotely, on the course of our tale. Thus, the long fringe of wharves, docks, and warehouses which come down to the water's edge on the shore of Long Island City are commonly filled and piled with merchandise of a most inflammable sort. But we will return to the adventures of some of the characters who comprise the more active entities of our tale. It is unnecessary to say what purpose led Colonel Vandermeulen and his little ferret man, Paul Nugas, to be prowling about the eastern streets of New York City at an unconscionable hour of the night, at an hour when both the human and brute creation commonly rests from toil, when silence broods upon the sleeping city, and when the great wheels and arms and interests of the mighty machine of commerce for a time are still. But so it happened that they were. From the eastern extremity of 34th Street, New York, which is terminated by the rapid current, as aforesaid, of the East River, or, putting it shortly in familiar American parlance, from the foot of East 34th Street, New York, there ply periodically to an opposite landing stage known as Hunter's Point, a line of those, to foreign eyes, strange vessels called ferries, which emanate radially on all sides and to all points outside the great island city. Among a crowd of sightseers anxious for excitement, which thronged the midnight trip of the vessel, stood the New York private detective, Colonel Vandermeulen, and Paul Nugas, his little gray-coated ferret man. In due course of some 20 minutes, in which from the ferry boat, as it forged its way through the tide of the East River, there appeared a view of superlative grandeur of the raging and momentarily increasing fire. The crowd of passengers landed at Hunter's Point, and of those the majority hurried off to the scene of activity and disaster. With these were Colonel Vandermeulen, while the little man Paul Nugas, half walking, half running, shambled and scrambled along, keeping as near as he could to his master's heels or his master's side. Why they were there, what good they could do, an outsider might have experienced some difficulty to define. But far apart as are the two characters, as the very antipodes or the very poles, Colonel Vandermeulen, as where extremes meet, like that facile, seedy creation of grandiose gentility, Mr. Wilkins's Micawber, was ever on the alert for something to his advantage to turn up. But whereas Colonel Vandermeulen was prompt to seize and turn every thread and every shred of his chances to account, Mr. Micawber, we are told, allowed the magnificent opportunities of his life to glide. So narrow and defined, my dear reader, is the boundary line between the sensible and the simple, between the powerful and the weak. When Vandermeulen and Paul Nugas arrived on the scene of the conflagrations, and though, as we've stated before, in an exaggerated degree, the devouring element was moment by moment gaining with leaps and bounds of fearful rapidity over the efforts of those who, with a frantic display of energy, were seeking to restrain to within the narrowest possible limits its devastating power. The scene of a fire to many, to most of us, is not new, but where civilization is but young, and where boundless forests produce building materials of inflammable woods ready for the hewer's hand, and where the frame houses of youthful civilization grow into streets upon which it can feed, the outbreak of a conflagration is a catastrophe indeed, a catastrophe of which often no man can foresee the end, a catastrophe far greater than when civilization has outgrown its early youth from an age of wood to an age of brick and stone. And this was what was taking place at Long Island City. Having originated, as commonly, no one knew where, down near the water's edge among the densely packed wharves, it spread upwards to the frame and wooden habitations of the adjacent streets. House after house caught, became wrapped, enfolded, surrounded by the consuming element of destruction and by the intensity of the heat, and beyond all the power of human agency to quell, the annihilating demon of flame seemed, as if in his cruel revelry, verily to dissolve, if we may use the word, each human dwelling into a mass of wreckage, of debris, and then, as the crash of timbers followed, that which once was a human habitation, a home, became converted into a void and smoking space. There was the constant arrival of engines upon the scene. There was the turmoil. There was the crashing of falling timbers. There was the rushing and shouting of excited men. And then suddenly, out of all this confusion arose an incident which is affected by, or forms part of, our tale. The flames had enveloped in their devouring embrace a row of those frame or wood-built dwellings so common in American villages or the older towns, where wood is more easily obtainable than stone, on to which, from the wharves, they had leaped and caught, and one after another the devoted dwellings seemed like as though they were composed of dry matchwood, to be enfolded, almost as if lovingly, in the destructive tongues and folds of flame, and one by one, amid blinding showers of sparks and dense volumes of stifling smoke, to come crashing to the ground. The cries of the frightened women and children, who were barely escaping with life, some indeed not escaping at all, the shouts of firemen, the roar of the wind-caught flames, the falling noise of demolished tenements and buildings and timber, with the eager excitement of the crowd, was a scene of overthrow, confusion, and disaster impossible adequately to depict in words. In the midst of all this confusion, out upon the central balcony of a large frame house which stood some 30 to 40 feet above the ground, in construction than its neighbors somewhat more pretentious and ornate, but no less inflammable, there appeared, wrapped in only the merest covering of apparel, a woman, terror-stricken, shrieking, gesticulating, praying in the midst of the surrounding ruin for the salvation of dearest life. The fire had already full possession of the lower apartments and floors of the inflammable structure, and thus through these all exit was hopelessly cut off. Firemen and escapes engaged upon other and distant rescues were nowhere near, and it seemed to the noisy and excited beholders, whose sympathies were roused to the uttermost on the helpless creature's behalf, a matter of only moments whether she could be saved or whether she must suffer the most painful of deaths. Higher and higher could the flames be seen from without in the lower apartments to mount up, licking in, devouring their prey. Then suddenly there was a shout and a cheer. The cry rose, "She was saved! She was saved!" A ladder had been found and was placed against the balcony, and then with cat-like agility there pushed through the crowd and ran up round after round, to the utter astonishment and wonder of our two acquaintances, Colonel Vandermeulen and his little ferret man Paul Nugas, who were spectators of the scene, no other than the New York detective's midnight visitor, none other, he believed, than either the ghost or the double or the counterpart, he knew not which, of the murdered Bertram Gaunce. The little man Paul Nugas, who was as quick to make the recognition as his chief, jumped, gesticulated, and capered madly by his master's side in the wildness of his joy. Joy that the strange mystery, which for so many days and so many nights he had laboriously sought to fathom and unravel, seemed thus being revealed to them by this fortuitous and fortunate chance. For ill as is the wind which blows, terrible indeed, the little man thought, must be the fire that burns for nobody's good. But wild as was the little man's delight, and also, if less vehemently expressed, than that of his chief, it was a hope and satisfaction which was as transient and short-lived as it was wild. Scarcely had the colonel's strange visitor gained the summit, scarcely were his arms stretched out to save the woman who stood in such imminent peril and such abject fear, scarcely had he grasped her in his arms when, undermined as had been the stories of the large frame house beneath, burnt already merely to a charred frame, and weighted by the pressure on it of the ladder of the rescuer, and simultaneously that of the two human beings, the whole fabric of the front gave way, crashing backwards in one stupendous crash, carrying with it the two hapless beings, apparently to certain death amid the wreckage and ruin of the devouring flames. A loud exclamation of horror in one long, deep wail arose from the throats of the eager and expectant crowd. With leaps and bounds, the flames again shot upwards and arose upon the pyre over what seemed inevitably the ashes of the dead. As the fabric of the frame house collapsed and fell crashing into the flames, a loud, wild, heart-rending shriek of fear, anguish, despair was heard above the din of the disaster, and then all was still. And where the house had stood, the flames seemed to leap and revel over the demolition of, let us think not what, for the spectacle seemed to all who beheld it too sickening for contemplation and thought. End of section 21. Read by Paul Hampton.
Section 22 of The Heirloom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heirloom by T. Duthie-Lisle. Section 22. What the World Told. When, on the morning following the calamitous fire among the wharves and warehouses and dwellings of Long Island City, Colonel Vandermeulen, in pursuit of his peculiar calling, sought once again the vicinity of Battery Park, he became aware that the previous night's adventure and disaster and its results had brought about, with regard to himself and the English business, which so fully occupied his daily and nightly thoughts, a certain shifting of the scenes. We have written above the words peculiar calling, and certes, a peculiar calling or profession that, the unearthing and elucidation of the dark ways of mystery, of crime in all its hydra-headed shapes and ramifications, which Colonel Vandermeulen and his brethren pursue, certes, a peculiar calling it is. But that the un-Americanized reader may be made more fully to comprehend the part which the cute colonel has come to be playing in the working out of the tragic drama, the secret history of which is the purpose of this book, we will explain that, although individuals practice the same calling of shadowing and investigating among the great masses of our own metropolis and other populous cities, the ferreting out of the secrets of lives both high and low, yet in England the profession of the private detective is one of those byways of life which, through shame rather than through modesty, dislikes to raise its head, but rather skulks in the shadows of darkness and of night, and the followers of the craft hail from the seclusion of some private alley or court, and face the light of publicity in a shamefaced mood. But on the American continent, and in the cosmopolitan city of New York, the profession occupies in the social hive a more recognized place, and the New York Detective Agency as glaringly and openly flaunts its sign and its raison d'etre before the world, as if that raison d'etre were the providing of mankind with any of the daily needed luxuries or necessities of life. Nay, perhaps so they do. Neither, too, as some may suppose, is our friend Colonel Vandermeulen an impossible, or indeed a very uncommon type, for, at the conclusion of the anti-slavery feuds, the American citizen who had readily and heartily, nay, with burning enthusiasm, quitted the office or the warehouse for the camp and the carnage and the risks of battle, and had taken up the sword in defense of his espoused cause, had at the conclusion of the struggle as easily laid his weapons aside and resumed the arts of peace. It is a specimen of this manner of American citizen, neither civilian nor militaire, or perhaps it would be more correct to say a combination of both, that we have introduced for the carrying out of the incidents of this tale. So when Colonel Vandermeulen calmly reviewed the position, he recognized that circumstances were a little changed. The strange, unknown midnight visitor at his little office near Battery Park of a week or two before had told Vandermeulen if all other information failed, he would meet him in a month's time to the hour at a secluded spot in Central Park. And now one thing was patent to Colonel Vandermeulen's mind. Neither he, the colonel, nor the little ferret man, Paul Newgas, his tout, had a shadow of doubt but that the midnight visitor to their Battery Park den, and the man whom they had seen attempt such an act of conspicuous daring in his attempt to save the perishing woman's life, were identical, were one and the same man. And after the scene and catastrophe of the fire, Colonel Vandermeulen felt quite sure, quite satisfied in his mind, that whatever might happen in some future world, neither the woman, who with the falling crash of the house and timbers into the midst of the roaring, devouring element, nor the man who with such a reckless disregard for his own life and safety had sought to rescue her, neither the one nor the other would he ever meet again in this. Arriving at his Battery Park office in the midst of these reflections, Colonel Vandermeulen took up the early morning edition of the New York World, unopened upon his desk, and still damp, odorous and unpleasant with the smell of printer's ink, and there, headed in the sensational style of American journalism, conspicuous in all the glories of boxwood, pica, and great primer, his eye fell upon the words, "Tremendous conflagration at Long Island City. $10 millions burned. Merville Garnier even dies to save his lover. Kathleen Venner perishes horridly in the flames. Exciting scenes." And then, in the same attempt at producing in the minds of his readers a heart-stirring, blood-curdling effect, in that semi-florid, semi-sentimental tone which is the abasement of a great language, in the contempt and disgust of the true student of the pure well of English undefiled, the ubiquitous World's reporter, in the abounding exuberance of his misguided verbosity, went on in the same mortification of style, yet with astonishing minuteness, and with those occasional gleams and grains of shrewd common sense which appear intermixed with such a redundance of wordy refuse, to tell the world's readers the story of the appalling scene. Nor was this all, for halfway down the World's page the ingenious compiler of the report was able to insert, for the study and admiration of his numerous readers, one of those rough and ready but accurate pen and ink portraits of the man whom he reported was Merville Garnier, and worked up into the hero of his narrative, who in sentimental, romantic tone he asserted had, when clasping his lover, whom he died to save in his arms, had, with her been burnt to a cinder in the fierce flames. How or where the ubiquitous World reporter could have procured such a striking likeness of the man Merville Garnier, whom he gravely and positively asserted had been burnt to a cinder in the flames, it is not easy to surmise, but it was perhaps by the exercise of one of these feats of legerdemain, which form one of the secrets of which the world at large knows little, of the reporter's trade, and which Colonel Vandermeulen felt he would very much like to know. Be that as it may, when Colonel Vandermeulen, side by side, compared the ingenious World reporter's rough and ready pen and ink sketch of the face with the costly portrait, as in death, which he had received from his English correspondent Dr. Sirius Wells, there remained no doubt in the Colonel's mind that, whether living or dead, the portraits were portraits of one and the same man. But whether the subject were living or whether he were dead, the whole mysterious surroundings had had the effect of fermenting the New York detective's interest to a pitch of fever heat in the prosecution of his case. Not only, too, had there ignited in his breast a genuine interest, a determination, if it were within the bounds of possibility, to sift to the bottom, for his own satisfaction, the mystery which enveloped and surrounded the whole affair of Bertram Gounod's life or death, but should he succeed, there hung at the end of his labours that tempting bait of the £5,000 money reward. So, without further ceremony, Colonel Vandermeulen sauntered round to one or two of the steamship offices, most of which are situated within a few minutes' stroll of his little den in Battery Park, made his selection of a berth, and then and there, producing a big roll of greenbacks from his fob, paid his first-class passage, if we may so express it, to another world. The following day the steamer was to sail, and on the morning of that day, laden with impedimenta consisting only of a small trunk and a valise, the redoubtable colonel might have been seen rolling along in a West Street horse-car towards one of the wharves, where was moored his home for the next 10 or 12 days of his life. Punctual to her appointed time, the great steamer backed out from her moorings and slewed round into the stream. There was the usual kissing of hands, the usual little shower of tears, the usual flutter of dainty cambric handkerchiefs in the ocean air, and the usual adieu, and then, under a bright sunshine and over a sparkling sea, the great steamer steamed away, and the next time that Colonel Vandermeulen set his foot on land, it was in Liverpool docks. Without delay, like a man who has a definite purpose in view, rather than as one who lingers to admire the scenery on the way, he drove through the great, busy Lancashire seaport town to Lime Street Station, and in about 5 hours was in the centre of English metropolitan life, and in a hansom cab careering through the largest and perhaps the busiest city of the world, till he found himself and his scanty luggage landed in the little court near Whitehall, which was the London den of his shrewd but homely confrère, Dr. Sirius Wells. The traveller mounted some stairs to the English confrére's sanctum, and, as he had been apprised by wire of the arrival of his American cousin, Dr. Sirius Wells was at home. Then there were the usual salutations, for they were not quite strangers, and soon these two confreres were absorbed in the discussion of the case. What comprised the case was, of course, the whole mystery which surrounded Bertram Gounod's death. But like many keen, shrewd, hard-headed men, Colonel Vandermeulen was a confirmed skeptic, not in religion, for perhaps he had no religion except the worship of Mammon, but a confirmed skeptic in the daily affairs of the world, and the events that came before him in everyday life. He had seen enough of the undercurrent of human motives and human actions, enough of cheats and frauds and hoaxes and shams, to make him believe only what he saw clearly with his own eyes, and to disbelieve a very big fraction even of that. He believed that the man whom he had seen hurried headlong amid a debris of crashing timbers into the midst of the flames of the great fire at Long Island City was dead. Nobody who saw the catastrophe could doubt or dispute the fact, though he little thought how rudely soon even that belief was to be shattered. He believed it, because he had seen it with his own eyes, but no assurances, no arguments that his confrere Dr. Sirius Wells could adduce, were sufficient to convince the unbelieving American detective, Colonel Vandermeulen, that the person whose death he was asked to investigate until then was in truth and verity actually and really dead. Dr. Sirius Wells argued and talked till he was tired, hoarse, provoked, and talked till he felt that he could have kicked the man whom he was endeavoring to convince, which would have been a serious thing, from the top to the bottom of his stairs, but the other, obdurate, unconvertible, unconvinced, said little in reply, but he quietly shook his head. Then, shocking to relate, Dr. Sirius Wells expressed the vehemence of his dissent by the utterance of very improper words. The American produced the copy of the New York World, and exhibited in support of his argument the rough and ready pen and ink portrait of the man whom he asserted he had seen alive, who had visited him, and whom he now knew as Merville Garnier, and had witnessed to meet an untimely and terrible end, while attempting an act of such bravery and daring in the flames. The perfect similarity between the World reporter's pen and ink portrait and a likeness, which he himself had in his possession, of Bertram Gounod, even Dr. Sirius Wells himself could not dispute. In fact, so strong was Colonel Vandermeulen's evidence, and his homely argument, that a man couldn't be dead while he was alive, that Dr. Sirius Wells, even almost doubting the evidence of his own senses, began to veer round to the opinion that by some inexplicable twisting of circumstances, that instead of being really dead, Bertram Gounod had added only yet another freak to the many eccentricities and excesses, nay, madnesses, for many of his acts truly had been nothing better than madnesses, of the later years of his life, and while allowing himself to be reported as dead, murdered brutally, had, alive and in the flesh, satiated with European indulgences and European dissipations, and soured by the wreck of his life's deepest and truest happiness in the disappointment of his love, had transported himself back again to the great free country whose travel is boundless, whose prairies are limitless, whose lakes are seas, and where wealth is even more honored and poverty more despised, and where the vast resources of a millionaire such as Bertram Gounod seemed to promise even greater pleasures, and greater means of increase and return, than they did in the pent-up island of his adoption, where, as Colonel Vandermeulen put it cruelly and ironically, he might fear to go out on a foggy night in the dark, for fear he would step over the edge of the little island into the sea. "But did you actually see this man Gounod after he was dead?" asked the American. To this, Dr. Sirius Wells had to confess that he had not. "Then," retorted the American, "my position is the stronger because I have seen him alive." And so the two men parted, these two of the acutest intellects of London and New York, the two acutest in their profession agreed to differ and to part. Not that they absolutely quarreled, although they came very close to not being friends. Their relations were what, perhaps for want of a better word, we call strained, that is, drawn out so far asunder, so attenuated, so fine that another pull on the bond of friendship, of feeling that united them, and the bond would altogether break. Under the circumstances, Colonel Vandermeulen considered perhaps the wisest course he could take was to leave his friend alone. So he very quietly took up his quarters at a small private hotel in the midst of London, in Craven Street near Charing Cross, and waited patiently some further development of events. When Colonel Vandermeulen arrived in London, the English summer was on the wane. It seems one of the mysteries of that fickle child which carries on its flirting wings the behests of civilization and fashion, that men and women, the sons and daughters of the wealthy and the great, whose resources permit them to wander hither and thither through the world at their own sweet wills, should choose to be stifled in the choking, almost vitiated atmospheres of hot and crowded rooms and the desert wastes of the interminable streets of a great city, when far and wide over a beauteous land the songs and smiles and showers of vernal nature and of overabounding life, by coppice and hedgerow, by woodland cool and meadow sweet, by the rolling river, by placid lake and rattling stream, by land and sea and sky and shore, the world of nature invites them to enjoy, and sings unceasingly a heavenward song of praise. But so it is, for the tyranny of fashion, is it not a condition of inscrutable bondage to the wise? When the American detective arrived in London, the polite world was, for that year, just awakening to the conviction that, from the follies of fashion, it was time to quit its summer haunt, to throw aside the high silk hat, the crowning delusion of the period, and, in more rational garb, to seek cooler shades. The throngs in the London parks looked jaded and fagged, while the hot, stifling, blazing suns of August converted Piccadilly and the Strand into somewhat of the aspect and temperature of arid, waterless wastes, traversed by those travellers in life's journey who are condemned, by their devotion to a fickle goddess, to endure the penance of a prescribed number of uncomfortable days. Among many of the wealthier and more independent who had left, or were quitting town, were many of Mr. Lumley's aristocratic clientele, and the important lawyer, finding that the calls and consultations of his clients were, through their increasing and conspicuous absence from town, daily becoming more rare, till the business of his office amounted to the insignificant farce of being almost nothing at all, had quitted the quiet street near Lincoln's Inn Fields for a select watering place, which it will be quite near enough for our purpose if we designate as Burlington-on-Sea. Consequently, on this a very desirable interview which would otherwise have taken place between the great London lawyer and the arch-detective of New York was in an inconvenient way delayed and postponed. During these arid London days, Colonel Vandermeulen, in a purposeless way, all the while chafing under the enforced interval of inaction and idleness, into which circumstances now and again perhaps forced the busiest of us, in a listless way endured the thraldom of London life. He smoked his 10-cent Havanas, or read the newspapers in the cooler shade but stuffy atmosphere of his little Craven Street hotel, or sat on a 2-penny iron chair and viewed fashion and folly personified in the park. He had few or no intimates in London but Dr. Sirius Wells, and him he allowed to follow his own opinions, for he felt that further intercommunication between him and his now almost antagonist would come dangerously and unpleasantly near to bringing about a breach of the peace. And this he did not desire. But while Colonel Vandermeulen was thus peacefully becalmed, resting on the placid sea of life, there happened to him what I can only best compare to one of those meteoric bolts which come out of a sky of unclouded calm and blue. Truly it was a little thing, but little things often indicate great events. The direction of the little leaflet as it whirls from its topmost parent twig may foretell the coming of an angry, mighty blast. And the little thing which came to Colonel Vandermeulen, as day by day he tried, by trifling distractions, to get rid of his time, was a leaflet, not a withered item of foliage from a tree such as we have given as an illustration above. But it was a leaflet which proved, that is, as Colonel Vandermeulen now thought, if anything ever proved anything at all, which certainly now he did not believe that it did, or that there was any such thing as proof, or any such words as proof in the dictionary of the wise. An extraordinary and astonishing thing. And the way it came about was this. Colonel Vandermeulen, on leaving New York, had left instructions with those who, during his absence attended to his affairs, to send to him any communications addressed to his business quarters in the Empire City. It was, among a batch of such communications, that an envelope directed in a shaky, scrawly, scarcely decipherable calligraphy came into his hand. It was addressed to him at his Battery Park den, and had come in the usual way, by United States mail through the post office in New York. The detective broke the seal. On a piece of a leaf torn from a pocket or memorandum book, written upon, evidently by the same shaky hand, and characters traced in lines as uncertain and ill-defined as an insect would have left behind, if it had crawled intelligently over the paper with inky feet, Colonel Vandermeulen managed with some difficulty to read the following. You will not have forgotten the time at which I told you that we might meet, and I would tell you something to your advantage, at a certain spot, at a certain hour, just 1 month from our last meeting in Central Park. Now that I cannot keep that appointment, I will await you at the same spot, and at the same time, of 1 hour to midnight and 2 months from our interview instead of 1. That was all it said. The scrawly epistle bore no signature, no address, no date, but only those few lines traced in the big, scrawly, dragging writing, comparable to nothing so much, as we said, as to an insect crawling over the paper, with inky feet. End of section 22.